Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships here at MSAC. We have just jumped in the water for the first of the events, which is a 50-metre butterfly men's 11. This is the first of 4 timed finals this morning. Joining me is Elliot Rogerson.
Hello, lovely to be here. God, it's been a while since I've done commentary, but I did this event last year. Very exciting for these young swimmers for this Metro Championships. So hopefully a couple of these guys can post some good times, really challenge the people in the later heats, and we'll see how we go.
It is, as we're just about done in Heat 1 here as the swimmers come up to touch the wall. And it is lane 1, Caden Dong, who gets the first place there at 38.45, ahead of Emmanuel Commerling in second at 39.55.
It's a good PB there from Caden. We assume they're PBs because when you're 11 years old, usually your season best is your personal best. So good time from him there to start us off and get us under proceedings, and a good personal best for himself, especially after sitting behind the blocks for quite a few minutes there due to the delayed start. I believe there was something wrong with the Hawkeye technology.
It was, but they're now underway, and it's lovely conditions out here at MSAC this morning. Probably a little bit sunny. The sun still needs to go up a little bit more for us this morning.
We're staring straight into it, and unfortunately it's also bouncing off the reflection of the water, so it's making viewing quite difficult from the stands and from the pool deck. I'm sure the coaches on the other side of the pool that you can see up there at the top of your screen would be enjoying it because they get to nice shiny view of their athletes, but here on the bottom of the pool might be a bit hard to see.
It is, and looking at these time finals, they go from slowest to fastest, so this is the second of those time finals, and they are in the pool already. Coming out fast is over in lane 2, Lake Probability is looking really good over there, and next to him is Kaylin Yee. So they've both had some good starts, but now in the middle of the pool, coming up quick, there is Honjay Chen in lane 4, who's looking really good. Well, in the lane 9, Edward Gilbertson has also come up strong after a bit slow off the blocks as we come in to touch the wall, and it is in the middle of the pool there. Lane 3, Kaylin Yee is first, and second is Lake Privatelli. So a lot quicker there, nearly a second and a half quicker between first in that one and first in that first heat.
I think Sean Deng up there was actually quite close to the front as well, but his touchpad didn't seem to work. So we'll see what time he comes up with. I believe he was in the top 3.
Yep.
But hopefully they can fix that. Unfortunately, as we said, they had some problems with Hawkeye, so we're really hoping that he doesn't miss out on any times here.
Look, all the swimmers are waiting in the pool until we get that time, so they will have one come up soon, and we're just waiting on that. Well, they haven't given that, so we're not sure what Sean's time was. But as you said, he had a really good swim there.
We got heat number 3 here. Now these are the guys that are really going to want to push. If any of those boys can pull out a big PB here, make it into that top 8 or top 10, just at least gives themselves some confidence of making the top 10, being in a final. And then we're really looking for the medalists in the final heat, unless a couple of these boys can really fly out. We got lane 7 here. What's that? Nicholas Wang, absolutely flying at the moment, really putting it to the rest of the crowd.
A really strong back half of this race, and looks like he's probably going to touch out there. Actually, Miles Kearney over in lane 2 just got ahead of Nicholas Wang, so that was a 36.08.
Another half a second PB there.
Yeah, so they're swimming quickly this morning in this pool, which is good signs for the rest of the day. When you've got the first heat of the day and they're swimming like that, so it's exactly what you want. And as we say, timed finals, so there is no actual finals later on tonight. It's best times with these ones, and they'll get their places.
Well, when you are 11 and 10 years old, you can get up for just about anything. Doesn't matter if you have 5 races in the day. Doesn't matter if it's 7 a.m. You're good to go all the time. Unfortunately, when you start getting a bit older and a bit more fragile, hurts the body a bit more, I think.
It is, as we're in the fourth and final timed final of the 50-metre butterfly here for the boys under 11s. As we're in the water here, the fastest predicted heat of the 4, and it's in the middle of the pool there. Lane 5, George Zeng, who does come in with one of the fastest times, who is in front there. Also looking really strong out in lane 0 is Yi Yang, but it's all in the middle of the pool there. George Zeng is looking really, really strong, and he will come in front there and touch out to get the win in a 33.12, nearly a second quicker than second Jacob Liu, who finished in a 34.20. A brilliant swim there by George. So came in with a 33.17, got the 33.12, so another one to get ahead of his times there.
Very close to his best. A little bit slower than we were predicting here. 32 is the fastest entry time. He won that quite comfortably by about a second there by the looks of it.
Yeah, so obviously Jacob Liu came in with a 32.73. Probably a second and a half slower than what he came in with, so probably a little bit disappointing there from him, but a really good swim by George Zeng.
Potentially, but at the end of the day, it's still a medal for the young man, so I'm sure he's still going to be rather happy with the medal. Obviously, you would want the colour to be a bit different, but you know, when you're 10 and 11 years old, it's just about getting out there and having a good time. You think it means the world, but unfortunately, you know, and you're 10 and 11 years old.
And it is, and sometimes you've probably got a little bit more inconsistency when you're that age, because you are still learning, you are still trying different things, as we're now underway in the timed finals of the girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. So the same event now, but just for the girls here. We are in this first heat. We've got a 9-year-old here in Vanessa Long. So one of the youngest ones, the youngest swimmer we have seen this morning. And looking at it's in the middle of the pool here, who's looking really strong. Lane 3, Skylar Zay and Joyce Zayo in lane 4. But coming home really, really strong in lane 6 is Alyssa Costopoulos, who looks like she will just get ahead at the wall there. Finishes in a 37.60 ahead of Skylar Zay in 38.33.
Good PB there. Over a second for Alyssa.
Yeah,
very impressive swim from her there.
Really good start there. So obviously it came in with a time in the 39s, got in the 37s. You think she'd be thrilled with that time?
Yeah, that was very impressive from the young lady. That's what you're hoping for, especially in these early heats, is just improvements on your best.
It is, and look, for some of these, just get it in the pool. For some, depends on how many events they've got. This might be a little bit of a warm-up that they're focusing on their other events, where others, this will be their pet event here. And we do apologise. We do have the sun right on the pool and on our screen here, making it a little bit hard to call, but we are in the pool for this second heat. I think it's in the middle of the pool again. That's looking really strong there. In lane 4 is Rose Bordelone, who was probably fastest off the blocks as well. She's looking really good there. She's getting a bit more of a break on the opposition there. Coming home strong also is Charlotte Grover, and over in lane 9, Zadie Van Zulen. But coming down to the touch here, it is Rose Bordelone who gets the win in 37.51. Charlotte Grover second in a 38.47. So that looks like another PB there. We have Rose coming with a 38.06, gets a 37.51. So that's half a second quicker than her entry time.
Excellent work there from the girls. Once again, another couple of good PBs there.
It is, yeah. So with some really fast swimming early in this morning's session here. So we said time finals for the 50 metre butterfly for both the boys and the girls in the 11 and under age group. As we're in the water here for the third of these heats. Coming off the blocks really quickly there was Heidi O'Donnell in lane 7, just ahead of Genevieve DeBravi in the middle of the pool now. Looking strong is Claire Zhang in lane 5. Beside her is Genevieve DeBrava, who had that really good start. The two look to be out in head now. It looks like Genevieve's now taken the front, probably about half an arm's strength in front of her opposition there, but it came down to the touch, and in the end it's Meredith Marcel who gets the touch from Genevieve DeBrava and Claire Zhang. Not much between those top three there.
You're noticing that one of the big differences I'm seeing between the girls in the later heats, or just in general later heats to earlier heats, is the timing of the stroke. is very good in some of these later heats. Obviously for normal people, butterflies, very, very difficult stroke. So seeing these girls at such a young age have nice flow and nice body movement, it's very impressive.
It is, and you want to try and get that full stroke on the wall, and I think we saw that with Meredith Marcello there to come over the top. She finished really strong, where a couple of those others were probably that half a stroke, and then you've got to make the decision, do you do a half stroke or do you glide in? And in the end, Meredith timed her run to perfection, was able to get that win.
She might not be the most powerful, but lane 5 here, Letitia Campus, very beautiful timing on her stroke. That'll really pay off later in her career. She might not have, the strength of some of these other girls out here, but lane 8 here, aren't deep. Very, very good swim from her there, 35.33.
Yeah, she won by half a second there from Charlotte Butland. So a really strong swim by her on one of the outside lines. Another one, more than a second off her entry time. So another really good swim from her. She got better as the race got on, I thought.
Yeah. It's not necessarily, it's very important to have a good start in a 50, but swimming through to the end, especially when you can take over 30 seconds, there's a lot of time to make up any ground you might lose. So good, well done to not giving in, and obviously very strong stroke there.
Now, this one, obviously the fastest of the heats. Keep an eye out for Ali Wang in lane number 4. Has a time of 31.88 coming into this heat. Probably nearly a second and more than a second quicker than the next best here. And as we have got in the water, it is Ali in lane 4 who is looking really strong. Also looking good out in lane 0 is Claire Danny, but in the middle of the pool, it is all Ali Wang. Coming up on this side of the pool in lane 7 is Victoria Dang, but it is going to be Ali Wang, who looks like she's turned off a little bit in this back 15 metres, and she wins with a 32.38 ahead of Victoria Dang with a 33.61. It was actually equal second with Angelina Shang, so a really good start there.
Yeah, it was very good from the girls. At least half a second or full second faster than the boys there.
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
0.8 of a second faster than the boys there. They're very well done from the girls.
Look, you do get that a little bit at this age group, where before a lot of the boys have developed a lot of that muscle and power, that the girls can match them in this distance, the shorter distance, and the men eventually and the boys do get a bit stronger and a bit faster. Yeah,
that'll definitely come around this 12-13 age group. I think you'll see a couple of kids, mate. I remember back when I was a young'un, at 12 years old, I was racing against a kid with a full-blown mustache. It was very scary going up against him. I still can't grow a mo. I'm sitting at a week and still got less than he did in a day.
As we're now into event number 4, it is the boys 12 and 13 100 metre freestyle. We have 11 heats in this event, and we've just turned at the halfway mark there. It's in the middle of the pool, looking really strong. Coming up in lane number 4 is Paula Tulip, and in 6 is Jack Defina Nash, are the two who are in front there. Leading the way is Paula, who is looking pretty close, but now coming up on the outside here in lane 7 is Edward Tunathat. Apologies if I've said that wrong. He has come over the top of all the others and now got half a body length on the pack. He will touch first ahead of Paula in the middle of the pool with a 1:11.13, and then we have Jack in third and 1:11.47, so it was a winning time of 1:10.72.
4 seconds off the personal best. I wish I could do that on a morning.
That's a massive
Huge
time there.
improvement.
He came from behind at that halfway mark and finished really, really strongly there.
Good back-end swimmer there.
Maybe possibly a 200 swimmer.
Listen, you can't rule anything out at a young age. Head coach of Swimming Australia, Rowan Taylor, said up until the age of 15, you should be good at every stroke and every distance. And not until you're 15 do you start finalising what you should be. And so these kids at 12 and 13 should definitely still be doing every stroke and making sure they're leaving their options open for when they grow up and they want to be good at just about anything that they can be.
Yeah, as we come into the back half of this first 50, it's Pierce Wells in lane 7 who is looking really strong there. But out in lane 0, Oliver Brown turned first in a 32.03. In third place was Jasper Hung. So we have got lane 0 out on that far side, who we can't see half the time due to the sun, but he is absolutely flying out there. Along with now you've got the swimmers in the middle of the pool sitting in lane 6 is Brian Zeng, but out in lane 0, it's been an absolute swim so far from Oliver Brown. Looks like is a slow-in as we've got this side of the pool coming home flying. I think it's going to be on the touch. There's 4 of them looking that will be close, but it's Oliver Brown in lane 0 with a 1:09.59 is able to touch them out, with Lucas Kovac in lane 5, a 1:09.91 in second. So that's another.
Out in 32, back in 37 there for the winner there. Now, the ideal amount that you want is about 1.5 seconds, maybe 2 seconds between your front end and your back end. But obviously, when you're a kid, you just want to get out there and race. So they might just put a bit too much energy in the early stages before they can have a nice back end to it, but still a great swim from the young man up there.
Yeah, I think so. And you could see that he really slowed down in that back half. I think he did go out too fast, but was able to hold on and nearly 4 seconds off his entry time. So that's 2 races in a row. We've seen 4-second times better by the winners in this race.
At the end of the day, he's improved himself by 4 seconds, so you don't want to get too technical. You want to ride the emotion and the high of actually such a good swim. So well done to the young man.
And this one we will have finals tonight, so times are important. And it's the far side of the pool that has come out flying again. It's Yarjin Patel in lane 2 is looking very strong there. He will go into the wall at the halfway mark in front there. Looks like a time of a 30.50, so that's nearly 2 seconds quicker than that previous heat. He absolutely flew out of the blocks there. Second was Kari Wang out in lane 0, so it is that far side so far dominating in this 100-metre freestyle for the boys 12-13 age group. Kingsley Wang is still in front there in lane 2 with quite a lead. Looks like he's just taking it easy now. He'd set that pace early on and looks like may have slowed up a little bit.
Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to intentionally slow up. This will just be fatigue from such a good swim here. He's absolutely flying, the young man, in a time of 1:06.12. Now you'll see when we get to the later heats, it looks like 10th seed time for tonight's final looks around that 1:01.7. So still a bit off that, and once again just hoping for some good PBs and experience early this morning. But to make that final, it's going to be really close to that 1 minute mark, I'm thinking. Well,
saying that 1:06.12, nearly 5 seconds off an entry time there. So that was another ones that flying with. But at the same time, we've got swimmers going under 56 seconds in this event. So there is a very different time range in here, and we will see in these later heats they are going to get quicker.
Yeah. And those kids that are under that so far ahead, that are under those times, are those kids that we talk about that have got that strength, nice and early in their development into men. So, you can't be disheartened if you're 12, especially coming up. Just the majority of people that have been so far are around that 12 years old. We're starting to get into the 13-year-olds now with Zhao Saw and Jack O'Connell in this heat. But they've mostly been 12-year-olds so far. So for the mixed age group, you don't want to be disheartened by some of these 13-year-olds that are pushing that 1 minute barrier.
It was, and then after the first 50, it's lane 9 this time. So this side of the pool, Jordan Chu came out in a 30.31, so just a slight bit faster, than that previous heat after the first 50. He's still leading here. Closest to us is Jordan Chu, but now coming home really well in lane 4 is Rupert Darvin, who came in with the fastest time. It's still Chu slightly ahead of Darvin. The two will lead the way heading into the wall there. I think it's going to be the middle of the pool, though, who gets it. It's Rupert Darvin in lane 4 with a 1:06.14. Jordan Chu in lane 9 with a 1:06.89. So not a slight bit slower, 0.02 slower than the previous heat, but still more than 3 seconds off the time there for Rupert Darvin.
You're going to see a lot of kids in the outside lanes that just want to have a crack, and that's what you saw in that last heat. Jordan Chu just wanted to get out there and have a crack and really show what he could do to his coach. So you're going to see a lot of that. We call them the outside smokers.
It is, and I think at this age group, you're going to get some of those outside smokers get the wins because they are in that different development, and you're going to get those swimmers who are ready to take that next step up. And you're seeing that, and we've seen so far in most of this that it is the outside heats taking it out before those faster heats come in, and whether that's just that little bit more experience and timing in the middle that we're seeing there. But it's good to see that they are taking it out, and it's not just a two-horse race in the middle of the pool.
Exactly. Something I didn't realise, I was trying to look for national times. It's been a while since I went to age group nationals, nearly 7 years ago. But there's no 14-year-old, there's no 13-year-old boys.
Okay.
Back in my day, it was 12 and 13-year-olds. You'd have them competing at nationals. They've obviously upped that. And for the ladies, there's no 18-year-olds. Obviously, they assume that you'll be in the open age groups by that point. So I don't mind that. You know, you put a lot of stress on yourself as a kid to make these times, but these boys don't have to worry about national times. It's right here, right now, see what they can do.
It is, and in the middle of the pool here, it is Cameron Ning who is leading the way after being second at the halfway mark. He touches at a 1:05.47, nearly 0.8 of a second quicker than Daniel Grabak in lane 2. So it was a really good finish there by Cameron Ning, who kicked away to get that win. Now into heat 6 of 11 in this age group here. All of these guys have got an entry time of 1:08. So if you're going by entry times, expect nothing in this race. But we've just been called back off the blocks.
Just looked like the scoreboard wasn't ready, still showing the previous heat.
So will some of these boys then at Nationals be under 12s, some be under 14s?
Sorry?
You're saying at Nationals there's no under 13s. Is it 12s and 14s there?
No, there's nothing under 13 years
nothing
old.
Under 13.
Yeah,
okay,
nothing
yep.
under 13. It's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Which I don't mind because when I was a swimmer back in my day, my first race at Nationals was a timed final 800 free. So I was straight into the finals. It was my first race. And I was state champion for Victoria as a 12 and 13-year-old. And that's all I'd ever known. And then you race some of these people from Queensland and they just streets ahead. And unfortunately, I just wasn't mentally ready for that at the time. So it gives these guys some good experience on the state level before moving up to that national level. Make sure they're a bit more experienced, they know what they're doing, their coaches can work through game plans with them and they can understand it a bit better. I like this move from Swimming Australia.
It's a Lachlan Sun here in the middle of the pool in lane 5 who took that out the fastest, still in front there, looking good. Also in lane 3 is Charles Callow, but it is in the middle of the pool that is going to fight this out. Lachlan Sun is kicked away here, now out to nearly a body length over the two guys next swim, Elijah Lamont and Charles Callow, and a nice swim there from Lachlan Sun to take that out in a 1:05.42, just ahead of Charles Callow in a 1:05.88. So we're seeing again these times in all these heats are being dropped by those faster swimmers.
Yeah. Middle of the pool there, taking it out. No outside smokers, unfortunately. Lane 1 is the closest you'll get, coming in 4th. But you're starting to see the closer you get to these final heats, the closer you get to the middle of the pool.
It is, and we look at those last 4 heats have all had a winning time of 1:06 through to a 1:05.40. So not much between the winners in those 4 heats so far, as we're now into heat 7 here. Fastest off the blocks in lane 1 was Alexander Jin with just a 0.35 reaction time. So that was a really strong start by him, and he's looking really good in the pool there, along with Jaden Lee over in lane 3. And then this side of the pool, you've got Peter Trin in lane 8 is also a good start. But coming up to this first turn there, turning in first is Jin in lane 2 there, ahead of Jaden Lee there in lane 3. So it's the far side of the pool in lane 2 and 3 that were the quickest there. Also looking really good there. Alexander Lynn, who was the one who turned in front. He is looking strong out in lane 1. Coming at him is Jaden Lee in lane 3. So it is still Alexander Jin out in lane 1 who is leading the way. Coming quickly is Jaden Lee. Will be a touch on the wall. Who's there? I think it is going to be Alexander Jin who gets home in a 103.61, just ahead of Jaden Lee in a 104.15.
Much closer to what I was talking about earlier in the heats of going out in 30, coming back in 33, a much more even race plan there, where we had some people going out in 32 in previous heats and coming back in 37, 39, times like that. You see, the front end doesn't change too much. It's the back end. That's where the coaches really want to work with their athlete, and that's where the strength comes into the race. That's
the strength, and that little bit of endurance as well, that you can go, time it, so you get that even spread. And it's the same thing you hear the professional swimmers, they want to come back at a certain speed across their whole swimming. They'll have all of their splits set out, what they want to achieve heading into a race.
You look at the world record for just about every event in freestyle, I'd say the vast majority of them are the best back-end splits in the world. They're no one really, other than the 50 obviously, completely flies in the first half, dies in the second half, and you break a world record. We're talking about people like Molly O'Callaghan, Ariane Titmus, Carl Chalmers, of the racing pedigree in Australia, all back-end athletes. You don't expect them to be up there in the first half, but be back there in the second half, really put in that grit and effort, and that seems to be the Australian way we want to swim.
As we're halfway through this heat, Riley R in lane 1, touch first there from Harvey Waters in lane 5 in the middle of the pool. Riley still looks to be in front on that far side, but coming next to him is Evan Toe, as we're now getting the middle lanes there with Matthew Kim also starting to find a bit of speed. And coming on this far side is Isaac Kelly, who has come home on fire. Looks like Isaac Kelly will look to touch it out ahead of Riley there. No, in the middle of the pool, actually, Leander Reichenbach has come from nowhere to win in a 105.33. So not much between this race outside of one swimmer there, but I think there might be a little bit of a timing issue there.
Wow, first 4 athletes. The first 4 athletes separated by less than 0.8 of a second. 0.6 of a second between the first 4. That's how close that was. That's very impressive to see. Isaac Kelly, what I was talking about before, went out in 8th, came back in 3rd.
Yeah, and you look at that heat was a little bit slower than the previous heat. So it's about 2 second and a half slower than what that 7th heat was.
My word, lane 4, Benjamin Shang, much bigger than the rest of his competition here. He's obviously gone through a bit of a growth spurt.
One of the 13-year-olds, I'd expect him to be the favourite, has a time of 58.51. So the first swimmer we have seen this morning with a time under that 1 second coming into the event there. And he's looking really strong in front there. Also looking good in lane 8 is Jamie Dong as we come in towards this first turn there. And in the middle of the pool there, it is Benjamin Shang in front in a 28.69, a lot quicker than what we've already been talking about so far for these other events.
I'm really liking the technique. Although he's a lot smaller, Lincoln Hall has a beautiful technique. Look at how high his elbow and his wrist are entering the water. Gets straight onto that catch, straight into the stroke. You see Benjamin Shang using his power here. Seems to be muscling through it, almost fighting the
And you
water.
mentioned Hall. Hall's going to come over, looks like he might come over the top of him. It's going to come down to the touch here, and it is Benjamin Shang who gets it in a 59.19, just ahead of Lincoln Hall in a 59.46. So you look at that one there, you've got Lincoln Hall breaking the 1 minute barrier. He came in with a time of 1 minute 66.
Beautiful technique. I really like that. He's going to look very good later in his career if he can just keep that up and then just get the strength with age.
Hopefully he probably needs to have a little bit of a growing spurt.
He's 12 years old.
Yeah. That's what obviously, as 12, if he can have that growing spurt, that would make a big difference as well, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But 2 kids under 60 there. We'll see if that's the benchmark to make this final.
Well, we've got another 2 in this heat here who have times underneath that 1 minute. We've got one team swimmer here with a 56.25 entry time.
Ismail, yeah. Ismail? I'm going to need to work on my pronunciation of names. Oh, what a start there. My word. He's put 3/4 of a second on the rest of the field just in his first 15 metres there. Going to make it very hard for the rest of the field to catch up with him.
He sent a statement early on. He's a body length ahead when we're not even at the halfway mark of this race. We said the entry time was quick. Now it's a body and a half, and he comes in a 26.70. That's another 2 seconds quicker than what we saw in that previous heat.
Watch out for a sub 55 here. He's going to at minimum be a 55, but I'm not ruling out a 54 here for the young man. This is very impressive from him. Look at him.
Yeah, looks very paced there as well. Doesn't look like he's rushing his stroke. Probably quickening it up a little bit now, as you've mentioned, going towards that 55, and he's going to absolutely dominate this race and comes in with 58.98 there to lead the pack, as we see the cheers there, and coming in second was Peter Kim in a 1 minute 42, but we could all hear those massive cheers there for that 55.98.
He's almost shaking his head like he's disappointed, like he wanted more from that swim. Is lane 4 there, Ishak. But you've done well. You get another chance tonight, mate.
And the only swimmer in that heat under that 1 minute barrier. So we've got 3 under 1 minute so far. We've got another 2 in this heat with times under a minute coming in.
That heat, 13-year-olds only in that heat. We got 2 12-year-olds in this heat. Evan. My word, I'm so sorry. I'm going to be dreadful with names. Evan Yang and Oscar Zhu.
So look at this. This is the final of 11 heats here for the boys. 12, 13, 100 metre freestyle. And it looks in the middle of the pool there is Hang Tang Wang, had a really good start. One of the favourites going in, looking at this time, and he is kicked away early. Not as dominant as the previous heat, but he's probably already got a half a body length on the rest of the pack here.
It just comes down to what do you want from the race? Do you want to just make it through to the final, or do you want to send a message like they did in that last heat? So at the moment he's out about a second slower than Ishak in the last heat. But he doesn't need to be pushing it. So far, we've only had 3 athletes go under a minute. As long as he's under that minute, he's going to walk into this final.
It is, and he's got an entry time of 55.69. So his entry time is still quicker than the swim in the previous heat here. And he's half a body length kicking away. He's probably nearly a body length ahead here of Evan Yang and Lachlan Harris in lane 3 and 4 either side of him, and it is going to be Han Tang who takes that out in a 57.73, and then we have in second place Lachlan Harris in a 59.05 and Evan Yang in a 59.51. So that's another 3 under that 1 minute barrier.
She had 6 people break the minute there. Evan Yang at 12 years old broken the 60-second barrier. So very impressive from the young man. Absolutely incredible swim from him, sitting on the coattails of Han Tang Wang. Lachlan Harris, I thought his technique was beautiful there. Once again, going back to what I was talking about earlier, those really high elbows on the recovery. It looked like his hand was going straight in and catching water immediately. So very good from the young man there as well.
He was 1.1 quicker than his entry time as well. So a little bit quicker than what he started the day there. But we're looking at it already, some fast times there as we now come into the females. 100 metres, 12 to 13. And we have got 15 heats in this event.
All right, so this is the first time I'm going to be on national time watch. We got a 63.60, so 103.60. We got 15 heats of girls, and only the 13-year-olds. So no 12-year-olds can get this time. Well, they can get the time, but obviously won't count because they won't be allowed to go to nationals. So any 13-year-olds in this event that go under 103.60 will be heading over to Adelaide for the the National Age Championships.
And happy birthday to Alicia Scott in lane 4 as well. One of several celebrating her birthday from Ivanhoe Swim Club. But in this race, it is Audrey Marchant in the middle of the pool, leading in lane 5. And there's not much between her and Felicity Grant in lane 4 here. Marchant still slightly ahead of Grant as we come down to the last 15 metres. As the other two are finishing strongly here. Looks like it will be Marchant who will get it. No, it was on the touch, so not much between these. Felicity Grant in the end with a 1:11.69. Audrey Marchant with a 1:11.86. So both of those two came in with 1:14 times, so they've both been able to drop that to a 1:11.
Rather unlucky having your birthday on the first day of the competition, because she would have been in the 11-year-old, you'd hope, sweeping up some medals.
Well, she's 12 now, so it's 12 into 13.
Yeah, so she has to go up and race these 13-year-olds as well. It's always good to have your birthday late in the program, because I believe it's always based off what you are on the first day of competition. So seeing as she's 12 on the first day of competition, obviously can't compete in the 11 and under.
As we're underway in Heat 2 here, it is lane 3, Olivia Schafer, who is ahead here. Also doing really well is Charlotte Koo in this first lap. Now coming up, starting to make their difference is Zheng in lane 6 and Jiang Dang in lane 8 here. As we come up to the halfway mark, it is Madeline Dung in lane 4 who's had a really good back end to that lap to take the lead. As we do apologise, we do still have a little bit of sun on the pool and the screen as we are trying to watch this. But looks like Eleanor McIntosh over on that far side in lane 1 has really started to come home in this back 50 to take the lead.
What you always hope for as an athlete is if the sun starts going over and you start getting more and more shade on the pool, you want to be in lane 6, 7, 8, 9, especially if there's a backstroke race.
It is as we come down to the end of this race, and it is Eleanor McIntosh in lane 1 with a 1:10.44. In second is Anis Z Wing, so a really good swim there with a 1:10 for Eleanor. Came in with a 1:14, so a really good swim there. As we've got nearly 1,400 athletes competing across the 3-day weekend. I think nearly 4,200 individual entries, 400 plus relay entries and 51 clubs, so a massive meet across the whole 3-day weekend here.
It's good to see the participation's up in the sport.
It is. So we are live streamed on the YouTube channel, plus we're also back on KO Freebies across the whole entire championship. So we will be on KO Freebies throughout the whole long course season, which is really exciting for the sport to get that opportunity to be on KO Sports.
Yeah, well, any platform to showcase what these athletes can do is always a good way to promote what's going on in the great sport of swimming in this country. I mean, we've had a long storied history of some great swimmers around here. You go back to Kieran Perkins, Dawn Fraser, but you look more currently, Ariane Titmus is really putting her name out in lights and really taking back to the glory days of swimming, back when you had those Thorpes Hackett's, Susie O'Neill's. Everyone knew who they were.
As we had a really good first 50 there from Karen Jiang in lane 6, but now coming up on her on the other side is Laura Beatrice Iben. It's those two who are looking really strong, and also in lane 1 Erin Sun has come home really strong, but it's still out here in lane number 6. Karen Jiang is looking really strong there, went out in a 32.69 and now comes home to finish in a 1:09.44 ahead of Lara Beatrice Iben in lane 2 with a 1:10.52.
Good swims and good PBs from the girls there.
Yeah, so under the 1:10 there for Karen. Came in with a 1:12 time, so a really good swim there.
Is that the first person under the 1:10?
It is, yeah. In the previous heat, Eleanor McIntosh was 1:10.44.
Well done to the young lady. $15 heats. Wow.
The 100-metre freestyle, though, at this age is probably one of the, as we saw with the boys, one of the most popular one of the most popular events, I think, because it's a distance that all the swimmers still do at that level without having to push to that next one.
Even if you're not a 100-metre freestyler, you do the 100-metre freestyle because it is the 100-metre freestyle. It's the showcase event. It's the one that everyone wants to win.
It is. In lane 5 here, we've got Panchali Paris looking really strong in this first 50, but also on this side of the pool we have got in lane number 9 Ruby Chan has had a really good start there as well. She'll turn in seconds behind Sanya Patharang in lane number 3, so not much between them there heading into that first turn there. We've got a number of swimmers coming out, but looking in lane 3, Sanya is looking the strongest swimmer.
Good news is if you stand up, the sun's not in your eyes anymore. You can actually see.
We can see. So we've got Sanya there in lane 3 is leading. Ruby Chan coming home really strongly there as well. But I think it's probably going to be lane 3 in the middle of the pool in Zanya in a 1:08.29. It gets the win there. Second is Ruby Chan in lane 9.
Great. Well, way under that 1:10 mark now.
Yeah, so she came in with a 1:12 as well. So a really nice swim from her there. In this one, we've got in Heat 5, another birthday girl in Ella Robertson in lane 4. So happy birthday to all these swimmers out there who get to enjoy the day with us here and get all the rest of the swimmers there. So she'll be hoping for a good swim there. Comes in with the fastest time in this heat in a 1:11.23.
Once again, one of those athletes that would have been 11 yesterday if they put this meet on one day earlier. You'd hope that she'd be very competitive in that 11-year-old age group, but it's all about growing up and facing bigger and better competition. There's always a bigger fish, so it's good to see that she's really competitive still, even despite going up an age group.
Yeah, there's not much between all of these swimmers as we head into the 50-metre mark there. Coming in first spot is Sia Ko in a 33.32, but we had a couple of others in the 33, so just a second between this whole entire field at the halfway mark there. Looking really strong on that far side. In lane number 1 is Sia Ko still. She probably is ahead as we come into this back 25 metres there. Now probably got half a body length out on the pack, but Ella Robertson is coming home strong in lane 4, the birthday girl there. Looks like that Ko might just hold on over in lane 1 and gets a 1:09.39. Ella Robinson is a 1:10.41 in second, so a little bit slower than those last couple of heats that we have seen, but still really good times compared to what they've been swimming.
Once again, you know, we're looking at girls that are still taking 2 seconds, 3 seconds off their best.
Yeah, it is. So now heat 6 of 15 in the females, 12 and 13. 100-metre freestyle here, and again, not much between these girls off the block. I think Pippa Mulvaney in lane 9 was probably the best off the blocks.
I'd like to give a shout out to my mother, who's actually doing the starting for the female competition. She had a voice break during the start, saying "take your mark." So hopefully that hasn't put the athletes off. If it was me, I'd be giggling through this first 25 metres and wouldn't be able to focus on my race.
Well, she's looking at you as you were saying her and giving her the shout out. And coming in first at the 50-metre mark is Emma Baldwin, coming out in a 32.21. We had a couple under the 32-second mark there, and still looking the strongest is probably Baldwin now as we come into this back 25-metre. She's put in the 8-beat kick there, Baldwin, and has really kicked away. Looking at nearly a body length in front of the rest of the pack there out in lane 1. It's been a really good swim here from Emma Baldwin out in that far lane. Looking really strong. The rest of the pack is coming home fast, but she's done enough early on. Gets a 1:06.94. Coming in second is Clementine Grant in a 1:09.18. That is by the fastest time we have seen there is that 1:06.94.
Very well split as well, out in that 32, back in 34, that 2 seconds that we're talking about, finding that optimal range where you can still finish just as strong as you start.
So all of these swimmers in this one have all got a 1:10 entry time, so on paper there shouldn't be much between them, but we've seen some cracking PBs already in this morning in the rest of the heat, so probably expect some here. Ivy Zhu in lane 9 was the best off the blocks there and has taken an early lead in this heat. Yeah, she's probably half a body length ahead of the rest of the pack there. Looks like she's got the straight arm there with the freestyle, the old Michael Klim style, instead of the bent arm, which we see most of the freestylers have there. Also looking really good in lane 6 is Emily Greening, and coming in at the halfway mark, it is Ivy Zhu.
How nice it to be able to sit down and have some shade for a second. I was about to take my glasses off until I almost got blinded by the sun coming off the pool.
It's getting to the point that we can do both in the one go, as we're seeing now the middle of the pool coming up really strong here. We've got Holly Wharton in lane 3 there, and then also looking really good in lane 6 is Emily Greening. It's a 3-way race as we come home here. Ivy Zoo finishing really strong here as well. I think it's going to come down to Zoo or Greening there on the touch, and in the end it is Emily Greening gets it in a 1:09.46. Second was Jolly Shamazel Cruz in a 1:09.49. So only 0.03 between first and second in that race.
Very close, very close. Right.
Again, a little bit slower, probably the slowest heat since the second heat in terms of that one. So we've seen some really quick ones. Those girls probably not as quick as some of the other ones we've seen today.
But as we said, they all came in with entry times of 1:10, a couple of them with the 1:09. Still very good swim for them.
It was, and as we look here, probably the quickest off the blocks here was in lane number 6. It was Charlotte McRae, had a really good start there. She is still in front as we come down to this back part of this first lap. Also looking really strong in lane 8 is Isla Smith.
The impressive part, I don't necessarily look at the start. Underwater is very important, but the transition, who can time between the actual underwater kicks into their stroke, slowing down as little as possible. The fastest you will ever be in a race is through the air off the start. You want to minimise the amount that you can actually slow down during the underwater, and once again minimise again how much before you get into the swimming part. So that's something that Charlotte McRae did very well.
How much can you get out of that?
So it's very important for momentum. It makes that first 25 just as fast, but even easier. So you use less energy so that you have it for that last 25 where you can see some of these athletes come over the top.
Yep, and you mentioned coming over the top there. It's in lane 1. Emily Dorvaluch.
I don't blame you for
apologies for the name. Second was Charlotte McRae, so that was a 1:08.58. So I think we had 3 under the 1:09 there. So one of the more faster heats that we have had there.
Well done by the girls there.
Heat 9 on 15 here in the female 12 and 13 metres, 100 metres freestyle. Really good start on this side from Gabrielle Tan, but also looking really good in lane number 2 is Eleanor Stokes. So both sides of the pool looking really strong. Abigail Chan, another one up the front there, but coming out really strong in this back part of this 50 is Gabrielle Tan. It looks like she has a very long stroke there, and she does turn in front in a 31.75. Second is an Isabel Paddle over in lane 0, and in third is Eleanor Stokes in a 32.37. As we now come back in this back half, Gabrielle Tan still looking really strong on this side of the pool there, heading in front as we come into that back of 50. Eleanor Stokes on that far side, along with Isabel Paddle, also looking good. But it's Gabrielle Tan in this far lane who is still clear in front. Coming home strongly also is Ruth Whelan after turning 9th at that halfway mark. And it's Gabrielle Tan with a 1:07.25 ahead of Ruth Whelan with a 1:08.25. So a second win there from Gabrielle Tan in this far end. So the second fastest time we've seen today. So a really good swim there by Gabrielle Tan. Dropped 2.5 seconds off her entry time. Now in heat 10 here of this event, all the entry times here is a 1:08 or a 1:09. So another one not expecting much across the board here. A really good start by Helena Lachma in lane number 1. She's come out of the blocks really strongly here. Also starting really well is Isla Eglerton in lane 7. As we come up to this back half, it is half a body length for Helena Lachma over in lane 1. In lane 1 touches in a 30.85, the fastest time we have had so far. Then we've got a numbers in the 31, including Natalie Lim in second in a 31.71. But it is Helena in that far lane who is looking extremely strong there. swim in as she comes down to this second back 25 here, leading by a body length, coming home really strongly. In lane 5 is Natalie Lim, and she looks like she might come over the top here. It is Natalie Lim and Helena Latchman coming up to the wall, and it is Helena Latchman with a 106.05 ends up winning that race from Natalie Lim in a 106.66. So that's the fastest heat we have seen so far, with Helena Latchman in first spot with a 106.05. As we're now up to heat 11 of this 15 heats here for the females, 12 and 13, 100 metre freestyle. As we are now into this 11th heat, they're in the pool and now underway. It looks like it's on this far side as well. They have started really, really strong. In lane 8, Emily Ward has now looked really strong here on this side of the pool. As we come down to the back part of it now, turning into this turn, it is lane 8 there in Emily Ward, who is in front. She will turn with a 31.80. Then looking in second is Alyssa Liu in a 32.04 here. Now we're into the back part of this race, and there's not much across the pool of all these swimmers. I think Ward is still just ahead now, but the other side of the pool is starting to come strongly. They're over in lane 2 and 3. Anne Carpenter and Millie Charlton are looking really good, but Alyssa Ward is still keeping the pace there on this side of the pool. It will come down to the touch there, and I think in the middle of the pool it is going to be Millie Charlton, who comes in a 105.99. In second spot there is Tessa Isa in lane 1 with a 106.53. So a 105.59 fastest time we have seen so far.
Very sorry to any viewers at home. I'm really struggling to get my headphones working. I can't quite hear what's going on.
Always got technical problems if you don't, so...
It's that thing of it's when you touch the wire, it works. When you don't touch the wire, it doesn't work. So hopefully we'll be good to go, and I sound crystal clear now. Got one more heat until the until the seeded heats here, where I will be on hard national time watch. So I believe there's about 10 or 11 of the kids that are already under that national time. Let's see how many more we can get in this morning's heat.
I'll be looking to see if we can have a couple of swimmers under that 1 minute mark here. The quickest entry time we do have is a 1 minute flat. So I would be on 59-second watch as well. As we are coming down to this back 25 metres here of this 12th heat here. It is in the middle of the pool, and it's lane 5. Lexi Freestone is looking strong, as is Charlotte Ford coming over the top in lane 8. I think it's going to be Charlotte Ford who is going to finish the strongest. A really good back end there from her. Comes home in a 105.67. Second is Lexi Freestone in a 106.25. So I think that's the fastest heat so far.
Great back end from the young lady there, Charlotte Ford. Really put in that good effort in that last 25, especially to close down the gap and push out on the girls in front of her. So well done to her.
So now, as you said, we are coming up to the seeded heats here. The one to watch in lane 4 is Hannah Dye, who comes in with a 1 minute .76 entry time. She's going to be one of those ones trying to push for a 59.
Well, lane 4 and 5, both 12 years old, so even if they get under that national time of 103.60, won't be able to compete, but will be able to make tonight's final. So looking forward to seeing what they can pull out here.
And it's Tiffany Mayett in lane 6 who had a really good start there, leading at the first 25 metres. Coming up strongly beside her is Ada Jennings Zhang, who's looked really strong and probably slightly ahead of her as we come down to the break. But it will be lane 4 there in Dye, who does lead the way in a 29.98. First time we have seen under 30 seconds for that first 50 metres.
It's really good from the girls here. They look strong in that opening 50. Let's see what they can do for the final 25 metres here.
We've got Dyer looking really strong also. And next to her is Ruby Moore is looking really strong. But it is the favourite in this heat, Hannah Dyer, who is looking really strong. As we said, looking to try and break that 1 minute barrier. I think she's going to just miss it here this morning. And she does. She finishes in a 1:02.71. Zoe Clemenson was in third in a 1:03.41. And then in second place in between the two of them was Ruby Moore with a 1:02.71.
Tiffany Meat there, good PB from her, 0.1 off the time, unfortunately still 0.3 off that national time. She'll be looking to hopefully make the final tonight and improve that.
So this one, it is Western Aquatic Academy swimmer Emily Broughton will be the one to watch with a 1:64 entry time here in lane 4. So as we see here, we are in the water in this 14th heat of 15. And it is lane 5 here with Alyssa Wang, started really well. Also in lane 7 is another one. Eve Weddle is another one looking really good here. I think in lane 6 it's going to be Abby Mesher, who is in front as we come into this halfway mark. A nice good stroke there by her, a 29.66 start time, 50 metre time there, probably nearly half a second ahead of the pack as we head into this back 50.
Yeah, very good start from her there. Really put the distance on the field, but it looks like the field's starting to maybe come back a bit now. Lane 4 and 5 there, putting in some good effort. Amelia Broughton and Elsa Wang.
Abby Mesher is still looking really strong there in lane 6, but she has got 4 and 5 next to her, so there's going to be nothing between the middle of the pool there. And it is Abby Mesher in a 1:01.69 claims that heat. The second is Amelia Broughton in a 1:01.77, so still the fastest heat so far with that 1:01.69.
Great PB there out in lane 2. Cecilia Jinton Yang got under that national time, but is 12 years old, so won't be able to go, but really puts herself in good condition for the final tonight.
Here we go in the 15th of 15 heats in the female 12-13 100 metre freestyle, and it is lane 4 here in Jamara Farmi, who is the favourite heading into this event, is really strong. She's come out probably half a body length ahead of the rest of the pack already. Simone Wee in lane 6 has also had a really good start, and coming up strongly is Aria Went in lane 7, but it is all lane 4 here in the middle of the pool with Jamara with a 28.92, so first time under 29 seconds for the first 50 we have seen. She's got a body length ahead of the rest of the pack.
To have that technique at 12 years old is absolutely stunning. Look at the power she gets when her hands leave the water at the back end of her stroke. She accelerates through the stroke. Nice kick that's well timed, 6 feet. She looks absolutely stunning there.
And she's extending this lead in this back 50. There's no slowing down there for her here. And it has been a fantastic swim here by lane 4 here with Jamara Farmi. And she got 59.92. So under that 1 minute. So we mentioned she came in with a 1 minute flat entry time. She's under that 1 minute mark.
She's done it. Lane 7, Aria Went. First person that I've seen that has made her first national time, 1:03.60. She has gone under it. Look at that, beautiful, 1:03.14, half a second under the national time, a second and a half under her PB. Well done for the young lady.
Now we're into the men's 100 metre butterfly 14-15 age group. We have now got 6 heats in this event here. And now we go here. So in some fairly even off the blocks there. Lane 3, Hugo Nishimori is leading the way as we come into this back 50 here. Lane 4 and 5 also looking strong, so not much across the middle of the pool here. And at the turn in first place is Ryan Gura in lane 5 with a 31.62. In second is Suresh Bonthalala in lane 6 here as we come down to this back 50. It is Ryan Gura in lane 5 is in front, but coming really strong is Hugo Nishimura. So not much between them. It looks like it's now Hugo who has hit the front as we come into this back one. It's going to come down to the touch in the end here, but it is Hugo ahead of Ryan Gura and Suresh here. It's going to come down to Hugo on the wall there. A perfect finish with a 1:09.08. Nearly a second ahead, more than a second ahead of a second, with Aiden Tang coming home really strongly.
Yeah, very good stuff from the boys there, getting under that 70-second barrier. Good start to their meet. Oh, and a disqualification, unfortunately. We'll have to listen out later for what that's for, but hopefully it's something he can... what was that? It was lane 5. Ryan Guru, unfortunately disqualified there. We'll find out what that's for. Something he can hopefully fix.
Now underway in Heat 2 here of the men's 14, 15, 100 metre butterfly. And we've got a couple of swimmers not taking their spots there, but starting really well. Yeah, there is Hugo Carson in lane 4 is in front as we come down the pool this first time. Also looking good in lane number 6 is Jarius Cheng. At this halfway mark, it is a big lead here for Michael Fang. Actually, it's not Cheng. Cheng's in second spot, so 0.33 behind in the middle of the pool. So it was a really good turn there from Carson, who is now in front, but coming back at him is Michael Fan.
Quite a few boys missing from this heat. I hope that they're not injured in any way, and hopefully we see them later in the program. But bit of a bare heat at the moment.
It is, but it's been a really strong back half here by Michael Fan, who will take it out in a 1:04.94. Nearly a second and a half ahead of Hugo Carson. So there was not much between those two halfway mark, but then he's been able to come on home really strongly.
Once again, national time watch. He just missed out. He took 2 and a bit seconds off his PB. Now gets within a second of that national time, so he might be competing next week. This is one of the last chances to be able to get your national time. They're actually over in Tasmania at the moment at the state championships over there, and this is the Victorian meet that's going on at an adjacent time.
And he'll be hoping it's quick enough to have got him into the final tonight that he can have another swim as well, but I don't think it will be, looking at some of these other times who've got in these later heats.
Especially when you've got some kids going under that minute barrier in Heat 4.
Yeah, in Heat 4 and Heat 5, and I'm going to guess then Heat 6, we've got a couple more under there, so it's going to be a hard task for them to make it at this point. They'd need a cracking swim. But in lane 7 here, Hamish Evans is looking really strong there in lane 7. He will look to take the lead as we come into this halfway mark there, and he does go in front of Thomas Derrett Sims there, heading into this back 50. It is in lane 7 there with Hamish Evans. He came out in a 29.93 there. He's still in front as we come into that back 50. Lane 1 and lane 2, Jordan Silva and Thomas Derrett Sims are looking really strong there, and it now looks like they may have come over the top there. There's not much between the three there. It is Hamish Evans still ahead here in lane 7. He's led from start to finish, and it looks like he's going to get the touch here to claim the win in this third heat. He does it in a 1:05.47. Here we go in heat number 4 of this event here, and it was a really strong start. Lane 7 again is Lewis Sharrett in this one. Came off the blocks with a really strong start. the pack is now coming back to the pack there a little bit. Oscar Robinson in lane 6 is looking strong, and next to him Scott Robinson as well. So the two Robinsons side by side are both looking really strong here as we get to that halfway mark. Yeah, but it's out in lane 1. It's Julian Birch who leads with a 21.04.
Unfortunately, someone has knocked the touchpad at the 100-metre end.
Okay. No wonder why that time does not look right. I'm like, where do you come from?
Pretty quick. To be done in 100 that quickly, I'm sure that they'd get a starter down here pretty quick to make sure that it's all above board. But
it is now Harry McCraw in the middle there with a 28.87 who turns first at that halfway mark. He is in front as we come into the back line and finishes with a 1 minute 78. So came in with a sub 1 minute time and reflected that with the quickest one this time.
Oh my word, this is hard to keep track of all the national times. Wow, it's hard to keep track of all the national times because they're split age groups, 14 and 15, so they've got two different times they need to be hitting, either that 104.12 or that 102.01 for the 15-year-olds.
Well, we'll look at Harry McCaw came in with that time as a 14-year-old already. He was well underneath that time, so he just came in, I think, 4 seconds nearly under it again, so no issue with him there.
Very impressive swing from the young man. I feel like I remember him from last year at this competition. He's quite a talented young individual, so look for him in the future, and I'm sure he absolutely kills it on the state age group stage.
Yeah, so we've got Samuel Hartley in lane 3 looking really strong in this heat. Also in lane 7, Lamel Janissar, but it's in the middle of the pool as we turn lead. Leo Dang gets it from lane 4, just ahead of Gabriel Wong, and Samuel Hartley not far behind him. So it was those middle 3 lanes, but coming off the wall there at that turn was Leo Dong. He had a sensational turn and he's now nearly a whole body length ahead of the guys next to him in second. Gabriel Wong is still looking really strong, and so is Hartley, but it is all Leo Dong. He came off the blocks, off the turn in sensational form and has come away in this back 50. A really good swim by him there, a 59.33, so the first sub 1 minute swim we've had this morning in this race, and looks like we may have a couple of qualifiers as well.
Matthew Moran out in lane 6. Gets under that 102 barrier. Oh, no, he's PB'd. He hasn't got the national time. Damn it, I got all excited. I got so excited. I was looking at his PB. I wasn't looking at the national time. Good PB for the young man. Unfortunately, still needs to take off 0.6 of a second to get under that national time. Sorry, I went off a little bit early there. I was punching the air, getting all excited.
You can tell you're a swimmer, and I think these nationals, these PBs, all of this sort of stuff, you'll take anything.
God, I loved this when I was... especially what they've got the chance to do now is if they get under these national times, 102 seems to be around, floating around that time that will make a final. So if you can have a real crack at that national time, you could then potentially try and do it in the final as well. You've got 2 opportunities to get it, and then even if you don't get it this week, attempting it next week as well.
It is, as we come down here. Some of these names, I think, were in action a couple of weeks ago when we had the Vic Championships here a couple of weeks ago. So I think William Tam may have been one of them, and that name seems a little bit familiar from a couple of weeks ago. But in the middle of the pool here, it is lane 4, Eli Billman, had a really good turn to lead Luca Brown. Had been the other way at the 50-metre mark there, but it is Eli Billman, who is a half a body length ahead of Luca Brown in the middle of the pool. So both of them will go here, and we're going to get sub 1 minute here, a 57.43 and a 59.09. So it was Eli Billman in first, and then in second there was Luca Bowman. Both of those came in with a sub 1 minute time, so it was expected that those two would put in some fast swims. But saying that, Luca Brown came in with a 59.96. He's come out with a 59.09, so nearly a second. He'll be aiming for that sub 59 tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm devastated out in lane 7 for Ashley Lansbury. Took 1.4 seconds off his personal best, missed the national time by 0.08 seconds.
It is, and as we are here, we are at the Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships. So Mattioli is Swimming Victoria's new major sponsor and aquatic facility maintenance partner. They've got more than 50 years experience and experts in building and upgrading pools. So it was really good to have them on board as a major sponsor here for these races.
I wonder if they were involved in the, I'd probably need to talk to the some higher ups, but I wonder if they were involved. There was some major works done for the 2022 World Short Course Championships when that came to Victoria, and they basically ripped up half the pool and retiled it and remade it so that it was ready for those big professional competitions. And off the back of that, we now have a world-class pool ready for all of these junior athletes so that they can experience what it's like to compete in the best pools on the best stage.
It is, and as we mentioned that, we're more than halfway through this first 100-metre butterfly heat for the females 14s and 15s. We've only got 4 swimmers in this heat, and it is Ella Weber in lane 6 who is ahead there of Hannah Zhang in lane 4. It's Ella Weber who will come out on top in this heat, probably looking half a body length to a body length ahead as she comes into the wall. Finishes with a 1:13.67. Finishes 2 seconds ahead of Italia Shepherd in second.
We've only got 4 heats here, so we're straight into the into the seeded heats now. No mucking around.
And we will have finals in this one. These are still prelims. We had some before, which were timed finals with not as many heats, but this one will go straight in. 1:13, 4-second PB there for Ella Weber. Not going to be enough to get her in the final, but a really good swim this morning.
This you're going to have basically the timed finals for anything 11 and under, or anything that is 400 metres or more will be a timed final, where the fastest heat is swum at night. But for all of these 11 and under events, it's going to be just they hand out medals in the morning as soon as the race is basically done, where they've got the medal podium inside basically when you get to into the centre, and so that the parents can take photos of their athletes with their medals standing next to their competitors.
It is, as we're halfway through this race. It's Celeste Cheng in first there with a 30.41. In second is Sarah Jeffrey, who I'd expect to come home quickly there. Has a 2-second PB time better than the rest of the field there. And here it is, Sarah Jeffrey is starting to come over the top of Celeste Cheng. It is Jeffrey ahead of Cheng in the middle of the pool. Also looking strongly is Ranola Ye and Megan Lee, but it is Zara Jeffrey in the middle of the pool who is going to take out this one, with a number of players fighting for that second, but it's going to come out to Jeffrey with a 1:05.94. Second was Celeste Cheng, who just held on with a 1:07.33, and Megan Lee with a 1:07.42 in third.
Mary Steele there started off out in third position, was really chasing that national time. Unfortunately, just got a bit tired towards the back end of the swim. Wasn't able to capitalise on that first 50, but well done to the other girls who will go through to the final. And
I think there we saw what the difference was between those really seeded swimmers and then the rest of them. There was an 8-9 second time difference between the fastest swimmers in that heat and some of the others, which we're going to get because there is only the 4 heats. You're going to get some of those slower swimmers with the seeded swimmers.
Yes, yeah.
In the middle of the pool, looking good here in this first lap is Lucy Doyle. Comes in with a 1:03.8 entry time there, so she is a favourite at this point. She's looking really good at the halfway mark there. It is Lucy Doyle who is going to come into the wall and touch first. She touches in a 30.2, just ahead of Mia Bates in second with a 30.39. So it's all in the middle of the pool there with Doyle ahead of Bates. Doyle had a sensational turn there and has been able to extend her lead to more than half a body length here as they come down to that last 25 metres. It is Lucy Doyle in the middle of the pool from Mia Bates in second. Coming up for third, it's anyone's race. There's 3 swimmers looking for that. Karma Farmi is probably ahead at this point, but she has got the chasing pack here. As we look at it, is Lucy Doyle who touches in a 1:04.39. Mia Bates in a 1:06.02.
Yeah, some good PBs. Logan Shirley there out in lane 8. A great PB for her. 2.5 seconds off of her entry time. So a great swim from her.
So we're now in the fourth and final heat here of the female 14, 15, 100 metres butterfly. So it's in the middle of the pool, lane 4 again. We've got Kiera Jeffs, flew off the blocks there and has taken a really good lead here. Fastest swimmer coming into this event with a 1:03.73, and she's leading by half a body length, 25 metres into this race. She's come out flying off the blocks.
Great technique from her. You can see that the hips rising after each stroke, really getting the hips up, head down, so that you get the feeling of swimming downhill. That's the whole point of butterfly. You want to feel like you're swimming downhill. Swimming uphill, your legs will drop in the water. But you can see they keep the hips nice and high, good flow on the stroke. The best butterflies in the world make it look easy.
It is, and she's leading by more than a body and a half here. It has been a brilliant swim. She's led from start to finish here. It'll be a close race for a second either side of her. Keela Enters and Mia Misfit are both looking really strong there, but it's going to be a 1:04.39 for Kiera Jeffs in first place. Second was Keela Enters in a 1:07.87.
Devastating. No new national times there for me to get excited about in that event. But there are a lot of them that have gotten closer.
Well, it looks like Lucy Doyle and Kiera Jeffs have both had entry times of 1:04.39. So this is going to be a cracker final tonight when we've got two swimmers who enter the final with the exact same heat time.
And you wonder who, because they've got very close entry times as well. Very close entry times. So having it go head-to-head in the final will be very exciting. We've got the multi-class event coming up, the mixed 50-metre butterfly. The multi-class, they're just doing a starting test right now down the other end to make sure all the machinery is working, but this will be both male and female competing at the same time, but everything is based off FINA points and how close you can get to the respective world record.
World record. I know when we were here a couple of weeks ago, they would have the points on the board so we could tell who had won. Hopefully we can do that as well. So the higher your points are to 1,000, the better you are. 1,000 is a world record.
Yes, anything over 1,000. Now the interesting thing about multi-class swimming is I believe they're redone at a certain point each year. I don't know if that's at the start or the end of the year, but there are some athletes where you can get over 1,000 points but it not be a world record because someone might have done it earlier in the year. Whereas for able-bodied swimming, it is much more break the world record and that becomes the world record instantly for the whole world. Whereas multi-class swimming seems to be just keep it more simple because you have a lot of events like smaller ones like this where you wouldn't see a world record here, but you very much could see a multi-class world record at any event in the world anywhere.
It is, and looking in the pool, it's James Logan who is the swimmer who is fastest out there. Logan has a hearing impairment, so that is he's classed as class 15. The rest of the group have all got intellectual classes, so we look there. James Logan with a 30.68, fastest on the clock. But as we said, we won't know who has won this until later on.
Yeah, until you see the results of the FINA points, and then they'll hand out the medals accordingly. At the end of the day, I think it's very important for us to just see who can get the closest to their personal best. So he was within 0.4 of a second. Looks like most of the others were within a second or so of their times.
It is, and they haven't given us the points, so unfortunately we can't tell you who has actually won.
Yeah.
So make sure you check out online. The results will be able to tell us that. Or if we do get them, we will give them to you later on as well.
Yeah.
Now we're heat 2 of these preliminaries here for the mixed 50-metre multi-class butterfly event. In the middle of the pool, it's got a good race here between James Shield and Dominic Barnett. Both are looking really strong there. They're going to go touch for touch here, and it's going to be a perfect touch there for Dominic Barnett in lane 4. He touches the wall ahead of Benjamin Willis, but as we said, we're not sure where these guys will sort of fit. They are different categories, different classes, so it's not going to be a straight out. They were head to head. They would like to beat each other on the wall, but in terms of records and that, we're not sure.
Alison Feely there with a personal best. Got under that 37-second barrier, 36.22. Lane 1 with no entry time. So we don't know if that's a personal best or not. It's a personal best if it's their first time doing it. It's always a personal best. Just waiting for the athletes to exit the pool. As we move into the men's 16 and over 100 metre freestyle. These are, I'm looking forward to this.
The pet event.
Pet event. Oh, William Sharp from Nuttawading. Heat 9, lane 5. I wonder if he's actually here.
You're excited.
No, he's one of my mates.
Underway in the first of 11 heats here in the 16 plus men's freestyle. As Elliot was just saying, it is the pet event that everyone wants to win, the 100 metre freestyle here. And in the middle of the pool, you've got the 3 swimmers there side by side, and there's not much between them there. Looks like it is lane 7. They'll be ahead there in Min Nugent as we come into the wall. In the end, though, it was Xavier Walker who turned first. There was not much between that first 3 of Xavier Walker, Lachlan Gilbertson and Min Ewan there as we come down to this back 50 here. It looks like Xavier Walker is in front here as we come into the back 25 metres there. As we see a bit of paper fly into the pool as well there, but it is Xavier Walker in lane 5 who is leading from Lachlan Gilbertson and Min Nguyen as we come into the touch here. It will be Xavier Walker with a 59.88.
These silly officials, you've got to keep it in your clipboard, boys. Come on. Unfortunately, just a gust of wind picked up, and they had a loose piece of paper on the deck chairs.
It is
next to the 15-metre mark. They've got one of the girls to get in there from Melbourne Aquatics, so well done.
It is
helping the meet go along.
And looking in that first swim, Xavier Walker with a time of 59.88 came in with a 1:01.08, so possibly first time under a minute there.
Well done to him. Well done. This is the thing. It's the harder thing to know. Where as soon as you get to those older age groups, season best might not equal personal best.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, his first 1 minute up for the under 1 minute for the season, so you'll take that.
Let's hope that it's a personal best as well. All right, I'm sorry. World record watch might be a bit hard for me. There's 3 different times for me to look at for 3 different age groups, and because this is an open event, because it's 16 and over, if you're over 18, I don't actually have the national time for those respective age groups. So for 16 years old, it is a 55.04. For the 17-year-olds, it drops down to a 54.51, and for the 18-year-olds, it's a 54.24. Not sure what it is for the 19 and overs, unfortunately.
So we've got Thomas Greenwood there, was in front at the halfway mark over in lane 0. He's able to extend that lead coming off the turn. He's got a full body length lead heading into this back 25 metres. Across the pool, looking there for second, it's probably Max Malone over here in lane 8, but it's going to be Thomas Greenwood in lane 0 who's going to claim the win in a 57.37. Max Malone was second in a 58.77. Rodney Tang also got under the 1 minute, as did Joshua Muir, so a lot faster heat that one.
All right, I got it up. 53.96 for anyone 19 years and older.
Looking at that, we mentioned under that 1 minute mark, Thomas Greenwood, another one who came in with an entry time above the 1 minute mark, came down to a 57.38. So nearly 3 seconds below his entry time there.
Josh Hargraves here in lane 7. The 27-year-old from Nuttawading. I used to swim with him back in my teenage years. Just a bit of confusion about whether they get up on the blocks or whether they're waiting for the kids to leave the pool. I'm just waiting for the people to clear the water. But Josh Hargraves retired. He's come back to the sport, I believe, in the last year. So we'll see how fresh he is. At 27, he's unfortunately no spring chicken compared to some of the kids near him, but just good that he's in there having a crack, doing what he loves. Also known for being a breaststroker is Josh. So the 100 freestyle is what we were talking about earlier. Just doing the event because it's good to do the 100 freestyle. It's the pedigree event. And
sometimes it's just to get in the water, get a swim, get your legs going, get your arms going, that you can do that. But very different stroke to a breaststroke, but it's probably a lot more simpler, not as technical, that you can just get in the pool there. And you mentioned Hargraves. I think at the moment, from what I've seen, the oldest swimmer that we have seen today. Most of the swimmers are under that 20 age bracket as we head into the back 50 here of this race. And lane 7 there, which is Hargraves, is looking really good. He looks like he is in front as we come into the back 50. But on that far side, also looking really good is Archie Bonga in lane 0. But I think it's your mate here, Josh Hargraves, is going to get the win here. So he is in front as he will touch the wall in a 57.65. Second over in lane 1 is Archie Bonga in a 57.87. So a little bit slower than that previous heat there, which was a 57.38.
Something he'll need to improve. I saw him take a breath in the last 5 metres. Need to get your head down and finish strong, Joshy.
You're going to go tell him that too, aren't you?
Of course I will.
Heat 4 of 11 in this men's 16 plus 100 metres freestyle. To the middle 2 lanes here, who started the best there. Coming up really strong is Jack Gonzalez in lane 5. Also looking really good is Eugene 2. So between the 2 in the middle lanes, they're both looking really good. Also looking strong is William Brazier in lane 9. But turning first as we head into the 50 metre is Eugene 2 was first. Tyler Meyert, who I think we've already seen in action this morning now, turns in second in a 27.12. But it is lane 4 and 5 that are looking really strong there. Coming up, the stronger of the 2 is still Eugene 2, who was in front at the halfway mark. Either side of him, though, is Jack Gonzalez and Tyler Meyert. It's going to be a touch on the wall here. I think Jack Gonzalez has come home strong, but in the end, Eugene Tang just hangs on with a 56.76. Second is Tyler Meyert in a 56.82, and third is Jack Gonzalez in a 56.98. So we had 3 under that 57 with not much between them.
Yep, some very good PBs there for those boys. Looking very good.
So now we're starting to see all these swimmers have got times 57 seconds and under. So looks like whether we can see some times the next few heats under the 55, under the 54 is what some of these swimmers will be going for.
Exactly, so especially leaning towards those national times.
So looking stronger here out in lane 2 is Terence Tang, who has got off to a flyer. Looking as we come into this halfway mark, probably 3/4 of a body length ahead here, and turns in a 25.89. Second is Nick Zom in lane 0 and a 27.15. So nearly a second and a half between first and second at that turn. And still kicking away really strongly is Terence Tang. He's taking control of this race and looking very, very strong out in front. He continues to lead by a body length. The pack is now coming. They're all going for second. It will be a Tang that will win the race. From second place will come in. There is Xavier Aguirre, and then third is Brian Wong.
Unfortunately, just missed that national time by 0.05 of a second. So close. Did the right things. Got his head down for that last 5 metres. I was watching that. Great finish from the young man. Unfortunately, he just needs to find that extra little bit somewhere, and I'm sure him and his coach can talk about what they needed to improve there.
And for those at home, you've mentioned the breath in that last gap. Is it not breathing makes it you keep that momentum going into the wall?
Yeah, a lot of people slow down when they take a breath, and just it helps you lift your stroke rate in the last 5 metres so that you can accelerate into the wall, finish as hard as you can so that you leave nothing else out there. One of the most famous examples of that is Caleb Dressel in the 2021 100 freestyle Olympic final. Did not breathe for the last 15 metres of the race and beat Kyle Chalmers by less than a tenth of a second, and a lot of people say that that's what got him the gold medal. So it's very important. These are the skills that you work on under pressure in training so that you can execute them in the race.
Yes, and we had Caden Del Zotto in front at the halfway mark, but didn't have a great turn at all. And now in the middle of the pool, coming over the top is Jen Zoe Ang, and also looking good is Dion Gordon. So we've got those two there. We've got Jen Zong Ang, one of the visitors here, wins that heat in a 55.01. In second spot there was Dion Gordon.
Looked like Caden did a 50-metre time there because he's come back in a 38.
Yeah, he looked like he stopped on the wall.
Yep.
I thought he had, and yeah.
Out in 24.71, so hopefully that got him whatever he needed.
We mentioned some people just getting in the pool. That could have been it because, yeah, it did look like he did stop up at the wall. Here we go, heat 7 of 11 here in the men's 16 plus freestyle. A very even start across the pool, not much between any of them as we come into this about 25 metres of that first lap. I think it's probably lane 5 there. Nicholas Moira Russell probably slightly ahead there, but also looking really good in lane 3 is Andy Martinoff, who actually does turn in first in a 26.13.
A lot of these boys look like they had a couple of loose streamlines. You need to make sure you get nice and tight off that wall. Reducing resistance is the number one way of getting faster in this sport, not increasing power. So just make sure you can get a nice, efficient streamline. And we're seeing some good finishing here, really good finishing from Adam Oh, God, I'm so bad.
Alfney in lane 4.
So bad at names.
With a 54.81, and he gets ahead of Andy Martinoff in a 54.92. So the first time we've seen under 55 seconds this morning.
Good PB from Adam there in lane 4, but unfortunately just 0.3 off that national time. Just a little bit of work to do, but it's definitely stepping in the right direction. Well done to the young man.
There's obviously, he had a 54.8 time there. All but one of these swimmers are under in this heat here are 55 seconds better, 55 second or quicker in their entry time. So probably not going to be enough here. Expect some more quicker times to come as we're getting closer to these seeded heats here. Again, a fairly even start, but it'll be Alexander Hillman in lane 9 that is leading the way early on. Joshua Witkowski in lane 8 is also looking really good, but it's going to be lane 9 that does turn first here in Alexander Hillman in a 25.48.
So because a lot of these boys are under that 55 second barrier already, anyone who's 16 years old already will have that national time. So I'm looking for these 17, 18-year-olds to get under that 54.5 now.
As I think Hillman's gone for a 50-metre time as well. He has slowed up, but it's Brian Zeng in lane 3 is looking really strong there. And also coming home strong is Joshua Witkowski, and it's lane 3 there in Brian Zeng with a 54.24 claims first. Joshua Witkowski in second.
We got one. We got a national time. Lane 3, Brian Zeng. Fist pumps to his coach. They're stoked. How good is that? Young man's going to Adelaide.
It's exactly what you want, and you see that reaction. He got the time he was after.
Well done. Lane 5 here, Will Sharp, one of my favourite swimmers. I love this kid. He just come back from Southport over in Queensland. He came back about a year or so ago. Great underwater there, great start. Known for being a backstroker. So 100 and 200 metre backstroker. He's just trying his hand at the 100 freestyle. We'll see if he's having a go at the 200 IM later in the program. But once again, doing the 100 free because it's the pedigree event.
And it's lane 4 and 5 there. Oliver McKenzie and your mate Sharp there in first and second, both under 25.5 for that first 50 metres. Looks like McKenzie is slightly ahead as we come into this back 50, but they're going stroke for stroke. Sharp is coming home over the top of him here. I think Sharp at the moment is going to get him. It is going to be Will Sharp who is going to take that win in a 52.27. Oliver McKenzie in a 52.84.
Real close to that entry time of 52.14. So we'll see if he comes to tonight's final. I hope that he does. But sometimes these coaches just want their athletes to have a hit out on a Saturday morning. If you didn't go to training this morning, just have a go there.
It was, and that was the first of the seeded heats there. And we saw that time was 2 seconds quicker than the previous winner in Brian Zeng.
Another one of my good mates, Anthony Lynn over there, went to school with him. We went to Box Hill High School together, and we won the state championships.
He's one of the older ones in this field at 23 years of age. So as it is 16 plus, we do have some of those older swimmers who either want to get a hit out, or is it just to try and get that national time? What is the motivation for these guys?
It's getting those national times, and if you love the sport, I know that man there is very dedicated. He's very analytical with the way that he looks at things, and if he just loves it, I mean, hell, he looks great doing it. So he's got a beautiful technique. Just for some reason, it hasn't all come together. He's got the body, he's got the technique, he's got the power, but they just don't work together in one unit, in unison together. So once again, great athlete. Many state championship finals and whatnot, but just hasn't put it together on the national stage yet.
As we've got Aidan Ross here, led at the 50 metre mark, and he's going to take it out and finish this back 50 with a 52.12. He finishes ahead of Dennis there in a 52.90, and third is Aidan Gleeson in a 53.14. As we're in the final of these heats here, 11th of 11th heat. So we've got a couple of swimmers with times in the 51s like we saw in that previous heat.
Tannen and Tian here in the middle, as well as Sam Welch. That last heat a little bit faster than the previous one before it, but still is 52 lows. I doubt we'll see a 51, but anything's possible here.
It is, and started really strongly in lane 6. There was Ewan Smith. He is in control as we come down to this halfway mark. He extends his lead a little bit on that turn, but also having a really good turn in lane number 2 was George Yang there. So Yang looks really strong over in that lane 2. It's lane 2 and 6 here as we come down to this back half. We've still got George Yang over in lane 2. He's now going stroke to stroke with Ewan Smith in lane 6. It's going to come down to the touch on the wall. And in the end, I think it is a George Yang who gets home in a 52.55. Sam Welsh with a 52.71 and a Ewan Smith a 52.74. So slight bit slower than that previous heat, but you probably needed a 52 to make that final.
Well, you only had the top 3 there making the 52s. I assume Tian Berger might be close to it with that 53.0. I don't know how many in previous heats were around those low 53s, but there definitely weren't a whole lot of 52s. There's definitely room on the outside for some 53s there, I think. Yeah,
it was the slowest of the 3 seeded heats. Now we come into the female 16 plus 100 metre freestyle, so we've got 9 heats of this one as well. And quickly, Swimming Victoria is proud to announce a new partnership with Beyond Bank. The partnership will see financial wellbeing and scam awareness webinars delivered for the swimming community to help increase financial education within our young members. Beyond Bank understands that community matters to clubs and members, and they're looking forward to supporting and helping grow the swimming community. As we come up to this back 50 metres, the end of this first 50 metres, and in front was Ruby Kenda with a 31.10. In second was Ruby Andrews, not far behind, in a 31.39. It's the two in the middle of the pool there. It looks like Olivia Williams has come over the top of the two Rubies, two lead as we head into this stage, but also looking really strong there in lane 2 is Marajai Lam Lobbanko, and in the end there, coming in the middle of them is Olivia Williams. So not much between all the swimmers in this one. It's Olivia Williams who takes the win in a 1:06.10. Second is Marajai Lobbanko in 1:06.32. Apologies for screwing up that name.
Oh, mate, I'm right on board with you. I am one of the worst at reading out names, unfortunately. But the first heat of 9 has been completed. Start moving into some of the faster heats here.
It is, and on that far side, another one of the birthday girls in Zara Oraton, who is celebrating her 16th birthday today. So in the pool, it's the middle two lanes there that look the best. Jesselyn Lee, Zing Lee and Charlotte Anderson are in front. I think it's going to be Anderson that will lead the way into this first 50. She's slightly ahead there and will take the lead as we turn into the middle. Lim was in second, Teal Williams was in third. So it was lanes 4, 3 and 2. After that turn, it's slightly Charlotte Anderson is a slight bit ahead there, so not much between those middle two lanes. The two in the middle in the yellow lanes in 4 and 5 in Anderson and Lynn are going stroke for stroke. Emily Lingard in lane 2 is also looking good, and it's going to come up. It's Emily Lingard who claims the win in a 1:04.01. Second was Lim in a 1:04.18.
Great closing speed there from Emily Lingard and Teal Williams. They were able to just sneak up, catch up that half a second, and really get close to those girls and touch a couple of them out.
Was one of the older ones in that race was Lingard at 20. So as we see a few of these older swimmers getting the opportunity to just get in the pool and swim some extra competitive swimming. So we're missing a few swimmers in this race. I think there's 3 non-starters. Looking really strongly out in lane 0 is Indy Sporak. Also in lane 5, Shelby Morgan.
Very bare through the middle of the field. Lane 5 out on her lonesome, though. Lane 4, 6 or 7 has to really make sure that she pays attention to everything going on around her, because it's not directly in her peripheral vision.
It's Indy Sporak, though, in lane 0, who is still ahead as we head into this back 25 metres. Shelby Morgan also looking good in the middle of the pool, as we mentioned. No one around her, so probably a very different situation there. Looks like that Shelby Morgan is coming home strongest, but also Lucinda Draper in lane 8 has had a good back 25 metres. And touching the wall first is Shelby Morgan in a 1:04.84. Second was Indy Sporak in a 1:04.95, and Lucinda Draper came home strong for a 1:05.37. So a slight bit slower than the heat before. As now we look into heat 4 of 9 here in this event. We've got Rose Vaughan, who I think we may have seen before. Another one of those birthday girls out there today is in this race. And it was a really good start there for Vaughan in the middle of the pool next to Eloise Pride. It's the two middle lanes that have started the strongest. Also looking good is Isabel French in lane 8. Probably French ahead at this point of the race as we're coming into the last 10 metres of this first lap. It is Vaughan and French who are in front here, and French will take the turn just ahead of Vaughan, who was actually in third. Over in lane 0, Ella Bass was looking really good and finished that lap strongly to come into his second spot. Looks like it could be Bass who is ahead at this point of the race. It's Bass and Vaughan who's in the middle of the pool there, but Bass over in lane 0 is leading the way from the birthday girl in Vaughan in lane 4. Also looking good is Tori Claire in lane 6. Claire has finished really strongly, as has Julia Wozniak in lane 7, but in the end it's Alabas who had a really good strong first 50, backed it up to win in a 1:03.05. Second there was Tori Claire, and third Rose Vaughan.
Majority of that field in theory only separated by about half a second, but we see that Alabas and Tori Claire able to get some good PBs off as well.
Alabas definitely did, yeah. I'm not sure whether Rose Vaughan did get hers.
Tori Claire definitely got hers though.
Yep.
Definitely got her PB, or season best at bare minimum.
Her season best, as we're now heat 5 of 9 here. Really good start in lane 6 for Alana McDuff in the middle of the pool there. Comes in with a time of a 1:02.93, so she'll be hoping to at least match that. That would give her one of the fastest time. That would give her the fastest time so far if she can do that. As we come down to the middle of the pool, it is over in lane 1, though Amelia Kennedy led with a 29.64, and also in lane 0 next to her was second was Geo Zhu in a 29.78. So it's over on the far side early in that pool there. Zio looks like she has overtaken Kennedy to lead, but it is those far two who are going stroke for stroke. Then in the middle of the pool, you've got Lucy Reid and Alana McDuff going stroke for stroke. So you've got two little battles there. It will be question, is it the middle of the pool or the edge of the pool? And it is Amelia Kennedy who led at the 50-metre mark, who still ended up taking it out in a 1:02.52. Lucy Reid in a 1:02.59.
Just want to shout out Lucy Reid, one of my best mates. That's his sister. So great swim from her there. Hopefully that's a personal best. It's definitely a season best.
Yes, that was a really good swim. There was the top 4, not much between any of them there.
And it's always hard to know what's going on when you're in lane 5 and your competition, like the person you're racing is over in lane 1 or lane 2, and especially looking into the sun.
It is, and look, 0 and 1 had their battle, 5 and 6 had their battle, and they're probably concentrating on each other, not across the board there, but it was the fastest heat we have seen so far in this one. It looks like Malika is ahead there in lane 3 as we head. Actually, it's Gabrielle King in front there at the halfway mark in a 28.92 ahead of Courtney Mudge. So it was the middle two lanes that were in front of at the halfway mark. Looks like it's still Gabrielle King as we come into this back lane, who is still in front there, being able to get a little bit of a break on the rest of the pack. Probably has half a body length lead on the two swimmers next to her. Courtney Mudge would be second, and is coming up hard at this last couple of strokes, but it's going to be Gabrielle King who's going to do enough to finish in a 1:81, which is clearly our best time we have seen so far today.
Very, very impressive swim from her there.
Yeah, more than a second quicker than her entry time, so that was a sensational swim, and she does get the win ahead of Courtney Mudge, who finished in second.
First 4 athletes all going over under that 1:02.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see now, we've still got this is the first of the seeded heats, so the times are going to get quicker. Now, as we get into this, we're starting to see some of those swimmers with sub 1 minute entry times as well. It is lane 4 here. Nazia Ikasidakis is in front at the halfway mark. She had a really good start, leading by half a body length as we come into the turn. had a really strong turn there, able to slightly increase her lead as we come into this back 50. Second place was Faraday Taya, and third was Skylar Hay, but it is in the middle of the pool there with Nazia leading in front. Still got more than half a body length lead ahead of the two next to her in Faraday Taya and Skylar Hay. It is Taya who will move up to a second spot, but Nazia Akatsadakis was the clear winner there with a 58.13. So clearly the best time we have had so far by more than 2 seconds.
Wow. Really led from the front there. It was very, very impressive.
Yeah, came in with a 57.88 start time, so had the quickest start time in that heat, as we see two swimmers under that 1 minute now. So I think we'll be looking at probably under that 1 minute time for a finals time. Now, I believe there's someone to watch in this one.
Yes, I was talking to Mel Clamps before the race started. Her swimmer, India Paleg, out in lane number 1. Really looking to make it under that 59.84. That is the time to watch for her. She wants to have a go at it this morning, and hopefully if she makes the final, have another go at it again tonight.
Well, she's had a fairly good start there. But in turning in front will be Amarita in lane 4 in a 28.68. So some very quick times here. All the swimmers turned under that 30-second here. Not much between them all as we head into this back 25 metres. Looks like lane 2 with Madison Cooper had a really good first 25 metres of this lap. Amarita in lane 4 is also looking really strong and is likely to take this out as we see some strong finishes on this side of the pool. But it is Amarita in a 59.19, Madison Cooper second in a 59.58. So not quite the time for India she was hoping.
Madison Cooper 59.58. I believe the national time she was looking for 59.54. This really is a game of millimetres, unfortunately, and because there's such a hard and fast, you either make it or you don't. It can be quite brutal of a sport sometimes.
Likelihood is she probably will get a swim tonight, and she did have a 0.1 quicker time than her entry time as well. So here we are. Alicia Clark, who was in action here a couple of weeks ago and had some really good swims, is the favourite in this race here. The 16-year-old comes in with a time under 56 seconds as an entry time, and she flew off the blocks and is leading by a body length as we come into this 50-metre mark.
Yep, and we've got Melissa Sharp here, another swimmer that I knew from back when I was butter lad.
Related to the other Sharp?
No E on the back. No E on the back end of the last name. So just Sharp rather than Sharpie. You're talking about Will Sharp?
Yeah.
No, God no. Melissa is related to her older brother's Aiden, and I believe he's travelling around Europe and living his best life. So Melissa used to swim at Surrey Park, now moved to Nuttawading.
That was a nice, clean swim there by Alicia Clark. Looked like she did that easy with a 57.93 to qualify as fastest there. As we see, only two swimmers underneath that 1 minute mark. So it looks like there was only 6 underneath the 1 minute mark. So there is going to be a few swimmers who didn't quite break that mark who will get through to the final.
Yeah, but you've got to be real close to that 60. It's got to be 60.0 or 60.1. We've seen quite a few around that range.
Yep. Now we are back in action here for the boys 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. As you said before, under 11s are just timed finals, so will be overall on the fastest swimmer who will get the win here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships, which has been streamed on YouTube and on KO Freebies.
Got a pretty good start here out in lane 3. Josiah Barron.
We've got just the 3 of them in this one.
This is where when it's such an intimate race like this, where there's only 3, or if there needs to be a swim off of just two people, you don't even think about your time. You just think about, I'm not coming last. And if it's just between you two, not coming last is winning. So
And looks like Josiah Barron's had a really good back 50 to kick away here, leading by more than a body length. So he will get the win in this first heat of 6 here, and touches in a 1:12.65. Came in with a 1:18.62, so nearly 6 seconds off his entry time. So at his age, possibly a 6-second PB, which is pretty massive.
My word, the things that I would have done for a 6-second PB over 100 metres. What that would have... Yeah. Into heat 2 now of event number 11. The boys 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. A nice dispersion of 11 and 10-year-olds here. We've got 2 10-year-olds in lane 4 and lane 1. Nathan Zhang and Louis Zhang. Rest are 11-year-olds. You'd hope that they are bigger and faster. We've got a loping stroke in lane number 4. Wow, he's playing a bit of catch-up. My word, you don't see that unless it's distance. Fair enough. Wonder if that's a coach taught or whether that's self-taught.
And it'll be interesting whether the stroke stays that way.
As he grows up. Most people will try and coach that out of him. But at the end of the day, you do what you're comfortable with. A good mate of mine, Brendan Smith, is a very up and down 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 for his strokes, rather than just being nice and evenly balanced. But at the end of the day, he's an Olympic medalist, so, you know, whatever he was doing worked for him. This way you see a lot of different strokes, especially around these young ages. You know, coaches can bash into them as much as they want. We want you to look a certain way, but, you know, the athlete's their own athlete.
Yep, and it was Nathan Zhang who took out that one in a 1:14.60 ahead of William Siddles in a 1:14.93.
3.5 second PB. Outside smoker, my favourites.
As we said, you're going to see a lot of PBs in this age group, and you're probably going to see a lot of those outside lanes take some of those wins because they are still young and there is a lot of development in these swimmers.
Ooh. Wonder what happened there with the start. Hopefully all under control. They'll get it, clear it up this time. There you go, nice clean away there from everyone.
Yeah, so this is heat 3 of the 100-metre freestyle for the 11 and unders here. Ethan Zhu in lane 9 had a really good start there. Also looking really strong is Zane in lane 6. Very straight looking stroke there in lane 6. As we say, a lot of the swimmers have that bent arm, but he's gone more that straight Michael Klim style.
They mostly got rid of that due to shoulder problems in later years. So Eamon Sullivan and Michael Klim, two of the most famous Australians to have that straight arm, but often dealt with quite a lot of shoulder problems during their later career of swimming, which is why the bent arm is so much more preferred. You don't have to hyperextend your shoulder back into an unnatural position.
It is, and look, there's a little bit of bend in that stroke there, but more straight than some of the others. But at this stage, it is working for him as he is in front here. Zane, as we head into the back and 25 metres of this heat, he's leading by more than a body length from over in lane 2. Leo Lang is in second spot, but it's a nice, strong swim there by Zane in a 1:09.60.
Well done. First person under that 110 barrier.
Came in with a 1:16 time, so...
Oh, my word.
You're jealous, aren't you?
Oh, just to be young again and just smashing out these times would be... I'm so jealous.
I don't think I ever swam out these times, so I would take it. There's a reason why I'm on the microphone, not in the pool.
Yeah. Dad always said I had a good face for commentary. You'll hear from a lot of good quality swimmers though later in the competition though. We had Tim Roberts will be on commentary again after he was one of the main commentators during state opens and other events in swimming Victoria. And Jordan Merrilees, who's an Australian team athlete. So I believe he went to the World Short Course Championships. I'm not entirely sure. He might have gone to the Commonwealth Games at some point, but he's definitely been on an Australian team for the World Short Course Championships. So you'll get to hear his expertise talking about different strokes, and I'm sure he would love to talk about his specialty, which was backstroke.
So make sure you tune in to the finals and the rest of the event on both the YouTube channel and on KO Sports to hear some of those guys talk through the events later on today. And as we come to the back part of this race, it's in the middle of the pool there where Alatai in lane 3 is going to finish first in a 1:11.13, and in second is Harvey Hang, as I just about get taken out by a bug, in 1:11.14. So 0.01 between first and second in that race. A fair bit slower that heat than the previous one there.
Hugh Sharp in lane 8 there. I'm just having a look at it. He seems pretty happy with his reaction. Takes him 3 seconds off his personal best. Pumping the fist to the crowd.
Looking sharp this morning.
That's got to be one of the most common last names that I've seen, at least.
Well, there's
Sharp.
at least 3 this morning.
That we've noticed.
Yeah.
It's probably even more that we haven't.
Yeah. Also, Auto Coach have a special promotion exclusive to the championship attendees on their new stopwatch range, specially designed for race analysts. They're also available to help service any existing gear and provide demonstrations on all their products.
That's the thing. Coaches spend a lot of money on their stopwatches. You don't want to know how expensive they are. They hold on to those things like they are made of gold. But to be fair, they do quite a lot for the athletes, where you get times, but while you're getting a time, you can actually switch and get an athlete's stroke rate and determine where they're slowing down into the wall in the last 25, whatever it is. So very important to have a high quality stopwatch on you if you are a coach.
As we have Austin Yawn in front here as we head into the last 10 metres. In second is Andy Zhu, and it will be Austin who will touch in a 1:08.41. In second is Andy Zhu in a 1:10.32, and then in third is Benjamin Lay in a 1:10.61. So the first under that 1:09 mark,
which could potentially get him close to those medals, because we're coming up to the last heat now. So this is the fastest 10 swimmers in this age group of the 11 and under. We've got 2 10-year-olds, Ethan Ma and Jacob Liu. Callum Wilson goes in from Caulfield Aquatics as the favourite at a 1:06.3. In theory, 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field, but we'll see how he goes over the 100 metres.
But yeah, so if you have just joined us, the timed finals are for all the events under 11 and under, and it will be the fastest 3 swimmers across all of these 6 heats will claim the gold medal. And it is lane 4 there. Callum Wilson, who comes in with the fastest start time, is in front as we head into the back 25 metres of this lap. Jacob Liu in lane 9 has also had a really good start there, but it is going to be lane 4 and Callum Wilson in front.
Yeah, what I like about Callum Wilson is he breathes both sides. I did that as a younger athlete. Towards your later years, you start to develop a preferred side, but he breathes 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, so he can see the people around him, and he's not caught off guard by someone next to him who might have a wicked swim. So he's looking at Adriel Chan right now, the two of them going face-to-face to get this gold medal. Chan is really swimming over the top of him here, 0.3 behind after the first 50. They're going after it, the two of them. They're going well under that 1:06 barrier. 1:05 is definitely here. 1:06.53 for Callum Wilson. Taking it out, 1:06.6 for Adriel Chan. Great PB from the young man from Surrey Park in lane number 5. Congratulations. And also Caleb Smith out there in lane 3. that's good to see some high-quality racing in the morning, even from these young boys. But 1:07.26 takes out the bronze medal.
It is, and looking at that for Andrew Chan and Caleb Smith, both get better times than what their entry times were when they came in. So we're in the same situation with the girls, 11 and under freestyle. These are timed finals. We have 6 of them.
Pretty full heat to start. You last when we saw the boys, I believe it was 3 boys in that first heat. So to have 9 girls in this starting heat makes it a bit more full. See here, unfortunately running 10 minutes behind schedule on the timeline.
I like that. You're already working that out.
Yeah, well, these are the things that you have to be aware of as an athlete.
Well, we did have the delayed start due to Hawkeye.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah. So probably about 5 of those minutes are due to the Hawkeye,
yeah,
I'd say.
As we look here, it would be Mia Liu who is in front here in lane 5 in this back and 25 metres, but also looking really good is lane 7 and 8. So that's Sierra Margetts in lane 7. Sophia Lonsdale in lane 8 is coming over the top of her. So it is Lonsdale, I think, is slightly ahead there of Margetts coming into the wall. It's going to be a touch, and it's going to be Margetts gets it in a 1:14.67. Second is Sophia Lonsdale in a 1:14.94, and in third is Mia Liu.
So the 2 girls there, they came back under that 40-second barrier. I don't think anyone else in the field came back under 40 seconds. So just did well there to get out, put yourself in the race, and then extend on that lead.
And a 4-second better time than the entry time. So as we said, at this age, likely to be personal bests.
Bit of a click from one of the blocks back there. Might have slipped behind the athlete's foot. So it's very important to make sure that the kicker is in place when starting, especially for those open athletes who can generate a bit more power off that back kicker. But very delicate part of the board. You'll see a lot of people walk up and slap it to make sure that it's jammed into place and it won't slip on you when you're going to make your start.
Yep, and at this age, are these athletes still learning to use the kicker on those blocks?
Yeah, and they should be using around those level 1 and 2. I believe it goes up to 5. But because they're generally smaller humans, you want them a bit more compact, whereas some of the big boys and girls out there will be having it back onto 4 and 5 so that they can extend and explode out of the blocks like a track start in running.
Yes, as we come into this back 25 metres, Lily Egan in lane 6 is ahead here. Not far behind her is Winter Rose Went, and also coming strong in lane 8 is Elena Metropolis. Elena is in front here. She's come home really strong. So for a second race in a row, lane 8 has come home on fire, and this time Elena takes the win in 1:13.49. We don't have a time for Winter Rose Went. She did finish second, so we will still wait for that. Looks like there was a timing issue there, but a nice come from behind win from Elena the second time in 2 races. Lane 8 has come from behind in that second half.
Just trying to have a look if we had any crossover between the heats and the finals. Between the 50 butterfly and the 100 freestyle. It's a very common crossover once you get into the open age groups, but with these girls being young and these athletes being young on the boys' side as well, you'll see a lot of dispersion as to who makes finals and who athletes who are generally better that I've noticed at all strokes seem to be making these finals quite often.
As we are coming up to that 50-metre mark there, it is lane 2 there. Lane 6, Catherine in a 34.69. Really spread across the pool. Kira Kialister is in second with a 34.81, and out in lane 0, Grace Cox turned in third with a 34.94. But it looks like it is lane 6 there with Catherine Zatong Yim, who is still in front there. But coming home really well here is Kiara Callister, who is now hit the front in lane 3. She has a nice calm stroke as she comes into the wall and touches first in a 1:12.67. Second was Alyssa Costa-Papopoulos. I will just say Alyssa in second in a 1:12.87, and I think she may have raced before because I've seen that name. And Catherine Satong was in second.
She was earlier on in the program in the 50 freestyle. I believe she was heat 1.
I think I stuffed up her name last time, so...
No, I don't blame you. No.
We do apologise for that.
Yeah, I do apologise if your name is more than 3 letters because I am basically illiterate.
Now we're late heat 4 here of 6 in these girls 11 and under freestyle. And early on, it is all Genevieve de Brava, who has kicked away, leading by more than a body length after this first 50. So she has gone out of flying, leading by body and a half, close to 2 body lengths after just 50 metres. Comes out in a 31.86, leading by 2.5 seconds after that first 50 metres. The question is she going to be able to hold on?
She looks like it. Her kicking is almost picking up into this back end. She's got a nice high elbow. The hand enters a little bit sideways, but that's not necessarily the worst thing. If your hand enters on a bit of an angle, you can actually get rid of the air bubbles or the air pocket that might form under your hand.
Look, I think the pack has come back to her, but her lead was so far ahead that she still leads by more than a body length, and she is going to touch in first here in a time of 1:09.30. Second was Xavier Lee in a 1:11.65.
7 seconds off her personal best.
That was a sensational swim. That first 50 really set it up, led by I think it was 2.5 seconds, and was able to hold on and still won by more than a body length, so was able to sustain that in the back 50.
Yeah, very well done from them. All right, heat 5 of 6 coming up. So here we go. These are the girls that are hoping to look almost under that 109 set in the previous heat.
It was. So none of these girls have times below 1:10 entering that. But as we said, at this age group, you are going to see a lot of PBs and a lot of fast times because they do increase at a rapid amount being so young. So in lane number 7 here, we've got the reaction time of 0.58. Now anything under 0.30, 0.30 is disqualification. So Emily Fratter out in lane 9 had a really sensational start there. The score it's come up as first. We don't know what her actual time was, but she did turn first. Second was Zeta Zayo in lane 4, but it was lane 9 at the turn. But I think lane 4 here, Zeta has come out really well after that turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just happens where if you accidentally knock the timing at the end while these next athletes are getting ready for the next heat, if you knock the timing, then unfortunately it comes up as that time. So the officials quickly have to cancel that time and then let the race proceed as is. It
is. I think Zadia in the middle is going to get the win here in lane 4 with a 1:08.41. In second spot there was Mia Clements in a 1:09.
Wow, lane 8, 9 years old. 2-second PB. Very impressive.
That is.
To the girl from Southeast Swimming Club. Shihan Ma. Now in this, we've already got some medalists from this morning, so let's see if they can back it up. Ellie Wang in lane 9 won the 50 butterfly earlier this morning. And Angelina Zhang came in that dead heat for second. So let's see if she can back up. Unfortunately, she's had a bit of a bad start. I don't know what's gone wrong there. Maybe the hands weren't together on entry. That's usually one of the most common problems that they have. But
Ali Wang, again, we mentioned that she's already won one event this morning. She was off the blocks quickly here, out in lane 9, and she's come out strongly. I think she's not going to touch first. That's going to be over in lane 3 there with Victoria Dang in a 31.08. Second was Claire Danny in lane 2 with a 31.52. There's not much between all of these girls here as we come back. It is still lane 3 out there with Victoria Dang, who I think has got even quicker in this back of 50. A fairly straight stroke there. The 2 lanes next to her in lane 4 and 5, Angelina Zhang and Claire Danny are coming at her, but it's Victoria Dang that is in front there with that very long stroke, and she will touch first in a 1:04.59. Second was in Angelina Zhang in a 1:05.59, and Claire Danny was in third in a 1:05.82. Those 3 will be our 3 medalists as well. As we said, they were timed finals. That one was massively quicker than the previous ones.
Yeah, definitely. Looked like Victoria Dang grabbed a hold of that lead and never really let it go. She did a great job there. As we start event number 13. The boys 12 to 13 200-metre individual medley. So we're seeing our first 200s on the program now. Victoria Dang, the other one that came equal second in that 50 fly earlier in the day. So she now walks home with a gold medal around her neck as well as a silver. Angelina Zhang now has 2 silvers, so well done to her. And Claire Danny has picked up her first medal of the competition. So well done to first, second and third there. As we move into the boys 12 to 13 years 200 IM.
Yeah, we're going to see a fair bit of breaststroke also in this back part of this morning session. We've seen a lot of butterfly and freestyle so far. We've got the IM, a whole lot of breaststroke, a few more IMs as well, and a bit more butterfly. And then we finish with a couple of 800-metre freestyles. So an event you know well.
Boy, yeah, unfortunately know it too well. Wish I didn't know it as well as I did, but it was actually during my career that it became...
an Olympic event?
Yeah, well, not even necessarily an Olympic event, but a national event, you know, anything. It was strictly reserved. 800 was for women, 1500 was for men, but they've really opened it up in the last decade or so, and it's become its own specialised event. The men's world record for that 800 freestyle has to be probably... I'm going to say the second, maybe third most impressive world record in the men's events. It is absolutely nuts. I think he negative split it. He went out in a 3:47, came back in a 3:46 or something along those lines. It's absolutely bonkers. It's the equivalent of averaging 52 seconds per 100 metres for 800 metres straight.
It's impressive.
I don't think we'll see times like that today.
No, I don't think so either. As we look at the race that we've got in the pool now, we're coming into that last turn to come into the freestyle here. It is Ken Kay in lane 3 who leads with a 2:08.06 with a more than 2 second lead ahead of Aiden Avhoff. In we come into this freestyle stroke. Aiden looks like he's had a good turn on that freestyle and he's coming up quickly on Ken. So it looks like Aiden is a freestyler coming home strongly. I think we're going to have a race down to the wire here. Ken Kay is trying to keep onto it here with Aiden coming right beside him. Can Kay hold on, or is it going to be Aiden that comes over the top? It's going to come down to the touch here, and it is Charles Callow actually who gets the win there. So I think I had scoreboard is wrong again.
Yeah,
so
someone's knocked the scoreboard again, unfortunately, or knocked the touchpad.
Well, looking on this, Aiden finished in a 2:45.72. We've got Ken and Kay in a 2:45.92. So Aiden was able to come over the top and got the touch on the end. They like making things harder for us. Yeah,
it's always very tricky, and especially younger athletes don't realise when they do touch that board, even when standing on top of it, you can trigger an unfortunate timing.
Yep, as it was nearly a 9-second time better there for Aiden in that race than his entry time.
My word, the difference. And you wait until these kids get up to that 15 years old, they would beg for a 2-second improvement. let alone a 9. We've got a bit of wind coming across the pool now. Also just want to say, on behalf of the commentary team here, we wish all the best to anyone tuning in from Queensland, currently going through Cyclone Alfred. Seen quite a few of my friends up there who are swimmers. Those on the Gold Coast are basically acting like nothing's happening, but those in Brisbane are definitely wish them all the best, as I'm sure there have been a lot of problems around. I've seen many videos on the internet of roads basically being flooded away to the point that people have been stranded on islands just about. So wish all the best to those athletes over there and any swimmers over there who unfortunately aren't able to get into the pool due to the cyclone just taking out any and all that is in its way.
Yeah, as you said, we do wish them all the best, and hopefully we're not going to see the consequences that they are expecting. I believe it was meant to hit inland this morning, so fingers crossed for everyone up there as we head into the breaststroke in this second heat here. Alexander Gin leads after that first 100 metres, had a really good backstroke leg, to get in front there, and now extending that lead out now.
The breaststroke is always the great humbler in the IM. It's the one that takes the longest. So if you can make it take the least, you'll get the furthest ahead. And something they like to say is if you're 2 metres ahead after the breaststroke, you'll be 4 metres ahead after the freestyle, because you're moving into the fastest stroke while people are still stuck on the slowest.
Yeah, as someone who is completely humbled by breaststroke, I agree there.
No, I was right there with you. I despised it. It was...
I used to go backwards with breaststroke legs. When they make you go the kickboard down the pool with breaststroke legs, I went backwards.
That's impressive. One of my old coaches, Joel Fink, loves doing backwards swimming. Yeah, and I don't want to brag, but I would argue I was probably the best backwards swimmer in Australia. Yeah. Which, too bad it wasn't an Olympic event, because I would be there. Yeah, so without a doubt. So we've got Alexander Gin, who did lead at that halfway mark, is going to come up there. Is going to be touched out on that far side by Owen Frawley in lane 0. So Frawley with a time of 2:42.10. Alexander Gin with 2:42.15. So 0.05 between the two of them. So another 9-second another 9-second time off that entry time for the winner in this event. So that's 2 out of 2 we've seen so far. And shout out to another one of our sponsors, Mountain Shade, which is an Australian team delivering heavy-duty shade protection at quality prices. Contact Mountain Shade today for exclusive discounts for swimming Victoria clubs and districts. Mike Ickerton, owner of Mountain Shade, along with his wife, who I can't remember what it's called, but she's just opened up a couple of businesses herself. But they were kind enough to let me into their home when I needed a place to stay. So thank you to the Ickertons there. But they provide a lot of the tents that you see on the far side of the pool, at the top of your screen. They provide them for Swimming Australia and certain swim clubs that want to stand and not have to stare into the sun at 7:30 in the morning when the races start. Fair enough. We needed one of them. Yeah, well, if we just set up on that side of the pool, it wouldn't be too bad, but I think it would just get a little bit hot. Despite the shade, it's going to be a warm one today, I believe. It is, I think, looking in the 30 degrees. So glad we're on the outside pool, not the inside pool today. That would have been that gets sticky in fairly there. Steamy in there as we come down to the end of this backstroke here. And Daniel Grabak in lane number 8 is looking very strong there. He will turn in front, but was not a great turn. He was reaching for the wall there on the other side. Matthew Kim in lane 2 is the other one up there with him, and probably still in front is Grabak with Kim chasing him. Yeah, this is it's one of the hardest skills in swimming is the backstroke to breaststroke turn. You need to make sure that you stay on your back, then you need to make sure you do not fully submerge, then you need to flip onto your front and then push off on your front and then focus on the worst stroke of all, breaststroke. But the skill of it, where you have to try and lean back over your body, do a sideways flip while keeping your part of your body above water, it's a very refined skill, very hard to do well, and especially at these younger age groups, and it's something that the officials really look at quite intently. And
I think that was a case of not having timed his stroke perfectly. He still had that room that he was reaching for the wall there, and he was lucky he had enough lead that he could still take it into that stroke. But he's still looking really good here out in lane 8 is Grabak, but it's going to be a race for first here. I think lane 5, Eugene Lin is probably just ahead there of Matthew Kim in lane 2. It's going to come down to the wire between Grabak and Lim, and touching first is Eugene Lim with a 2:44.39. Second was Daniel Grabak in a 2:44.51, and third was Matthew Kim. And we talk about a race that's decided by 0.13. That turn does make that difference.
Yeah, definitely could have. It also shows the great fitness there of Eugene Lim. Came back in a 35 compared to Daniel coming back in a 38. So just having that fitness to finish off the race well. Granted, it might not be his preferred stroke, but the race isn't over until it's over. You can look good for 195 metres, but if you're not leading after 200, that's where it counts.
As we're now in the first of the seeded heats here in the men's 12 to 13 200 metre medley event. Looking here after that early on in this 50, it looks like that it is Evan Nygang in lane 6 is one of the butterflies out there. He is in front as we go into the turn. He turns just ahead of Aston Wilson there in lane 4.
30.9 as a 12-year-old. Very impressive start. He's sitting nice and high in the water. I'd like to see his hips a little bit higher. You can see his knees poking out. You want to make sure that the major muscles in your legs, so your quads and your hamstrings and your glutes, are the ones doing the work. So anything where you can see their knees poking out of the water, that means they're not using their legs as efficiently as they could.
And look, probably both of those top two are with their knees out of the water there. So they do have a bit of a lead as they do come into this turn here.
Lane 4 there, Aston Wilson nailed that back to breaststroke turn that we were just talking about a couple of minutes ago. And you're seeing him, he's just put a body length on, who's that? Evan Yam from the back to breast turn. Just making sure that he's able to transition, because you want to move your backstroke speed into your breaststroke speed. Like what I was talking about earlier with not slowing down, transitioning through a dive, underwater, breakout. You want to use the speed into the wall to gain speed out of the wall. It's like throwing a tennis ball against a brick wall. You put in, whatever you put in is what you get out.
Yeah, and you look at that, Wilson now has absolutely taken control of this race. He'd be 2 body lengths ahead and now into this freestyle, so the opportunity to further extend that lead. So this race turned on its head basically at that turn at the 100 metre mark.
Yeah, well, he was able to drop a 44-second split for that breaststroke leg there. Unfortunately, Evan needs to work on his breaststroke a little bit, getting out there in 47, but some other good swims of Lincoln Hall and Peter Kim also dropping around that 44-45 second for the breaststroke leg.
It is, and Lincoln Hall one we've already seen this morning, I think.
Yep.
We mentioned that, but yeah, nice swim there by Aston Wilson with a 2:28.66. Wins by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Lincoln Hall with a 2:31.38.
Well, a lot of PBs across the board there. They made that look very easy. Hopefully they can build on that and do even better tonight, because they actually made that look very good. He's huffing and puffing a bit at the end, but as I said, the good swimmers can make swimming look easy despite it being very hard.
Nearly 16 seconds quicker than the previous heat.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the timed heats and the other heats.
Exactly. Well, he was 18 seconds quicker than the last place of that heat. All right, we got Ishak Ismail in this race, who I remember from that 100 freestyle I believe he
swam well in that freestyle race, if I remember correctly.
Well, he went under the minute, so he walked into the final. So this a chance for him to go 2 for 2 for finals. He was the only person in his heat. Oh, he was the one that sent the message.
Yep.
Just absolutely dominated the heat.
So expect him to come home fast in this race then.
Yeah, if he's going to keep sending those messages of being like, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to race, let the other people know, and then you go home and you're thinking, oh, he's actually come and he's shown he's ready to race at this competition, and it can actually psychologically affect a little bit what the other athlete's thinking before the final tonight.
We mentioned sending a message. He's nearly 2 body lengths ahead now. He's still
3.
he's still got freestyle to come, so it'll be interesting to see how his breaststroke lead leg is, but at the moment he is absolutely dominating this race. In second is Oscar Magalotti. So I
don't know if he missed the flags there, but he's used his head to turn, unfortunately. He smacked his head on the wall. Did not have a good finish there, but at the bare minimum he stayed on his back, so he can't get disqualified for it. But I'm saying whatever he swims this morning, there's at least 0.7, 0.8 of a second to take off tonight.
So we're seeing in these last 3 races, we saw one of the swimmers who just missed the wall with a short touch. We saw the perfect turn, and now we've seen one where was too far and hit the head on the wall. So giving us a lesson on the turn-in on what you need to do between backstroke and breaststroke in these heats this morning.
Well, especially later in your career, early in your career, you might want to think about counting your strokes to the wall from the backstroke. 46, not the strongest breaststroke there, but obviously he's good enough and he's far enough ahead to keep doing well there. You see a 42 from Spencer Andrew. Great breaststroke from him there. Really puts him in the running to finish in this top 3. But count your strokes, I would suggest, if you're not confident from the flags to the wall and backstroke. It's the only one where you can't see the wall. But once you start getting older and getting more experience, you actually can just feel the wall. Like, you know how far the flag should be away. You can feel where the wall should be. So, great swim here from Ishak Ismail. And as I said, Andrew Spencer really putting in a great last 100 metres here. Will finish in 3rd, but almost certainly book himself into that final, you'd hope.
Yeah, so 2:32, slower than some of those heats there.
1/100th of a second between Oscar Magalotti and Andrew Spencer. Very close race between the two boys. Hopefully we can see them duke it out in the final as well tonight.
It is. It'll come down to this final heat we've got there, but 2:32... The last heat was 2:28 was the winners, so they're possibly around that mark to make finals. So in this one, keep an eye on Hang Tang Wang, another one who I think we've already seen this morning. Comes in with an entry time of 2:21.46.
As well as Lachlan Harris, we've definitely seen him this morning as well. He went sub-minute in the 100 freestyle. Han Tang Wang, I believe, was second fastest for the final in the 100 freestyle.
So expect both of those guys to finish this race strongly as well then. And it is in the middle of the pool here with Hang Tang Wang and Lachlan Harris leading the way as we turn into this 50 metre to go from the butterfly to the backstroke. It was Hang Tang Wang in a 31.23, Harris just behind in a 31.26, and in 3rd spot was Andrew Wang with a 31.74.
Great start from the boys there. This actually puts into perspective, we saw a 30.9 earlier in one of the unseeded heats it might have been in the butterfly, which just goes to show it's not all one in that first 50.
It's not, and here you look, Hang Tang Wang looked like he was kicking away, but Harris has come back really strong in the back of this backstroke there. Both had pretty solid turns there, and staying in front, slightly probably a better turn was Hang Tang Wang.
Just nailing that back to breast that we've spoken about.
So those two have really gone away from the rest of the pack here. As we said, both had some really good freestyle races before, so both expect to finish really strong.
This is what I'm talking about getting into a nice streamline at the end of the stroke. You see Han Tang Wang actually taking less strokes than Lachlan Harris, but he's actually building on his lead. He's getting further ahead because he glides into the stroke. He kicks into his glide, and because he's got a nice streamline with his hands, he... unfortunately his time hasn't come up there, but he's definitely extended on his lead. But because he can get a nice extension on his hands and through to his toes, he makes his body as long as possible, you're able to increase speed there.
It is. So we look at that there. He is more than a body length, getting close to 2 body lengths ahead. His freestyle leg here he's quite well paced, where Lachlan Harris looks like he's coming back with a more of a rushed back 50 to try and catch him.
Well, 2 very solid swims there. Only 4 of the boys around have gone sub that 2:30 mark. Another 2:32 there from Andrew Wang, so he'll book himself into the final almost certainly. But I'm hoping that Oscar Magalotti and Spencer Andrew have made their final just so that I can see that battle again. Good PB there from Lachlan Harris. 2:28.40 has taken half a second off his personal best. Han Tang Wang, you assume, has just taken it nice and easy just to get himself into the final regardless.
Ismail, fastest qualifier with a 2:24, but yeah, I think Han Tang Wang slowed up in that freestyle. He knew he was going to make it, that's saving himself for tonight.
Well, it's about what do you want to get out of it. Do you want to have the best final swim, in which case you probably want to take it a bit easier in the morning, especially when you've already done 2 events, and he might do another one later.
And he's probably going to have 2 finals tonight too as well.
Almost certainly. We'll see if he does the 200-metre breaststroke or the 100-metre butterfly as well, but you can have up to 8 races in a day.
Yeah.
You know, it really opens up, and you'll feel that later on in the competition if he is doing the following days as well. But if you want to perform well in the final, you probably want to take it a little bit easier in the morning. At these 12 and 13-year-old age groups, and especially the 11-year-olds, it doesn't really connect as much. Just
looking, Ismail and Han Tang Wang are both in the seeded heats for the 200 metres breaststroke as well.
So they're really doing everything, aren't they? A lot of events. But if you want to make it more like what it's going to be at a state level or a national level, you're not going to be able to take it as easy and just walk into a final. You are going to have to put in that effort. I've even spoken to some of the best swimmers in the country. You know, back when Emma McKeon and Kyle Chalmers and whatnot are doing their major races. Obviously, Emma, I believe, is retired now. But they talk about they don't even know if they're going to get through the semi-finals, let alone win the gold medal. It's all about making it to the final, and then once you're there, then refocusing yourself onto what is important for you, but having the best foot forward each time.
It is, as we look as it's now the female 12 to 13 200 metre medley event here. We are more than halfway down here, and it is lane 4, Scarlett Siddles, who is in front. She did a 1:18 at the halfway mark.
I'm not, just personally, I'm not liking, she looks like she has a bit of a dolphin kick behind her. Now, I don't think it's actually propelling her anywhere, and I don't think she knows that she's doing it. But she needs to just make sure, because they really do crack down on that at state championships and national championships. Being in lane 4 will save her, because, you know, it's very hard to see across the pool when you're not looking from bird's eye down. But just need to make sure you tidy up and don't have that extra kick at the end, because the last thing you want to do is go to a major competition and be disqualified for it.
It is, and you mentioned extra kick at the end. Ivy Z over in lane 0 kicked ahead in that breaststroke leg, and she is now out in front as we come down to that back 25 metres. The girls in the middle of the pool probably wouldn't realise she's out there, but now they are coming home strong. Dorothea would be in front there in lane 5 after being 4th at the halfway mark. She's come home really strong in the freestyle leg, and will get a 2:50.49. I can't say leg today.
Yeah, you keep trying to say lead.
Oh, God help us.
You're combining lead and leg.
Yep. Some good times here, though. Dorothea came in with a 2:54, wins it in a 2:50.
Here we go, underway with Heat 2. Good start there from lane 3, and as well as most of the girls on this left-hand side of or on the bottom half of the field as well. So 6, 8 and 9 have all had good starts as well. But lane 3, Pippa Brown started off really strong. No one in lane number 5. Adeline Sun deciding not to swim this race. 33.92 opening split.
Lovely first 50 there from her on that far side. Backstroke is looking like it is not her strongest one. Sanya in lane 2 is coming up next to her. Also having a good backstroke leg is Charlotte Webb on in lane 6. So Pippa's still holding her lead. But now coming quickly in lane 8 is Lydia Hsu.
Who's Charlotte Webb?
Charlotte Ford, sorry.
I was going to say, that's convenient. There's a movie about it.
There is. Charlotte Ford. Apologies.
They made up some time, I think, on the timeline. Rather than being 10 minutes behind before, I think they're about 7 or 8 minutes behind now. So just watch out. Make sure that the athletes get to the self-marshalling on time. You'll see behind the blocks, there's no actual the marshalling room which isn't being used behind us. It's actually used as a dryland area where swimmers are warming up. Whereas sometimes for major competitions you have to marshal yourself about 20 minutes before your main race to make sure that they know you are there, and so that emergencies can be identified as to whether they are needed or not in the final.
You'll probably get that tonight.
But for these heats, it's just rock up when it's your time to race, deal with it from there. It's actually something that didn't come in until, I'll say, after 2020, 2021 maybe. It always used to be marshalling. It would take extra officials, take extra volunteers to be involved with it. But now they can use the officials to have them judging the stroke, starting, working in the technical room. So just makes one less job for them.
As we've got Charlotte Ford here leading as we go into this back 15 metres here in lane 6. She's had a really good back 100 of this race to claim the win in a 2:43.58. Second is Pippa Brown in a 2:45.37. And third is Lydia Hsu in a 2:46.45. So a really good swim there by Charlotte, who came in with a 2:51.36 time. So now takes that down by 7 odd seconds there, and well faster than the previous heat. So we will now get into the first of the seeded heats for this event. It's the third of 5 heats of the female 12 and 13 and 200 metre individual medley. And the swimmers are in the pool here. It's the middle lanes that started the best there. Amelia Liu looking really good in lane 5. Also looking good is Hayley Warren in lane 6 and Celia Jitong Yang in lane 7. It's those 3 lanes that have come out really strong in the butterfly. Also looking good over in lane 1 is Hannah Day, and it's Hannah Day leading with a 31.79 after that first 50. In second spot is Amelia Lowe, who did a 32.05. Now we're into the backstroke leg, and kicking away here is Amelia Lowe. She had a really good turn and has now got half a body length to a body length on the rest of the pack here. Looking still really strong out there is Day in lane 2, and then in third also looking good is Hayley Warren in lane 6. Warren looks like she's slowly building across this race here. It is Amelia Lowe who turns in a 1:11.26 after the backstroke. Now the only swimmer to do under 40 seconds for the best backstroke in that leg. Now we have coming into this breaststroke, she's still ahead, but coming up next to her is Hayley Warren.
Sorry about it abandoning that. I was off to see one of my good mates, Liam Fisk. He's one of the coaches out at Cheltenham.
Get us any more, Goss?
Well, he was actually talking about Lincoln Hall.
Yep.
One of his young swimmers, up and coming, was next to Aston Wilson, went a 2:31 and got 5th into the final and also broke the minute. But he's only 12 years old, so he's a good up-and-comer. Unfortunately not able to make nationals this year or next year, but they're really looking forward to what he can do as a 14-year-old and when he first goes there, hopefully.
It is, as now we come into this last 50. We've got Amelia Lowe is still in front there, just ahead of Hayley Warren. So Lowe's been able to keep her lead through that breaststroke leg. Coming in strong, though, is Warren. She's looking like she will come over the top here as we come into the back 15 metres. It is Warren who is now taking the lead after sitting second and third for most of the race, that she's come over the top. And it'll be Hayley Warren who wins from Amelia Lowe. Warren finishes with a 2:35.70 and Lowe with a 2:36.34. So she came in with a 2:30. She came in with a 2:40 time. So she's come with a 2:35. So that's nearly 5 seconds better than her entry time. So that's a massive improvement there. And she's looking at nearly 8 seconds quicker than the previous heat.
So lane 6, 5, 4 and 3 all getting under that 2:40 barrier. It's almost certain that that's what it's going to take to make this final.
It is, and looking at this one heading into it, we've got 3 swimmers who have entry times under that 2:40 barrier, and then we've got 1 swimmer who's 2:40.5. So she will be looking to probably break that this morning to ensure a final swim.
Sorry, I've dropped my duties. I need to make sure that these girls are hitting national times. What's the national time for this? 13 years old, 200 individual medley. You're looking at a 2:38.89. So let's see if any of these girls that didn't originally have it can get under it.
Yeah, we had a couple in the previous race, but they already had times under it. So as we look after that first 50 metres, it's the 2 lanes in the middle of the pool there. Zoe Clemenson is leading at this point.
Did Hayley Warren have it?
Yeah, Hayley Warren won that race.
So she's got it now?
She's got it now, yep.
National time alert. Hell yes, that's one more. Because I was just looking at it, I was having a remember because Aria Wendt was our first of the day in the 100 freestyle. I believe she got under that 103.6 barrier. So let's see if she can do it again in this 200 IM. We'll need to drop about 2 seconds off her personal best, but with the way that things are going, anything's possible, and she's out there in 3rd place at the moment.
It is, and Kimberly Chen is the one who is in front after the 50-metre mark. Next to her in Zoe Clemenson is in 2nd. Both of those look like they've both got good breaststroke legs here. Clemenson probably looks the stronger of the two, but she's still just sitting on Chen's hip.
You have a look, there are some athletes that get nice and high with their breaststroke strokes, so you're looking in the middle here at Kimberly Chen, but others that keep it very low. Out there in lane 1, you've got Zhan Jin. She stays very low with her stroke. Not much of her torso gets out of the water, but she propels herself nice and forward well.
And Chen had a really good back leg of the breaststroke there. She's now well and truly out by 2 body lengths on the rest of the pack there. Zoe McCauley is now up into 2nd. Zoe Clemenson is in 3rd. So the race is on for 2nd and 3rd. But well and truly out in front is Kimberly Chen, who was the fastest swimmer coming into this with a 2:33.23. She had a really good back half of that breaststroke leg and has been now able to kick away. Looking in 2nd spot at the moment is McCauley, just ahead of Clemenson, but I think Clemenson's just overtaken her late. So it will be a very strong win there for Zoe Chen with a 2:35.72. I don't know whether that time was quite right. It seemed like it took for a while to get there. In 2nd was Clemenson in 2:36.67 and Zoe McCauley in a 2:37. Both of those looks like they're a good improvement there for McCauley, who had a 2:39 coming in. I think, yeah, the time was a 2:33 there in the win for Chen, so her time wasn't quite correct.
Well done to Zhan Jin. Just got under the national time by 0.1 of a second, so we saw quite a few people miss it by 0.0 something. Good to see it on the good side now, where we're finally getting people under by that small margin. So another one on national watch.
Yeah, and now we've got our last heat here of the 200-metre freestyle for females 12 and 13. And coming out really strong is Tiffany Mayett in lane 5. I think another one of those names we have already seen today, looking really strong in that butterfly. Lane 8 and 9 also looking good, and 2 and 3. So be Mayett in the middle of the pool, but then after that it's going to be, I think, lane 3. Actually, lane 2 turns first there. Sierra Kaufman had a really good back 5 metres to turn first ahead of Mayett, and then third was Elsa Wang. Another one that we have heard already today as well.
Tiffany, I believe I remarked I really enjoyed her freestyle stroke, if I remember correctly. So we'll see how she does here. She didn't get under that 103.6 barrier, got very close. But we'll see if she can continue improving here. She's already got the national time for the 200-metre individual medley, so she's just looking to make the final here.
And she will turn in. She did turn in front there, but didn't have a great turn. Looking over there, Kaufman and Elsa Wang both had really good turns. And you've got the 3 of them out in front. And Lucy Dolan also looking in those first 4. Coming in front, it is Elsa Wang now who is leading the way as we're halfway down in this breaststroke leg. She's actually taken control of this race. Now a full body length ahead of Sierra Kaufman in lane 2. And then your battle for third is Elsa Wang. Sorry, it is Lucy Dolan and Tiffany Mowat.
Great split there, 45.17. We've seen a couple of 46s, but not many 45s. Surrounded by their 44 up there from Renee Lister. Great split from her, puts her right up there in third place. And another 44 from Layan. Hussein.
Iman.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, man, I just freak out when I see a name.
So it is Elsa Wang who is leading in this back 50 metres, more than a body length ahead of Sierra Kaufman, who has had a really strong race. Lucy Dolan is in third spot. So first in a 2:33.97 was Elsa Wang. Second was Sierra Kaufman in a 2:35.93.
Sierra Kaufman dropped 5 seconds off her PB and has now made the national time. Well done to her. Renee Lister made it by 0.1 of a second as well. So lane 2 and lane 1 able to get themselves up, get under that national time. Congratulations to you girls.
We have 5 swimmers in that one under that 2:40. So that was an extremely fast heat.
1, 2, 3, 4 and 6. So that means that we had 13 swimmers under that 240 barrier. So it doesn't look like that's going to be the one making the final. 239 will almost certainly have to be in the final. 239, I'd say, around that 7 mark. So hopefully we see a couple of the girls in there having another crack at going 2 times under the national time. The boys... Event 15, the boys 14 to 15-year-olds, 200-metre breaststroke. We are running 8 minutes behind schedule. 8 minutes behind schedule, so hopefully they should have some extra time. They should have some extra time to get themselves ready after races, or if they're cooling down, time to potentially re-warm up. It's very important that you keep yourself as warm as possible before a race, and that's something you learn the older you get. The most common thing you see when athletes are walking out on the Olympic stage or the national stage, they have big, massive coats on. You want your body temperature to be as high as possible to the point that you're sweating before the race. It doesn't actually use any energy. You're not using any energy, but your blood flow is increased when you are at that higher temperature. So they've done many studies on this, found that swimmers work the best when they have got those internal temperatures up, to the point where some athletes even come out with heated jumpers, so they've got jumpers with electrical wires on the inside that just have an electrical current run through them, heat up the jumper, and therefore heat up the athlete. And they'll wear that, and they'll wear a deck coat on top of that. They'll have UGG boots, they'll have tracksuit pants, 2 jumpers, sometimes beanies. You see a whole lot of things before some major races. So because we're looking at the heat session of a metro competition, it's most likely that most of these guys, as I'm looking at now, just about every athlete in the next heat is already in their swimmers' caps, goggles on, and ready to go. But that is one of the most common misconceptions, is you want to be as warm as possible for as long as possible. Great swim here. So we're straight into the seeded heats. Great swim here from Xavier Eagle. Takes it out in a 2:32.23. Second place here is Nathan Ney in a 2:33.93. And third, we got Daniel Nguyen. Really hope I'm pronouncing that right. I believe the G's not meant to be pronounced. But well done to Daniel there in third place. We have 3 boys under that 2:40 barrier. So we see if 2:40 seems to be the way to go for this race.
Yeah, some good swims there to start that one.
Remains 4, 5 and 3.
And because we're looking at this one, only 3 heats, all seeded.
Yes.
So these ones here, best time we're looking at is a 2:31. So the fastest swimmer in this heat is Leon Vidal, is the one we'd be expecting in lane 4. It's the middle 2 lanes here who have come out the fastest. Lane 5, Ashley Lansbury is probably slightly ahead at the moment over Leon Vidal in this first 50 metres.
Much like a 200 butterfly, a 200 breaststroke, it's a saying that I really like. You can't win a 200 breaststroke in the first 150 metres, but you can lose it. So if you're too far behind, you can lose it, but you can't win it because anything can happen in that last 50 metres. Our famous Zach Stubblety-Cook, probably the best or the second best back end in the history of the world for that last 50 metres, and you think to yourself, he's 6th, he can't possibly come back on a World Championship final, and the next thing you know, people die off because they put too much energy into that first 150 metres. And with breaststroke being such a power stroke, you see completely different athletes in the 100, in the 50, or in the 50, in the 100, and I don't think a single at the Olympics that just happened, I don't think there was a single person that did the 100 final that also did the 200 final. That's how different of an event it is.
Oh, look, back in the day, you had someone like a Brenton Rickard who would have done both, but he was definitely a better swimmer in one or the other, and then he was able to do enough to make the finals in those other ones. But a lot of your 100-metre swimmers come out quick in the 200 metres and chase down. Yeah,
those 100-metre swimmers, they're big, thick meatheads. They're just absolute balls of meat. If you look at Victoria's own Samuel Williamson, massive dude, just a ball of muscle. But even a 100 might be pushing it for how far he can. If there was a 75-metre breaststroke, he'd be one of the best in the world. He's excellent at the 50, holds the national records in the 50, but unfortunately the 50 isn't swum at the Olympics. So in the 100, he really pushes the limits of how far he can go, but as soon as you get to that 150-metre mark, he's basically spent all of his energy because it is such a powerful stroke, especially with that kick.
Was, as we see here, that Lionel Vidal, who was the favourite, came in, got a 2:27.93 to win by 3.5 seconds over Ashley Lansbury, and in third was Zhang there. And you mentioned that Williamson was in action not recently here at the Victorian Championships and broke a couple of records there. He was in fine form when we saw him a few weeks ago.
Oh, well done.
We mentioned this 2:27 time here. Leon came in with a 2:31, so that's a really good swim for him.
Wow, so he's really put his name out there to say that Milo Dressel De Bruyne in the next heat, it's not all going to go his way. If there's 2:27s on the card, and especially if he has more time to drop, there could be a good little battle between those two.
And Lansbury came in with a 2:32. He got a 2:31, so he also beat his entry time here. But Dressel De Bruyne, as you said, will be the one to watch in this heat. The 15-year-old comes in with a 2:25.65. His entry time was 5 seconds quicker than Leon's, who was second.
Now, something that Milo has done very well here, and I'm already noticing it, the glide that he has. He probably sits a bit too high at the surface of the water for my liking, but then again, I'm not a breaststroker. I'm not going to tell him what to do. But the glide that he has is absolutely unbelievable. You know, you see these elite 200 breaststrokers on the world stage they might honestly take close to 9 strokes for their opening lap. They really are efficient with that first half to make sure that they can put in the effort on the second half. You want it to be fast and easy. You don't want to be pulling a whole bunch of water and going nowhere in that first 50.
Dressel De Bruyne not having it all his own way in this first 100 metres. He would be just in front there of Samuel Mills, but Mills is keeping on his shoulder. Interesting whether we see Dressel De Bruyne now kick away in this back 100 metres. As you were saying, you can win it you can't win it in the first, but you can lose it. He's able to be in front. He had a really good turn there as well to further kick ahead. So now we may be starting to see him take control of this race.
He went a 37 on that 50. Samuel Mills next to him went a 39 on that last 50. So you'll see his on top of the water speed is much, much better than Mills's. But Mills is still doing an excellent job there, holding in. He might get close to that 2:30 mark. You'd hope that he'd be around the maybe 2:33 or so, maybe a 2:34. But you wouldn't want to be much slower than that coming into this final. He's just unfortunately dropped to 40.95 there. The only person to go under 40 seconds was Milo. So you'll see him pull even further ahead. And this is what I'm talking about. This backhand, very, very important. Now, there was a bit of a divide. 10th seed in the whole event was a 2:37 and 11th was a 2:43. But you're seeing out in lane number 1, Zach McKenzie putting in some good effort, really taking it to lane 6 here and lane 3 as well. So the boys might not have it all their own way. So far we've had 6 guys under that 2:40 mark. If you can get one of the outside boys to upset that rhythm, maybe he might sneak into the final here.
In the end, this heat was a little bit slower. Milo Dressel De Bruyne finished in a 2:30. Samuel Mills in a 2:36 there. Third place ended up being James Clare in a 2:39. The previous heat first was a 2:27. Lansbury was a 2:31. So we mentioned Milo Dressel De Bruyne clearly had the fastest time, but if you were Lionel Vidal and Ashley Lansbury, you'd be pretty happy heading into this final.
Yeah, exactly. You know, those boys are definitely going to be up there, and they might have the middle lanes, but at the end of the day, it's not about winning it in the heats, it's about winning it in the finals. We'll see that if Zach McKenzie, he might be the fastest of the people that didn't go under that 2:40 mark. So you have 9 people under 2:40. They're going to walk into that final. We'll see who the only person to go under 2:40, over 2:40 to make the final is.
It is, and now we are into the female 14-15 200 metre breaststroke at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships. We've got 4 heats of this event. So in this race, we've just got the 3 swimmers out there. So looking in the middle of the pool, you'd think Isabel Ventra would be favourites. It is Olivia 80 who, though, turns fastest by more than a second ahead of Ventra. Anja Taylor is in third. mentioned that, but then we've spoken about the turns so much today. Ventra had a really good turn from that first 50 into the second 50, then put her ahead. So she was second and a half down. She's probably half a body length now ahead of Olivia 80, and Taylor is in third spot, probably in 3/4 of a body length further behind.
I'm just trying to get together some of my notes for who's going to be on my national watch.
National watch. This is your specialty today.
Oh, I love numbers. So hopefully we can see a couple of the girls go under it this morning. And if they can make the final, then go under it again tonight.
A really good 50 there from Isabel Ventra, who now leads by nearly 3 seconds on Olivia 80. Angela Taylor is in third spot. So we're now coming back down to the back part of this third 50. It is all the middle of the pool there, with Ventra leading by 2.5, close to 3 body lengths, as she comes down to the flags at this end to turn for that final lap. She came in with an entry time of 3:11, so she'll be looking to do that. That 50 was a 48.70. She'll need to be quicken that up if she is to get under that 3:11.
A lot of 14-year-olds in this. I'm just looking forward. A lot of 14-year-olds in these races. Not many 15-year-olds. You got all 3 in this heat are 15-year-olds. But after that, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 6 more 15-year-olds. So seems to be a very younger woman's game.
Well, they're all young at 14 and 15, but yeah, in terms of this one, it's the 14-year-olds, as we're about to see Isabel Ventra take this out. She finishes in a 3:07.85. So coming in with a 3:11, she's 3.5 seconds quicker than that time. So that's a really good swim there. In second was Olivia 80 with a 3:16. And then coming in now is Andrew Taylor with a 3:24. So now we're straight into the seeded heat. So these ones I'd expect to see a little bit of a gap between some of these swimmers. You've got Grace Dobby coming in with a time of a 2:43, where some of the entry times are past that 3:10 mark. So we might have a little bit more spread out in this race. Dobby is one of 3 swimmers in this event coming in with a 2:43 entry time. So this is one that you'd be looking forward to in tonight if these swimmers can get close to those times. And starting really well in lane 3 is Vera Zeng, just ahead of Grace Dobby early in this first lap. You've been mentioning about that long glide on the strokes, and Grace Dobby's another one who is taking her time and using her glide to be able to progress further down the pool.
That's a beautiful thing about breaststroke. It's free speed. It literally is free speed. You just let yourself naturally. You've already done all the work. You've put in the work for the kick, the stroke, and then just by gliding that little bit longer, it means you don't have to do it again for another stroke. So if you can do 18 strokes instead of 20 over the course of 200 metres, you're going to do 8 less strokes for hopefully the same amount of work.
Yes, as we're seeing here, it's Dobby just ahead of Vera Zeng in as we come down to the 100-metre mark there. Both of them have had a very strong 50 there. Dobby with the faster one with a 42.28, nearly 2 seconds ahead of Vera Zeng in that lap. So a very clear message there from Dobby. She's starting now to come away with it on that turn as well, able to extend her lead, coming out to a body length ahead of Vera Zeng halfway down this third lap of the pool.
A lot of strokes being taken there by Aljara Bombagi.
Bombardi. Yeah, who was third at that turn.
Yep. Now she's one of the ones to watch for me on National Time Watch. She's 2/100ths of a second off of the national time.
What time are we looking at?
2:55.86. She needs to come back in a 45 here to stand a good chance.
So as we
someone's hit the wall. Oh, no, it's not going to give me her time. Come on.
As we look here, it is Grace Dobby in front here at a 2:05.56 halfway through there. She'll have a clear win here. Second is Vera Zhang, as we can hear the crowd coming into this sort of thing.
Vera Zhang needs to take a second off her personal best to get under the national time here.
As I said, Grace Dobby with a 2:48.
Come on.
2:53.20 there.
Not quite. Needed a 52. And unfortunately a 56.84, so a second over a PB for Algera there. She looks very tired. She's hitting the wall. She's a bit upset. It's okay. She still has a chance to make the final. Her stroke just looked a little bit rushed, especially on that third 50.
Yeah, it's just a second outside her time there, as you can see, was annoyed. Grace Dobby, though, I think slowed up a bit there, 5 seconds off her entry time, but so far Hegg was able to conserve a bit of energy for the final tonight.
And this is where you see the emotions of it, unfortunately, out there in lane 6, Algera. She just needs to recompose herself a little bit. I'm sure that she put a lot of effort into that race, but you just need to compose yourself, because using up emotion obviously takes a lot of energy out of you. She still has a chance to make it tonight. She can turn around, she can come back tonight and have a go.
Yeah, looking on entry time, she'll be one of those ones watching to see what these two heats do here, with some of the fastest swimmers here being seeded heats. And it's Leona Low-Hermans who has come out really fast in lane 5, but also looking really good out there in lane 7 is Therese Chen, who is likely to lead heading into this first turn. But it is Low-Hermans who gets her on the touch there, just ahead at 37.59. Sophie Turnick is the one to watch in this one. She's one of those 3 swimmers with a 2:43 time coming in. Look there, it's all in the middle of the pool. There's 3 or 4 who are swimming, not much between them at this point. It's Leona Low-Hermans still up there with Therese Chan as we come into the turn into this second 100 metres.
I'm really liking the technique on Chan here. It's a bit of a smaller body, but she's got a very lovely glide, which I've spoken about many times, but it's not even necessarily about the glide. The timing of the stroke looks really good. Her hands go forward and then she kicks into the streamline. You see it. It looks lovely when she does it all together in one go. Now, she's one of the ones that I've got on a national time watch. She needs to take about 4 seconds off her personal best, which currently she's on track for. I don't want to get excited too early, but she's definitely on track for it at the moment. So she's on the watch, and I've also got lane 2 on the watch as well, Catherine and Andres.
It is Leona Low-Hermans in front. She's had a real good third 50 metres. Did that lap in a 43.9, second and a half ahead of the next couple in terms of that. But Sophie Turnick turns in second now, so she is one to watch. She had one of those fastest qualifying times. It sort of sat third, fourth for most of the race, but I would be watching her in this back 50.
Come on. All eyes are on Chan for me at the moment in lane 7. She just needs to come back in under a 48 second, but she's really fatiguing very hard at the moment. Just needs to fight through it, fight through the pain. There's 15 metres of pain for a trip to Adelaide, basically. I'm going to hope that she's got other national times, but it's the kind of thing you'd like to be able to make multiple events.
So we've had Leona Low-Hermans win it with a 2:48.31. Sophie Turnick in a 2:51.52, and third is Maisie Graves in a 2:52.18.
She got it. She did it. She beat it by a second and a half. Great technique. Just needs to be able to hold it together for 200 metres. But excellent technique on her. I think she can be very good in the future.
And I think probably one area the others seemed to catch up with her was on the turn.
Yes.
As well. So that's probably something just to build on the next few years.
Well, the turn is the power part of the swim. The dive and the turn is all just raw power, getting off the wall, exploding off as fast as you can. So, you know, as a smaller person, it might be a bit more difficult for her to do. No lane 4 here.
Interesting. Lane 4 was one of those fast times that we were expecting here. One of those 43 times. Fastest qualifier in Zara Olanwani, who would have been favourite heading into this event. So this opens this up a little bit more. Keep an eye on Keela Enters, who came in with a 2:45 time. One of those faster qualifiers.
Yes. So what were the winning times of the last couple of races? Around that 2:48.
So we've had a 2:48.31 and 2:48.59.
Okay. So anything under that 2:50 will basically walk you into the finals.
Interesting, you mentioned that Sophie Turnick, who was one of those girls with a 2:43, came in at a 2:51. So if she doesn't make that, I think she finished second in her heat there. So you probably outside the 2:50 might be enough to make it.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be very surprised unless you have quite a few girls here that really push that number down. I'd be very surprised to see anything under 2:50 not make the final.
As you look, as Enters had a sensational
Beautiful
first
swimming.
100 metres here. She's 3 body lengths ahead at that 50-metre mark here. In second place, there is Waylon Trong here in lane 6. And then you've got lane 2 over there. Ava Thickens is looking good. Also lane 1, Macy Smirk.
Something I like about Keela Enters is her head is always moving forward. Some of these breaststrokers, and you'll see it out on the top of your screen here, some of them, they get up to the top of the stroke and they kind of pause for a second and then they power forward, they drive into it. Whereas Enters, it's a constant flowing up and down like a wave.
Now, Enters has turned at a 2:18, so that lap was a 41 second. If she does a 41 second, she's looking at that low 2:40s.
I don't expect her to be anywhere else, honestly. Her stroke looks great. She keeps very low to the water, which is each to their personal preference, but she looks absolutely fantastic out here in front. She almost looks like she's actually lifted her stroke rate. I don't know if she's going for it 100% this morning to try and set a statement of like, hey, I'm here, despite there not being a lane 4, I'm still going to go fastest into the final tonight.
Yeah, she'll definitely go well and truly fastest into the final here. She's just going to miss out on the 2:40, so she gets a 2:42.23, which is faster than any of the entry times. So definitely the one to beat tonight. Coming in second was Waylon Trung in a 2:51. Third was Macy Smike in lane 3 with a 2:53.93.
National time. Macy Smike, national time. Awesome, brilliant, love it. Started out at a 3 minute, entered over a 3 minutes. Well done.
Sensational from her. Nearly, you're looking at 7 seconds improvement there.
Yeah,
so a good swim by her. Keela Enters, her drop time. She came in at a 2:45, got a 2:42, so that's more than 3 seconds there. So some really good swimming there by those guys and girls. And Waylon Trang, who came in with a 2:55, swam a 2:51. So really fast heat.
Very, very good. Okay, we've got 2 heats of event number 17, the mixed multi-class 100 metre freestyle. Oh my word, I've just noticed after this there's 3 heats of 200 butterfly. You guys are psychopaths. What are you doing? 3 heats? I can't believe there's that many people that want to do a 200 butterfly.
Saying that, I'd rather do a 200 butterfly than a 200 breaststroke.
I just wouldn't do either.
Neither would I.
Honestly, I think that's the best option for everyone. I think we should get rid of them. Get rid of the events. They just hurt too much.
Look, I'd probably die after 25 metres of both of them these days, but yeah. So as we said, this is one of the multi-class events that there is a number of swimmers from different classes, so it's not necessarily going to be who wins the event, who does take this out and qualifies for the final. early on we didn't have the points, so we were unsure who finished who in the multi-class events. We'll see whether we get the results this time, but it is going to be determined on who is closest to the world record, and that's who will decide who will qualify for the final.
Yeah, and this is once again it's a prelim, so because it's not a straight final, it's based off the FINA points as to who goes through to the top 10 tonight for the final. Ruby Halliday in lane 7 there. Veteran swimmer, veteran Victorian. 24 years old from MLC Aquatics. She's been around for quite a while, and it's good to see that she's still getting involved with the swimming.
Yeah, so we've got Benjamin Wills out there in front. Is one of class 19, one of the intellectual classes. He will touch the wall first in a 1:02.17. Touching the wall second is Dominic Barnett in a 1:05.93. So in this one, we had several swimmers who were part of the S19 class. And then you had all the way down to Halliday, who was in the S8 classification.
Have we got brother and sister in lane 1 and 2?
Possibly.
Maybe. I know that James let out a big yeah at the end of his race. I'm assuming he's happy. He put his hand up to the crowd. I think he was stoked with his swim.
Both from Surrey Park. So James came in with a 2:12 time, so he swam a 2:10.
There you go.
So that's a really good time for him. Also, looking at that there, Emily came in with a 2:31, swam a 1:29. So both of them came in under those entry times.
Yeah, well done. It's great stuff. Looks like we're going to have some assistance in lane number 8. We'll see what kind of assistance she needs, but sometimes they have either the parent or a designated carer take care of the athlete, help get them up onto the blocks, and some athletes don't do well with balance, so they'll hold their hips. They're not allowed to push them forward, obviously, when they start, but they'll just hold their hips to make sure that they're stable on the blocks. So
we've also got Laura Stobie over in lane 0 starting in the pool too. And look, this is what we've been in a multi-class event. There is different assistance for different athletes. Each classification and each athlete has different assistance of what they are and aren't allowed in this category. But it's the good thing is that they all get the opportunity to swim, and that there is that help for them to allow them to do it. Yeah,
definitely. So you'll see here, she's just holding onto her hips to make sure that she's got the balance. And then she just lets go.
Yep.
And off they go.
So we're in the water now there. It's the middle two lanes here who are leading it out. You've got Logan James, who's an S15. Sorry, James Logan, who's an S15, who we did see earlier this morning, and Hamish Keenan, who is an S9 in the middle of the pool, leading it out as we come into that first 50. It is James Logan in front. He turns with a 29.71. In second is Hamish Keenan with a 30.28.
Please tell me that this James Logan is not the same James Logan that's in lane 8 of the next heat.
Possibly.
Both 18-year-olds from Melbourne Swim Club. Oh my gosh, if he gets up and goes straight over to lane 8 and swims a 200 butterfly immediately after a 100 freestyle, I will be very impressed.
It is, and it's James Logan who touches the wall first here in a 1:02.26. Hamish Keenan in a 1:02.92. Andrew Dine in a 1:08.08 in third spot there. So we've still got a couple of swimmers in the pool in Molly Griffin and Laura Stobie, who are a couple of those athletes in those lower S classes, so their world records are a lot further out, and as we've said in this one, this is all dictated on how close the swimmers are to their world records, not the first person to touch the wall.
I'd love to get Cole out here, because the famous athlete Cole Pearce, I'd love to get him to, in all my years of swimming, I've never fully understood what each classification represents, so
yeah.
I'm sure that there's certain ranges are for certain. So I believe just throwing out random numbers. This isn't a fact. This is just random numbers. Let's say S5 to S7 all have part of a limb missing, but it might be the hand compared to the elbow compared to the shoulder, as to how what categorization you actually are in.
Yeah, as we said, classes 1 to 10 is a physical impairment, 11 to 13 is a visual impairment, classes 14, 18 and 19 are for an intellectual impairment, class 15 is a hearing impairment, and a transplant impairment is class 16. Was we just keep an eye on here, and we said we wanted to see whether this is the same Logan James who's just gone from swimming one event to the next. There is currently no one in.
There's no one in lane 8. I think it was meant to be him. I wonder if he's accidentally entered himself in the wrong event.
Or is he?
Please don't walk over there. Oh my gosh, it would be the worst pain ever. Nah, he's grabbing his stuff and he's leaving. Okay. I think he's made the smart decision to live and not do this 200 butterfly.
Possibly may have made the entry not knowing when these two races were going to go, but back to back, that would be pretty tough.
Well, if he has the qualifying time, it's very easy to click on event 17 instead of event 18 when you're entering yourself. So, simple mistakes get made all the time.
So now we are into the 200 metres butterfly for male 16 plus. We've got 3 heats, so all 3 heats are seated here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships here at the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre.
All 3 athletes who are ranked first, second, third in this event, all 208 athletes, so we could have a good race on our hands tonight.
It is, so it'd be interesting whether we see any of those get to close to 208 or we see any other athletes are able to break through that barrier. They are the only ones under the 210 mark, so that's something to watch, seeing whether anyone else can break that.
28. Right, running 12 minutes behind schedule so far. In this men's 200 metre butterfly. Need to find out, I think lane 4 in heat 3, Haruki Nakanishi, god damn it, Nakanishi, I believe he's Japanese. I'm pretty certain he's Japanese.
Well, he's got the V, so he is a visitor.
Yes.
So he's training at the Nunawading Swimming Club, but is classified as a visitor.
Yeah, he was someone I've done many relays with during state open championships and whatnot. When we needed a butterfly, he was one of our go-to guys. Good lead out here from Damien Roth. 137.1.
One of those swimmers came in with a 2:11.86, so he's one of those swimmers we'd be looking for a 2:10.
I think today he'll be around 2:14. That's my guess for him.
You think if they save it for the final tonight?
It'd be ridiculous not to. They're 16 years old and over. You do get fatigued from events like this, so save it for tonight. Wow, he's going to get a lot closer than I thought. 2:12.
2:12. So outside his time, but still a decent pace there at a 2:12.43.
Well done to Owen Williams-Polly. Came back in a 33 for that last 50. So didn't give up on the race. Might have had a plan to build each 50, which is a very common tactic. Take it out easy in that first 100 and then build through it into the second 100.
Now we get ready for this second heat. Now we're underway here. Dimitri in lane 4 is going to be the favourite heading into this one from Western Aquatic Academy Swimming. One of those swimmers that came in with a 2:08 time there. A couple of these ones seen names that we've seen before. There's been a couple of Theodores before. I think Tyler's one we have seen this morning as well already here as we get to that first 50. Dimitri turns first in a 28.63. Tyler Theodore in a 28.66. And then in third, John Jurek in a 29.37. The middle two lanes here that are starting to kick away. Dimitri with half a body length ahead of Tyler Theodore, who's got probably an arm's length ahead of John Jurek in lane 3 as we come up to the halfway mark here. Turning in front is Dimitri in a 1:01.16. Took that lap out in a 32.5.
Some good flow in the stroke here from Dimitri in lane 4. Gets his hips nice and high. That second kick that pushes him forward. Once again, we spoke about it in breaststroke, but you want to kick into that front of the stroke so that you've got momentum, so you're not starting from a stationary position. There's 2 kicks in butterfly. One when your hands leave the water, and the other one when your hands enter the water. So he's got a nice second kick on him, which is usually, I find, the harder kick, that gets him moving forward and gets his head down and his bum up.
Yeah, looking at around that 2:11, 2:12 mark as well after a 35-second third lap there, but he's well and truly in front, 2 body lengths ahead of Tyler Theodore, and not far behind them in third is John Jurek. So it is going to be Dimitri who is going to claim this second heat here, coming out with a really good back half with a 2:08.94. He finished in a 32.67, so nearly 3 seconds quicker than his third 50. Second was Tyler Theodore in a 2:14.
Yeah, well done from the young man. 2:08. He definitely didn't hold back there. He looked like he was trying the whole way through. So
well, yeah, his back 50 was really quick. His third 50 was only a 35-second. That was a 32.
Yeah.
So he wanted to come home strongly.
No, he flew home. The national time for him is a 2:14.0, so he was well under that even before today started, but to have 2:08 again, it's a very impressive swim to get that close. Haruki here, very small athlete, very good technique. Great underwater there, pushed it right to the edge of the 15. And you can just see he doesn't look like he slows down.
No, he's had a really strong start there, as has Patrick Dubrady in lane 8 there. But it is in the middle of the pool. As you see, Haraki come in with one of those swimmers with that 2:08 time and has started sensationally with a 27.91 in that first 50. It's more than a second quicker than Adam Alfney in that second spot, and then third was Zachary Gordon in a 29.37.
He'll feel that on the last 50, 27.91.
What's interesting, he's gone out really quick. Dimitri came home really fast. That we're seeing the two contrasting different swims at this stage already.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how seriously he's going to take it. You know, I saw him just had a little look over to his left to see whether he had anyone nearby. Obviously he's out there clear, but he doesn't necessarily know that. 32 for his second 50. Very, very quick. Doesn't have to push this super hard, but it all depends on what the coach wants him to get out of it. You're looking over there, you've got Nick Veliardes on the other side of the pool. Not sure if he's his coach. I believe he is. He's writing down times for him. But you've got a couple of the Nuttawading coaches over there that will be having a look at his swim. He's starting to go very up and down now. He's not going as forward as he used to, and he's losing the timing of his stroke.
So that one was a 34.46. So that was still quicker than Dimitri's 50 and still ahead of his time at that mark, but we saw how fast Dimitri did come home. Adam Alfney was in second with a 1:38.51, and third was Riley Hodgkins. So it is going to be a massive win there for Faraki. who will have a big win. Will he be able to get underneath that 2:08 time? Has slowed up a bit. He's going to finish outside that, so it's going to be a 2:11.15 there for him. Came home in a 36 seconds. In second was Adam Alfefny in a 2:14, and then third was Riley Hodgkinson at a 2:15. So we said that he's come home in a 36. We saw Dimitri come home in a 32. Two very different races.
Oh, unfortunately a disqualification there for Cooper in lane 7. We'll find out what that's for. Whether it could be moving on the starting block or going too far underwater, or any of the many things you can get unfortunately disqualified for. But I definitely know who I'd rather be out of Haruki and Dimitri. Dimitri coming home like that shows to me that he definitely had more in the tank.
Yeah, we'd probably want a bit more from his third 50 come the final.
Basically, let me put it this way. If I'm Dimitri and I'm ahead tonight with 100 metres to go, I'm very confident that I can beat the boys, the other boys in the field, just because he was such a dominant back-end athlete. If you let him get that early speed out on you, he's not going to give it up. No,
definitely agree. He was probably the most impressive in that heat. 2.5 seconds quicker than the next quickest there. So we are now into the female 16 plus 200 metre butterfly heats. We've only got 2 heats, and they will go into a final later tonight.
Yep. So you've got 16 athletes here fighting for 10 spots. You just don't want to be in that bottom half of the standings in each year heats. One of the most annoying, a little story from me, so Tasmanian Championships is on at the same time, obviously over in Hobart as we're doing this. There was a funny thing where we had the 400 individual medley. We had 11 swimmers entered, so obviously 10 go into a final, so we had to do a heat swim, and everyone was saying, come on, just one of us pull out, someone pull out, but we would all look at each other and go, I'm not pulling out, you pulling out, I'm not pulling out. Yeah, one kid turned up late, and we thought that we were going to get to go to a straight final. Then, unfortunately, we're like, yes, it's going to be a straight final. And then he turns up last second and goes, I'm here.
Does he win it?
Swim the race. He got disqualified. So he could have just not turned up, and it would have been the exact same result. He didn't finish on his back in backstroke or something like that. So we all did that for absolutely nothing.
That's just evil here, as we're now into this last 50 of this first heat, and it is Mia Yo with a 1:41.07 in front. She was nearly 4 seconds ahead of Rihanna Chen at that last 50 metre here. So Yo with a sensational first part of the lap, came in with a 2:14 start time, is going to miss that, but it has been a very clear win for her. Could have turned off the burners a little bit now with such a big lead, and she will touch at a 2:17.01, so about 3 seconds outside of her time. In second, it will be Rihanna Chen with a 2:23.72, and third is going to be Jordan Barmore in a 2:25.73.
The good thing to note, and unfortunately you can't see it at home, but here in the if you're at the stadium, they give the split times at the 50 metre mark. If it's red, that means it was slower than your last 50. What was good to see there was Mia Yo had a green number next to her name, which meant that she went faster in the fourth 50 than she was in the third. So she still actually came home quicker.
So she didn't turn her legs off?
Didn't turn them completely off. Now, as I said, it all depends on what you want to get out of the race. Do you just want to make the final, or do you want to send a message? Do you want to swim it a certain way? We won't know that. That's for her and her coach to discuss. But what's good to see is that she was still building into the wall, and she's finished faster than she was halfway through the race. It looks like we're just having some technical problems with the board on lane 2, the touchpad. That's just been fixed, so we'll see how the swimmers go now. Lane 4, not here, Isabella Osborne. Something that I'm noticing now, Rowan Taylor, as I've mentioned before, head coach of Swimming Australia, did a lot of work over in the college system over in America, and I'm noticing a lot more American things in Victorian swimming that have come in the last 5 years or so. So those split times that we were seeing up on the board, I've never seen them during my age group swimming, basically through my whole swimming career, but it's something that they had a lot of over in America. You know, they put a lot of emphasis on calling out times that were, you know, their times they did before. And also this whole self-marshalling thing, very common in America. They don't even have anyone checking your name off. We've at least got a volunteer with a clipboard that's coming around checking name off. Are you here? Are you not here? But in America, it's literally turn up. If you're here, great. If you're not, the show goes on. It doesn't stop for anyone. We're seeing Dakota Mathers out here in lane 6, a distance swimmer. I believe went to National Open Championships. I'll need to check what her results were there, but she's a very, very established open water swimmer.
It is, and looking at this race, this heat is wide open with no Isabella Osborne, one of those two swimmers who have that 2:14 time out of these two heats. So you look, Dakota Mathers comes in with a 2:27. Judy Hussein Aman comes in with a 2:21, and Courtney Mudge, who is another one of those swimmers we've already seen this morning, comes in with a 2:25.24. So it is an open race here. I think you're going to have your favourite is going to be heading into that final is going to be Mia Yo, who we saw that one, but I think it's going to be an open race for those minor medals. As we now are in this last 50 metres, it's still Dakota Mathers in front there ahead of Judy Hussein Aman, and Courtney Mudge is in third, and Teal Williams, another one who's already swam today, in fourth. So it will be Dakota Mathers who will take out this second heat of the female 200 metre butterfly 16 plus. She's going to come in a time of a 2:19.93. Second is going to be Judy Hussein Aman with a 2:24.23, and third Courtney Mudge with a 2:27.56. So Dakota Mathers came in with a time of 2:27, finished with a 2:19, so that's 8 seconds quicker than her entry time.
Very impressive.
So now we will wait for event 20, which is the girls' 12 and 13 200 metre breaststroke event. This is another one of these events. We've seen a number of these swimmers already today. Some did the 200 butterfly and now doing the 200 breaststroke. We said one's bad enough. Some of them are doing both.
Oh, my word. I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it.
Actually, a lot of these did the IM. That's even worse.
Don't be hating on. IM is what I did. So I had to do all of it. In me complaining about 200 butterfly and 200 breaststroke, my main event was 400 individual medley. So, I mean, takes one to know one, right?
Yep.
We've got 5 heats of this. So the last 3 heats, as per normal, will be seeded.
Yep, so we've got Emily Ward, who comes out fastest in lane 0 after the first 50 metres in a 43.59. We've got Eleanor Stokes in lane 7, was in a 43.67. So those two were the quickest out of the blocks. Ward still looks really strong on that far lane, as does Stokes in lane 7. But the middle lanes are starting to come up on them now, especially lane 3, Yolanda Yu. And this is another one where you're seeing a number of different styles of the strokes from the swimmers. You said obviously some keep their head down, some go a little bit up and down more, and you're seeing that variety across the pool. Some
of them look like turtles. I know that one of my favourite people to watch was, there are actually 3 or 4, Benno Negri, Ed Speller and Julia Hawkins. All 3 of them were 150 metre freestyle specialists. All of them looked like a turtle whenever they did a breaststroke race. So it was lovely to watch them because they looked so uncoordinated. It was unbelievable, but, you know, it wasn't their main thing, so it doesn't matter. But many people have pulled off that kind of stroke. It's all up to the individual. Breaststroke's probably the most individual stroke, as far as there's so many different ways of doing it. You can tell your athlete, here's how you want to look, because it looks pretty, but is it efficient?
Yep, so Eleanor Stokes leads after 150 metres at 2:25.40. Second, in more than a second behind her, is Yolanda Yu in lane 3. And then in fourth is Dororetha Desenzi with a 2:27.37. So we're now in this last 50 metres, and it looks like they're coming up on Stokes, who has been in the top 2 all a race. You've got Eleanor Stokes in lane 7, who has now been overtaken by lane 3 and 4 there. You've got Yolanda Yu and you've got Dororetha. Stokes, though, is coming home strong after looking like she was going to be overtaken. She might have been able to do just enough to get back that lead and take the win here. So it does come down to the touch, and in the end it was Yolanda Yu with a 3:16.06, Dororetha Desenzi with a 3:16.10, and Eleanor Stokes with a 3:16.12. So only 0.06 between the three. So that one literally did come down to the touch.
Wow.
All of those three girls came in with times that were outside 3 minutes 22. So for each of them, that was massive swims there. Eleanor Stokes came in with a 3:29, so that's 13 seconds off that time. Yolanda's 8 seconds off that. Dororetha was 6 seconds off her time.
And as we've spoken about before, if you're not going to be in those final seeded heats, you want to be working towards that. That's your goal, is to move into the seeded heats. Then once you're in the seeded heats, it's to move into the final. It's constantly looking for the next thing. Once you're in the final, it's about making medals, and once you're in the medals, it's about winning. So for these girls to be doing those kind of personal bests, get themselves down from those just outside the seeded into the seeded heats. So well done on all those PBs.
No, it was, as we're now into heat 2 here of this 200-metre breaststroke. Coming into the turn, it's Julia Trin in first place with a 40.36. Lane number 9, Rumi Zhang with a 42.12 was in second. And then third was one of the birthday girls in Zara Wachowski in a 43.57. That's a really fast first 50 from Julia Tring. She's almost 3 seconds ahead of Zara Wachowski, who came in as the fastest qualifier in this race.
Once again, though, it's about holding it together for the whole race, so hopefully we can see that. She's got a good glide on her by the looks of it, rushing the front end of the stroke by a second or so, but no, she looks lovely. Just kicking into a nice streamline. Looking good. Lane 9 is riding the lane rope pretty hard. She'd almost be kicking it.
And as you can see, when she did that turn, she's come back into the middle of the pool. So I think she overcorrected too much, because she's now getting towards the wall. Well,
this is unfortunately what happens in training, is there's a lot of swimming around in a circle. So you swim on the left-hand side of the lane all the time, like driving. So now she's on the left-hand side next to the wall. So she's moved from right up on the lane rope to right over to the wall, and then she'll go back onto the lane rope for this last 50. You're adding an extra 4 metres to your race if you're going 1 metre across each time. You want to be swimming up and down that black line to get through the race as quickly as possible. Don't want to be wasting any energy moving around, pushing off on a diagonal rather than in and out on the straight line.
And Ekaterina, who's moved into second, also on the lane rope there. So for them, that's part of their development, to make sure they're swimming into the middle of the pool there. But it's Julie Trin out in lane number 2, who is still leading with a 2:16.65. Second was Ekaterina in a 2:21. So she's 4.5 seconds ahead of the pack heading into this last lap. Coming into this race, Julia Trin had a 3:19.04.
Oh, she's going to destroy that. This will be an excellent swim from her. The thing is, I'll probably talk more about it on the next heat as we watch Julia Trin, but there's a fantastic quote that I like from Ian Thorpe that I'll share with you on the next race. But great swim here from Julia Trin, way under her personal best. 15 seconds under?
Yeah, so she came in with a 3:19. That's a 3:04.73. It's probably not going to be enough for her to make the final. We've got several swimmers under that 3-minute mark. But that was a sensational swim by her. Annabelle's son came home late for a 3:11, and then in third was Ekaterina, also in a 3:11. Both of them with massive times off their qualifying time by 6 and 8 seconds.
Zara Witkowski, birthday girl,
was one. Yep.
It's good to know that she's stayed focused, stayed responsible on her birthday. 4-second PB for her as well. So that's a good birthday present for her.
And look, this race here is an interesting one. We have got Hayley Warren and Kimberly Chen, who both won their heats of the 200 IM before. Zoe McCauley was finished very high in hers, either second or third in her heat of the 200 IM as well.
Yeah, okay. Very good. There's a quote from Ian Thorpe that I really like and that I use very often. And they ask him, what do you think about when you're breaking a world record? He did an interview. And he said, I don't think, I just do what my body knows. I turn my mind off and let my body do what it knows. And that's where, in a race, you don't want to be thinking about every technical thing, every skill, every part of where your opponents are. You just want to let your body do what your body knows. So part of that, turning your mind off and focusing on just putting in your best effort, your body will naturally go to what it does in training, which will be that swimming around in circles. So it's just something to, when it is race time, just make sure that you do well. But yeah, there's a good start here from Hayley Warren. Kimberly Chen in second place, and out here in lane 8 you've got Summer Zhu.
Yeah, so yeah, nice win there by Hayley, who turns in a 1:23.73, about a second and a half quicker than Kimberly Chen on that lap there. And as you said, third was Summer Liu, and fourth Zoe McCauley. So those swimmers from the IM are swimming well here. Last time it was Hayley Warren finished ahead of Kimberly Chen had the fastest qualifier in the 200 IM with Hayley Warren behind her. And then I think Zoe McCauley was third. So all three of them have had a good morning already.
Looks like Kimberly Chen might be coming back at her a little bit. We'll see what the split times say. 43 seconds was her last 50. We'll see if she can get close to that again for Hayley Warren. 47 and then a 45 from Kimberly Chen. So Kimberly Chen has gone a 45-45 for a second and third.
And Zoe McCauley in fourth spot has actually done a better third 50 than second 50.
Kimberly Chen with a 45-45. Hayley Warren with a 43-47. So she just needs to make sure your last three 50s, your first one you've obviously got to dive and you're fresh. Your second, third, fourth 50, you want them as close together as possible. You want to be consistent.
As we mentioned here, Chen is coming up on Warren now. She has had a sensational back 50, and it looks like she's just going to come over the top of her. She is now in front. It's probably going to come down to the touch, but it looks like that Chen is ahead here. And in the end, it is Chen who touches out Warren. So Chen finishes with a 2:56.56. Warren with a 2:56.77. And then Summer Zhu with a 3:02.23. And then fourth was Zoe McCauley in a 3:02.36. So those four all quicker than the previous heat.
The national time for this event is 3 minutes .25, so we'll see how many of the girls can get under that in these next two heats for the 13-year-olds.
Well, both of those girls already had qualifying times.
Yeah. So, not many 13-year-olds in this race. Amelia Grover has already got it in lane 5. Bessie Pringle in lane 7 hasn't quite got under the time yet, so we'll see how close she can get. And in the heat after, Vivian Van with a 3:02, so we'll see how close. Oh, as well as Marissa, oh my word, I don't even want to try and pronounce that, lane 6. That scares me.
As we are here now, as we look to this one.
Batsogiannis.
Batsogiannis, yeah.
I think it's
Giannis. I'd say Giannis after the basketballer, but...
Yeah, same.
Batsogiannis.
I'm going to assume... Make a what? Do you think it's Greek?
I don't know. We'll worry about this heat first, and then we'll come to the final heat.
I'm just freaking out about names. I think about them too much. Oh, Bessie Pringle's not even racing. Okay.
That was your favourite name?
No, that was... I was looking at her for if she got under 3 minutes.
So we've got Anis Z Wu here in first spot. Had a first 50 underneath the 40 with a 39.99. So that's the quickest first 50 we have seen so far. And then not much between the rest of the pack there.
40 and then a 42. Very good splitting there from Anna Kang. There's a bit too much of a drop-off for my liking from Anna CG Wu.
Apologies, it's Anna Kang that's in front. Yeah, she had a good first 50. Went out there, not much between them, but it is a clear one there in Anna Kang, who came in with a 2:52.10 time, so one of the quickest qualifiers in this one.
Do you know what came third in the last heat? Do you remember?
I think it was 3:02. It was outside the 3 minute mark.
Gotcha. So we'll see how many of these girls can get close to that time. 3 minutes seems like a fairly reasonable way to get yourself into the final.
I think if you get under 3 minutes, you'll probably be in the final, I would say.
You should just about guarantee yourself, you'd hope. Most of these girls, first, second, third, I would hope, could really get under that 3 minutes. It's whether lane 4 can. Lane 2.
It's Anna Kang there in front still. She has led throughout this race. And then we've got Anis Ziwu in second spot there, and then in third is Amelia Grover. So it is going to be Anna Kang who takes out this one. It's going to be another one underneath that 3 minutes with a 2:54.94. So the fastest time we've had so far. Anna Siwoon is a 2:57, and Amelia Grover 3 minutes .10. So Anis Zagwu came in with a 2:58. She did a 2:57, so not bad there.
Great stuff.
A little bit slower for Amelia Grover on her best time, but looking at that time so far, has her in the top 5, so should need to have, it'd have to be a really fast last heat for her to miss out.
Yep. Which there is every chance that it could be, because it is the fastest of the heats.
So now this is the final of 5 heats for the 200-metre breaststroke female, 12 to 13 at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships. It's Tess Izzard who is flying out of the blocks here in this one. Comes in with, the 13-year-old comes in with a 2:47.87 entry time. So quickest so far coming in out of these times. As we're now halfway down in this second lap, it's Tess Izzard in lane 4 who is leaning from Layman Hussein Aman, another one we have already seen there today. And then in a third spot in lane 6 is Marissa Batsiajanis there. So your favourite name?
Well, the name that I have nightmares trying to pronounce. Just any name that isn't 5 syllables, five letters. I'm going to freak out. So I'm going to have to practice a lot of these before tomorrow night.
So Tess Izzard came through in a 1:22.45. She is 4 seconds ahead of Layman Hussein Aman, who came through in second in a 1:26.50. It's a nice swim here by Tess. all of those those 3 middle lanes all have times underneath that 3 minute barrier here. So it'll be interesting. Maritza Batiagianis comes in with a 3:01:02, whether she can get under that 3 minute barrier.
Unfortunately, I don't think she will today, or at least I don't think she will this morning. We'll see what she can do this afternoon, I think.
So we're at a 2:13 heading into this last, 2:06 for Tess Izzard, now heading into this last lap. She's going to well and truly get under that 3 minute mark there. Be interesting. 2:54 was the fastest qualifier so far, whether she can go quicker than that.
Oh, almost certainly. I'd be surprised if it wasn't under 2:50.
Yeah, I think she will as well. She was the fastest qualifier and looks like she will go into the final in that way as well. So she is coming up to the wall there, and she's going to come in 2:50.46, so about 4 seconds quicker than the next quickest there.
Very fast last 50 as well, a 43 on the last 50.
Yeah, that was a good 50 for her. Second was Laman Hussein Iman with a 3 minutes 74. Third was Chelsea Zhang, who came home fast with a 3:01:49. Might be just enough to get her into the final tonight.
It's definitely going to be in those low 3 minutes, isn't it?
It is. So
around that 3:01, 3:02 mark, you would have thought?
It is. It looks like we had possibly 5 or 6 go underneath that 3 minute mark.
All right. And then you had about 4 in that heat that went under 3:03.
Yep.
Right, moving on now to event number 21, the boys 12:13 200 metre breaststroke.
So we've got 5 heats in this one as well.
All right, these two boys cannot lose. It's a head-to-head. Don't even worry about the time. It's head-to-head. See who wins.
There was meant to be 3 in this heat, but Remy Hun isn't out there. So we've got Nate Anderson in lane 4 and Paula Fiap in lane 5.
I would like to see a bit more hands together from Parla. You see when he glides out there, his hands are well apart. They're shoulder width apart rather than touching. Whereas you see that Nate is able to get his hands together and the glide is just a bit smoother.
It is, and you look at that there, and with your hands apart, you're allowing more water in, so it slows you down. So
it's almost like running with a parachute, honestly. It's definitely slows you down a lot, and it doesn't take a whole lot more effort just to get those hands together.
It is. So we look at this so far at the moment. Coming away is Nate Anderson. We said has the better stroke of the two, and I think it's starting to impact with this race as well, and how he's been able to break away.
And you can see the other thing Parla does is he's reaching for the breath. The beautiful thing is when you actually lift up, you create your own pocket of air below you, and you can almost suck in that pocket. So him just reaching, he tilts his head back a little bit too far for my liking, but I mean he's out there, 137 there at the 100. If he does something even close to that, he'll be well under his PB, and he's just a young kid anyway. He's got many things to learn, lots to improve, so the boys out here, it's good to see them having a crack.
Yep, their swimming 200 metre breaststroke, a lot of people would not even give it a go.
I wouldn't.
So we look here, it is Nate Anderson in front as we get into the end of this third 50. But looking at this, Parla's not going away. He's just outside of body length behind. It looked like Anderson was really going to break away, but Parla is sticking with him as we come into the last 50 there. Anderson turns in a 2:27.20 with a 53.75. Parla with almost a 2 second better third 50 there, turns in a 2:29.76. So he's making it a race.
Yeah, he's coming back at him a little bit. Just needs to get his under his PB, and I think the rest will take care of itself. But it looks like Nate's pulling a bit away from him here. Didn't quite see because we're down the other end, but I'm assuming the turn from Nate was a little bit better. It looks like Parla is actually a faster swimmer, but the skills from Nate are much cleaner. He's lifting the stroke rate for the last 10 metres, trying to really build up and work into the wall to be as fast as possible here. Give it everything for the last 5 metres.
Yeah, he will manage to hold on because Harlow comes late again there, and Nate Anderson finishes in a 3:15.98. Parla, the Thapper finishes in a 3:18.62, both ahead of their entry times. Now in the water for this second heat, Joshua Yu was fast off the blocks with a 0.5 second reaction time, but it's probably lane 5 there in James Bigler who is leading early in this first lap. Also looking good is Ethan Dennison in lane 5. Dennison probably with a bit faster stroke early in this race compared to some of the others. And then coming on that far side in lane 3 is Jordan Chu, who has had a good back part of this lap and has been able to take the lead with a 40.87.
The other, we're just looking for, you're looking for a little bit more distance off these walls. The split stroke, you don't have to worry about trying to get 4, 5, 6, 7 dolphin kicks out. It's one dolphin kick, and then you pull your arms down to your side in the streamline, and then you're allowed a breaststroke stroke back up, also known as Moses drill, named after Edward Moses, one of the great breaststrokers of all time, really. For these split strokes, you want to be getting as far as possible, maintaining as much speed as possible off the wall. Really close here across the middle 5 lanes, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, all right next to each other. Just rushing those underwaters a little bit, but they're up, they're racing, they're all next to each other, they all want to make a point.
They do here, and Jordan Chu leading the race, but nothing between them at that turn, so it's what you want to see here. Lane 4 now with Sebastian Chan has had a really good third 50 after coming strongly off that turn. He's slightly ahead here, but the 5 middle lanes, there's not much between them coming into this back 50. It's going to be Sebastian Chan who does lead into this turn. He does go around in a 2:20.62. He had a 50-second lap. That one, Henry Garland in lane 2 had a 49-second third 50. So he had a really good one there to come back into it, and here's one to watch. Looking here, it looks like maybe a little bit of a cap problem here in lane 3 as well. So that's obviously something that's not going to be ideal there.
Yeah, adding a little bit of resistance because he slams his head into the water, just trying to get back down into that streamline a bit too quickly.
Yes, but he is coming home fast here. Jordan Chu coming close to Sebastian Chan here. Chan is still ahead here. Jordan Chu has come home strongly. It's going to be on the touch. It is Sebastian Chan who wins in a 3:08.44. Jordan Chu, who came home very strongly, finished in a 3:08.55. Then third was Benjamin D'Souza in a 3:09.57.
Because it was such a close race, every single one of those boys, their last 50 was faster than their third 50.
Yep, and obviously for those at home, is that just the natural of pushing against who you swim in against, that when you can see that competitor, you are going to go faster?
You just always lift that extra amount. There's just something about having a person next to you that you can't, I found very hard to replicate in my head. You can push yourself as hard as you want, but when you see someone next to you and there's a whole new purpose of just wanting to beat them, can definitely add to your game, which is why I highly recommend, especially at these ages 11 through to 15, 16, just find a competitor. Find someone at your club or at who's at a different club that you see just about every competition, who you can race against that will make you a better version of yourself. If you have a constant competition, you're constantly improving more than you would than if you're just by yourself. It's especially for distance athletes. It's very hard to do long hours just grinding through work and a lot of kilometres just by yourself. Having someone else there with you to make it all better, very, very highly recommended.
Yeah, so we've got Andrew Spencer here in lane 4 ahead after the first lap. And second was Benjamin Shang, who was in lane 2, and third was Peter Trin in lane 5. Expect this race to be a fair bit quicker than that previous one. In this one, we've got 5 swimmers underneath the 3-minute mark with an entry time, led by Andrew Spencer with a 2:41. So he's looking, his best time's only 30 seconds quicker than what we saw in the previous heat.
Wow. Out and under that 120 mark.
Yeah, and we're seeing Spencer well and truly ahead here. You mentioned that he's got a 2-second lead over Peter Trin at the halfway mark, and third is Benjamin Shang.
Once again, you want if you're one of these outside guys, you need to pick up one of the inside guys in the middle lanes and try and follow them to the best of your abilities, because that's how you make finals.
Yeah, so we're looking here a very big lead for Andrew Spencer at the 3-quarter mark. Turns in a 2-minute.80. 42 seconds for that 50, about 3 seconds quicker than the next best. He's leading by 4.5 seconds over Peter Trin. In third spot is Benjamin Shang, who turned in a 2:05.93.
Still just around that 40 seconds per lap. I think 42 seconds for Spencer Andrew in that last one. And he looks like he's definitely picked up a bit. He's got a beautiful glide on his stroke.
He came in with a 2:41.55. He's going to go close to that time today.
I think he'll be around the 40. Yeah, maybe. 42, maybe? 41, 42. Oh, right on the verge.
Yeah, 2:41.98, so only 0.44 outside of his entry time, so that's been a sensational swim from him. Benjamin Shang with a 2:49 in second. Peter Trin in third with a 2:50 there. Also getting under that 3-minute mark was Broderick Cohen in a 2:56. Fifth and sixth, Jaden Zeng and Adriana Marani also under that 3-minute mark. So you've got 6 athletes under 3 minutes in that race.
Yeah, another cap problem over there in lane 8. Just struggled a bit to keep his cap on towards the end of the race. Just always adding some drag, which you never want. Two more heats to go.
So these 2 heats are going to have to swim quickly with already 6 athletes underneath that 3-minute mark.
You'd expect they're all capable of it, though.
Most of them would, yeah. So we could be looking a very big sub time there for those ones. So we're now in this 4th heat here in the middle of the pool. Hang Tang Wang, who we've already seen today and had a sensational race, and we felt he probably pulled off a little bit at the back end of the race there, will go in as the favourite in this one with 2:41.26 entry time. But Hang Tang Wang didn't actually start this one. Now I look at it, so he's already had that one big swim this morning.
Sorry, I was zoned out because the officials over here, one of the girls has lost her cap while she was swimming, and they were meant to stop the races so that she could go in and get her cap before leaving. Sorry, I heard you talking about Han Tang Wang. Yeah, he's probably focusing on the 2 events he did before, so the 100 freestyle and the 200 IM are probably taking precedence over this 200 breaststroke.
Was so sitting there in first spot as we come into this back end of the first 100 is Kai Witt, which is looking very strong there in lane 3. Went out in a 35.52, 7 seconds slower in that 50. So that you talk about those splits, very, very different there, but still leading in a 1:18.03. Second there is Aston Wilson, who we've already seen today as well, in 1:19.97. And then in third spot there, we've got JT Juhan, who finished that first 100 in a 1:21.04.
Kai Witt there under the 1:20 barrier. Now that's exactly what they had in the heat before with Andrew Spencer. He was exactly around this point, except he was able to drop a 42 for his next 50 instead of Kai there has dropped a 44. But then again, he is in lane 3 and he's probably close to his personal best with the way he's looking well under his personal best.
Yeah, so it's been a really good swim for him so far. So Kai Witt is in front here as we come into this back 25 metre. Coming home strongly though is JT Juhang in lane 5, and in lane 6 Aston Wilson here. It's going to come down to the end here. It's Kai Witt and JT Juhan here. JT has come home sensationally, and looks like JT is going to touch him out, and he does in a 2:45.76. Kai Witt in a 2:46.97. Aston Wilson in a 2:47.29.
Kai front-loaded his energy there. You saw that in the last 50 metres, but JT coming back in a 41, which is actually what Spencer came back in. So there's definitely more to improve there for JT.
Yeah, JT about a second quicker than his entry time there. Aston Wilson came in with a 2:55, so he's been able to improve that as well and go under the 2:50. So 3 under the 2:50 in that race. That was a pretty fast one as well.
We just got a small delay here as one of the girls in the heats before, I believe, has lost her cap. So she's just heading into the middle of the pool now, over in lane 4 or 5.
I was going to say, in this warm weather, I wouldn't mind jumping in the pool.
Yeah, just for a quick dip.
Cool down. Yep. As we have a short break, just so Swimming Victoria has proud to announce a new partnership with Beyond Bank. The partnership will see financial wellbeing and scam awareness webinars delivered for the swimming community to help increase financial education within our young members. Beyond Bank understands the community matters to clubs and members, and they're looking forward to supporting and helping them grow.
We've had many, as athletes, you get many sit-down talks and opportunities to speak to some people that can help give you some great life advice. I remember Belinda Hocking was a 2-time Olympian, came and spoke to our squad once about the world outside of swimming. And something you don't think about when you're 14 years old. You just think that swimming's going to last forever, life's easy, live with your parents, everything's good, but just getting these seminars from teams like Beyond Bank and others that help basically walk you through the step-by-step of what's to come for the rest of your career.
Yeah, out to a flying start in this 5th and final heat. Quinn Richards, though, came in with a time of 2:29.11.
That's pretty rapid.
He's 12 seconds quicker than any other athlete out there, and you can see this in the first 50 already. He is completely dominating this race.
Yeah, that's pretty close to my personal best when I was 20 years old.
So we turned in at 1:12.37. Now we've got in second spot here is Ismail, who we've spoken about, has had a sensational morning already. He turns in at 1:21.82. So we are looking at a 9-second difference at the halfway mark.
In 100 metres.
That is ridiculous.
He honestly looks like he's put on the brake now, though. Quinn Richards, at least I hope he's put on the brake and it's not the piano falling on top of him, but he looks very relaxed with his stroke rate. Doesn't look like he's in any sort of urgency to get to the wall. He knows where he sits. He's already 6-7 seconds faster than any other swimmers to this point so far. So he can afford to take it easy.
Yeah, sitting 12 seconds ahead of Peter Kim, who turned in second. Ismail turned in third in a 2:08.93.
Yeah, and even faster. Our fastest qualifier so far is Andrew Spencer. And he's going to absolutely demolish whatever Andrew was able to put forward. But,
a 2:41.98.
Yeah, and so he's got 10 seconds from where he is now. I think he'll take care of business. 2 minutes 36. Back in a 41 as well, so he actually came back a lot quicker. I believe his third 50 was somewhere around that 43, 44 second mark. So, yeah, it's very, very impressive from the young man there.
Was, and Ismail finished that heat in second, came back 42 in that last one for a 2:49.83. Peter Kim a 2:50.05. So another one underneath that 2:50. Most of that finals field is going to have under a 2:50 time. Yeah,
it definitely looks that way. And Ismail, for his third race of the day, very impressive. Oh, unfortunately, 2 disqualifications for lane 8 and lane 9. But yeah, for his third race of the day, very impressive. Now, I believe we're about to take a short break because the officials have been working very hard, about 4.5 hours so far. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, somewhere around there, and then we'll come back and continue proceedings after that. But we'll see you then.
Welcome back to the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships. We're now coming into the back half of this morning session, and we've had some sensational swimming so far.
Oh, yes, we have. We are now getting into event number 23, the boys 14-15 years 200-metre individual medley. Unfortunately, this was a bit of a last-minute thing where they put that little break in. So a lot of these boys have actually just been sitting around for an extra 10 minutes behind the starting blocks, getting a bit cold after their race. So we'll hope that a couple of them can still pull out some decent times. They're 20 minutes behind schedule, so hopefully they haven't cooled down too much.
Yeah, and what impact does that have for those boys sitting behind the blocks for that extra period of time?
Well, your muscles just get stagnant. The blood flow decreases to the muscle, less nutrients to the muscle, and you would know if you just go out and you do some exercise, and then you go and sit at home for a bit, your body just seizes up after an hour of doing nothing. It's very important to cool down after a high-intensity effort, whether that's running, walking, biking or swimming, obviously, is relevant here. So, yeah, the guys need to make sure that their body's not stagnant. They don't want their heart rate dropping too low. You don't want it to be too high, obviously, because then you start expending energy. But you want to keep warm. You want to make sure you're around, keep the blood flow going, which is why you hear a lot of slapping. So that's what that's meant to do before a race. If you slap your leg or slap your arm or wherever you want to slap, they usually slap the big muscles around their body, because after you slap an area it goes red. That's because that's blood going to that area to help repair it after the slap. So by slapping areas on their body, it basically increases blood flow to those areas of the body, like the big muscles.
Yeah, as we're seeing there now in the third 50 of this IM, it's Yash Kanungo who has led so far in that first part here, but coming home in really strongly in this breaststroke leg and looks like has taken the front here is Zach McKenzie in lane 7, was fourth at the halfway mark, now leads touching in a 1:56.26 ahead of Yash, who was in 1:58.02.
Some good work there being done by these boys. Just going to have a look quickly. Looks like any time under 220 will almost certainly get you into the finals. I'm sure these guys aren't looking around that 220 mark. They just want to be doing PB. So any time under 240 should be a decent swim for them, and they're going to be closer to that 230 than they are 240.
Yes, we've got Zach McKenzie who will touch in first. So touches in a 2:33.32. In second was Jesse Pratt in a 2:34.64. And third was Yash Kanungo in a 2:34.80. So Zach McKenzie came in with a 2:39 qualifying time and finished in a 2:32. So a really good swim by him.
The smallest PB, no one went over their PB. The smallest PB was a 0.1 PB.
Yeah, that's it.
All of them PB.
And that's what we're seeing in a lot of these first heats, that we are seeing PBs or season's bests in these events, probably because they've got a lot more time to give on their times as well.
Yeah, you want improvement.
So now we're in the second one of these heats, and starting really strong was Eugene Tang in lane number 9, flew off the blocks and is up the front there along with Lusa Henderson. So it's the two on this side that are in front, and it's Henderson who does a turn first there. Ahead of in second place is Tom Hussey, and then in third is Eugene Tang.
Very good start by the boys. You just need to make sure that they roll the arms over now, continue that momentum. I've been saying that basically all day, but it's continued momentum. One of my favourite quotes, and it's more specific to a 50 than it is anything else, but my age group coach used to tell me a 50 is won by the person who slows down the least. And that's what I took into a lot of my swimming, was if you slow down the least and you keep high speed for as long as possible, make it as efficient as possible, you'll win more than you lose.
So we got Lusa Henderson touching in first at the 150 metre mark. At the 100 metre mark there with a 1:08.84. In second was still a Tom Hussey, and up to third is Ian Gosini, who has had a really good second 50 there.
I think one of the boys there got a bit lucky. I won't mention who, but I definitely saw a disqualification. One thing you definitely cannot do is put your hand over the top of the touchpad. So one of the boys, unfortunately, misjudged his backstroke into the wall, grabbed the top of the touchpad, lifted himself up, and then transition there. I think the officials missed that one, but just for viewers at home, make sure that you touch the yellow part of the touchpad or the black T in the middle of it. We got lane number 1, James Clare. Faster breaststroke than his backstroke leg.
Yeah, we've seen him already before, so we possibly may have seen him in the breaststroke event there. So he's ended up coming into first. Ian Gosini is now up to a second, with Lusa Henderson was falling to third after that breaststroke leg. It is James Clare over in lane number 2 that is still in front here, but finishing really strongly in this side of the pool is Ian Gosini and Lusa Henderson. So it's going to come down to the touch on the wall, and in the end it's Henderson who led early, has fought back hard to finish first in a 2:32.58. Equal in second was Ian Gosini in a 2:32.62, and then in third in a 2:32.64 was Tom Hussey. So only 0.04 between those top 3. So a second heat about that 2:32 mark so far.
Final heat before the timed heat. So these boys will be hopefully trying to break under that 2:30 barrier. Everyone in this heat is ranked between a 2:30 and a 2:32. So once again, we'd hope for a close race. Maybe the couple of the faster guys might be a bit closer, but just want everyone pushing close to that 2:30 barrier.
It is, and it's these far lanes closest to us that have started really well in this butterfly leg, along with on the other side there we have had Oscar Robinson touch first, just ahead of Angus Yule, and then in the middle Thomas Durrett Sims. So not much across the pool in this first lap.
I've just had a look a little bit further down. We got Milo Dressel De Bruyne, so someone who we know is a very strong breaststroker. So even if he's behind on the backstroke, watch for him on the breaststroke coming up, and that is in the final heat, heat 6. In this so far, we're seeing a couple of the outside lanes really pushing this butterfly backstroke pretty well. Oscar Robinson, Angus Yule, and Michael Fan out here coming from 5th. He might be first at the turn. He is. 37-second backstroke. Look, a couple of 38s, quite a few 41s. Now we've got to see where the breaststroke places everyone and get an idea of how the finishing positions might be towards the end of the race.
Yeah, interesting. The middle of the pool's nowhere in this contest so far. It's on both edges there. As you mentioned, it was Michael Fan in front at the halfway mark, but looking right next to him, Christopher Lee's had a really good breaststroke leg, and so has Mark Damon Iben.
Callum Otto, who is 5th at the turn, is really pushing up into those podium positions. He might be second or even first.
Yeah, there's not much between these guys at this turn, and it's Mark Damien Iben who turns in first, Angus Yule in second, and Callum Otto, as you said, who was coming home strong, was in third.
These guys will certainly be way under that 2:30 barrier. I'm thinking close to 2:26, 2:27.
Which is a good swim, as you said. All of them had times above 2 minutes 30 here. And this could be anyone's race in this run home. Christopher Lee finishing really strongly in lane 8. Also Michael Fan in lane 9 as well. And those two are going to race it out there. And it's a 2:27.69 for Christopher Lee, a 2:28.48 for Michael Fan. And then third was Callum Otto in a 2:29.82.
So they were 5th and 6th with 50 metres to go and came home very fast. Very good pressure there. Michael Fan, great backstroker, great freestyler. Needs to work on his breaststroke. But that's good. He knows what his weakness is. Now he just needs to improve it.
It is, and we mentioned earlier on about having those races. Those two next to each other really pushed each other towards the end to try and beat each other, which is exactly what you want. You mentioned those. You find someone, they found someone.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of names here that are pretty recognisable from earlier in today. Harry McCraw, definitely saw him in the 100 butterfly. So watch for him. A lot of early, easy speed here. Leon Vidal.
We saw him as well.
Yes, and Xavier Eagle. I think, was he in the 200 breaststroke? Could have been. But definitely seen those three names before in the middle of the pool. So hopefully they can back up their good swims this morning with some more good swims. And we're into the afternoon now.
We are. It's been a big morning and now we're into a big afternoon of action so far. But as you mentioned, seen some of these swimmers before already, and a lot of these swimmers have really big competition. Some will race in 7-8 different events that you see. Sometimes at the Australian heats, even the senior swimmers will swim events they're not going to swim at the main competitions as well.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the place to do it. If you're going to do it, it's going to be here. Yep. You don't want to be getting to the end of the season, the final race of the year, and going, oh, I wish I did this. Because you're not going to do it in the final race of the year.
And it's Harry McCraw who turns in first spot there at the halfway mark with a 1:06.02. Campbell Mills in lane 8 was in second with a 1:06.63, and third Aidan Ramos in 1:06.93.
I have a feeling I recognise that breaststroke from Leon Vidal. He's going to come forward. Look at him fly through the pack here already.
Yeah, he's making some big inroads. He was one of the fastest qualifiers in the breaststroke earlier on. And look, likelihood he's going to be close to in front, if not in front, at this 150-metre mark.
Definitely looks that way. Harry McCraw's doing a great job of holding in there at the moment. It depends who's got the faster freestyle now, or if they even want to push it that much harder. But Leon got 5.5 seconds
on Harry McCraw there. That's incredible, and he now leads heading into this one. But saying that, Harry McCraw's come back in this freestyle. He's back out to a body length in front, so
just took the breaststroke as an easy lap.
Took it easy. Looks like now Leon's taking the freestyle as an easy lap.
Well, he's probably tired from dropping to 39.
It will be Harry McCraw who takes out this heat with a 1:20.1 for Leon Vidal with a 2:22.70, and third was Campbell Mills in a 2:24.96.
Yeah, well done by the boys there. Coming back into 29.6, that's some good quality national level swimming there.
Yeah, and Harry McCraw's still got some time in him. He came with an entry time of 2:17.
Yeah, wow. So when you think about it this way, he was 20 seconds, I don't know if this is going to make sense to anyone, he was 20 seconds over averaging 30, right? He went 30 seconds for his butterfly and freestyle, which means that 20 seconds over, 15 of them were in breaststroke.
Breaststroke, which is, if he wants to take that next level with his IM, probably needs to do a bit more work on his breaststroke.
That's where it's done. The way that you swim under that 210 is by going out in 28, then having maybe like a 33 backstroke. Then you've got to have that 39 breaststroke.
Yeah.
That's got to be, that sub 40 is so important to have. And then you can still come home in a 29. You don't need to make the freestyle much faster. That'll come with age. You don't have to make it faster. You need to get that breaststroke down if you want to take your IM seriously.
You took it fast ones here. Leo Dong went out in a 27.82 in that 50 for the butterfly, and he's well ahead after the backstroke, so he will turn at a 1:01.94.
Yeah, very good start for him. Doing the traditional bucket turn, which was probably one of the most popular turns until Ryan Lochte came along with his flip turn, which isn't just a back flip, it's like a weird side flip thing. Hard to describe, better to look at. It was amazing. I was a swimmer for 16 years. IM was my main thing. It was the main thing I did. And my dad said to me after I retired, he looked at the TV and we were watching a swimming race. He went, "That's different." I went, "Dad, I've been doing that for 10 years. That's exactly, if you watched a single one of my races, you would have seen that's exactly how I used to do it.
Yeah, and we talk about, obviously, we'll just talk underneath that 40 seconds for that breaststroke. Leo Dong did do under that now, so he can come home strong and come in with a good time.
Exactly, and so did Jane with in lane 3 there. It just, if you're out of contention, it puts you back in contention. If you're in contention, it breaks you away. It's the great divider. it's the biggest point of difference that you can have in an IM.
So a nice time here for Leo Dong with a 2:14.79. Second is Jiang with a 2:19.12, and third is Hamish Evans with a 2:19.97.
So I believe they would have had a similar back end, Leo Dong and Harry McCaw, as far as their second 100 goes. But Harry was 5-6 seconds slower in the breaststroke, whereas Leo decided to take the freestyle easy and still finish faster.
Yeah,
and still finished with a total faster time, but his last 50 was a bit slower.
And his 2:14 is below his seeded time as well. So even though he took it a little bit easier, he was a really good performance here. And one of the stars we saw this morning was Milo Dressel-De Bruin, who is in this race in lane 4.
Yeah, so watch out for his breaststroke. He's got a beautiful butterfly, nice rhythm to it, good timing of the kick. So long as he can make this easy. Breaststrokers don't like backstroke and backstrokers don't like breaststroke. For some reason, they just don't get along. There's very few people in this world that can pull off a good breaststroke and a good backstroke, and those people do IM.
As after that first 50, Daniel Nguyen in lane 2 turned first. Samuel Hartley in lane 6 was second. And then in third was Samuel Mills, another one who was swam earlier today. So we're now in this 50, and you said the key here is for Milo just to hang on with those top swimmers, probably sitting in about 4th to 5th at this time of the race, with Samuel Hartley kicking away in that backstroke lead leg to take the win there. It's
the word leg, I don't think I've seen cripple someone as much as it's crippled you today.
It normally doesn't, so we'll figure this out later on.
Hey, we've got a whole weekend to get on top of this. We're good to go. Now, this is where Milo has got to be feeling very confident. He knows he is the best breaststroker in this field and probably at this competition. So he's just got to back himself, know his strengths, know that this is going to get him through the field. Don't panic. You can see it working for him already.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to do is panic, think, I've got to catch all of this up right here, right now. There have been very few people other than Harry McCaw that we've seen come back under 33 seconds. So if he's able to just get through it easy, get himself back in contention, use less energy than everyone else, he can still make a good freestyle.
Yeah, he's now up to third, is second quicker in that 50 than Samuel Mills, who is in the front here. But as we saw earlier on, De Bruin being in contention at the 150 mark is the last thing you want, because he has just kicked away in this final 50 now leading by more than a body length as he comes under the flags here. It's going to be a nice win from Milo again to take this one out. He finishes in a 2:18 flat. Scott Robinson in second with a 2:19.40, and Samuel Hartley with a 2:19.86 to round out the top three.
Sorry, I'm just having a quick check.
So Leo Dong was the fastest qualifier with a 2:14.79.
What did lane 8 go there? I'm just trying to do some checking. 15 years old.
2. All the twos.
Oh, he missed out by half a second on his national time. I'm looking at these outside swimmers that are really getting up there and getting aggressive. He's got a very, very good chance to get close to that. I don't know if he's entered into next week's competition. Hopefully he is. And hopefully he can have another crack at trying to get that 200 IM there.
As we said, there is one more opportunity to qualify after today for the Nationals.
It is the last opportunity. We are now on to event number 24, the 200-metre medley. 14, 15-year-old females. This is heat 1 of 6. So very similar to the heat before. We got the event before, we got 6 heats of 14, 15-year-old 200-metre medley.
And seeing some of these swimmers again that we've seen today, Lucy Doyle, Kiera Jeffs, Zara Jeffs, Grace Dobby, Keela Enters, are all ones that have had some really good swims this morning. But in this heat here, we've only got the 4 swimmers there, with Alexander Isborn was leading after the first 50, but not much between 3 lanes now, possibly Ruby Morgan in front as we head into the wall after this backstroke leg. She is touched out there by Natalia Cabanova in lane 1, who had a 1:18.78. In second was Alexander Isborn in a 1:19.23, and Alison Dew in lane 6 in a 1:19.26. So not much between them all.
Moving into the breaststroke now, as we have said all day, the great equaliser, or the great point of difference. Was nice, strong out there in lane 2 from Natalia. From Cheltenham, by the looks of it. Yep. I know one of my friends over there, Liam Fisk, old swimming head. Back in the days of the early 2010s, he was a great swimmer, along with a bloke called Nick Gromwald. Both of those were good mates. He's taking care of the Cheltenham team now, so by the looks of it, he's doing his job pretty well, as they are sitting first and third.
Yeah, so it's Natalia Cabanova who led heading into that last 50 and has extended her lead. Leads by 2 body lengths there over in lane number 2. Had a 4-second lead at that last turn. In second spot is Alexander Isborn, but coming up on her is Alison Dew, but it's going to be Natalia Cabanova who wins this one in a 2:49.42. In second spot there was Alexander Isborn with a 2:53.14. In third, Alison Dew with a 2:53.67. Another one underneath her entry time there, so nearly a second and a half better than her entry time, so a really good swim there by Natalia.
I'm glad my mum's got it together. Ever since I called her out for a voice crack earlier on in the competition, she's held a tight ship, started them nice and evenly.
Not listening to you this time.
No. She doesn't like my judgment.
Yes. So in this one, Gemma Sullivan in lane 9 jumped out of the blocks with the butterfly. So I'm going to guess she is a butterflyer with the way that she has started. She will be first into the wall there in 32.21, ahead of Angelina Nugent in lane 1, who touched in 32.98.
This is always the worrying thing about IM. She looks like a really good butterfly, a really good backstroker. I'm going to bet my bottom dollar she's a very good freestyler. I'm going to put even more dollars on the fact that she might not be the best breaststroker, but I really hope she proves me wrong.
And look, she's gone out using her strength, and she's known that. Exactly. So that's why we've seen her come out early. She will, even though she's on the lane rope, a touch in front here at the 100-metre mark. She did have to reach for the wall a little bit there. Touched in a 1:12.15. Second was Lily Lynch in a 1:15.82. So she's got 3.5 second lead there. Whether it's going to be enough is going to be the question.
Now you'll see, this is what I was talking about earlier, and this is not me trying to be rude, but this is just how it goes. You can see her pause at the top of her stroke in her breaststroke. Now she's still doing well, holding off the competition, but she pauses at the top, waits for the legs to catch up, and then kicks the head down. She just needs to make it more fluid, a constant motion towards the other wall. But she's doing a great job here. A little bit being caught up a little bit by lane 1 there. Angelina Nguyen.
So she will touch in first here in a 2:02.67. So she was 3 seconds ahead. Now she's just under 2. So she's still kept a decent gap. But as we said, not her strongest stroke there. So she is in first. Angelina Nguyen is in second. And in third, there is Amber Lark in the middle of the pool. It is still Gemma Sullivan who has led from start to finish so far, but coming across on the other side, so she won't be able to see her finishing, is Angelina Nguyen. But I think in the end, Gemma Sullivan is going to do enough to claim a victory here with a start to finish win there, finishing in 2:40.91. Angelina Nguyen, who had a better last 50, finished in a 2:42.35, and third was Lily Lark in a 2:46.26.
Well, I feel like I was right. Good butterfly, good backstroke, good freestyle.
Yes, it came in with a 2:50 time, so she's nearly 10 seconds quicker.
That's so impressive. Well done, Gemma.
So, yeah, and obviously you go, that's a massive improvement for her there. She actually had the slowest seeded time heading into that heat, and she's come out on top. So, a brilliant performance by her.
Absolutely dominated the field. Well done. She's going to move way up the ranks with that swim, which is exactly what we spoke about, what you need to do for a 15-year-old. Flex your muscle a bit on the rest of the crowd of 14-year-olds.
That swim puts her just outside the seeded times.
Wow.
This 3 seeded heat, so sensational performance by her.
Very impressive.
So in this one, it is lane 7, Holly Hume, who has had a really good start there, along with lane 3, Elizabeth Mack. So it'll be Elizabeth Mack who'll turn first in a 32.52. In second is Holly Hume in a 33.47, and third, Yolanda Wu in a 33.88.
Very good start from her there.
Really good turn there from Mack into the backstroke as well. She's got a body length on the rest of the field. Looking really good in lane 1 is Ava Thickens as well. And then on this side of the pool, you've got lane 6 and 7, which is Chloe Hugh and Holly Hume, also having strong starts.
I'm seeing a bit of knees from most of the girls in these heat. Remember, you want to be using the big muscles in your leg. You want to be using your quad, your hamstring and your glutes to help power you through each of the strokes, but especially backstroke. You don't want to be lifting your knee and almost like you're riding a bicycle. That's rather inefficient.
It is, as Elizabeth Mack still ahead here as we're halfway through this breaststroke leg. Sitting in second spot would be Ava Thickens over in lane number 1. And they've broken away from the rest of the pack with 3 of them looking in third spot at the moment, which will be Yolanda Wu, and then you've got Chloe Ho and Holly Hume. But it is all Elizabeth Mack early on. But coming at her is Ava Thickens in lane 1. She's had a really good breaststroke leg, and we'll come up to Elizabeth Mack as we come to the wall. And touching first was Elizabeth Mack, only 0.03 ahead of Ava Thickens on the far side of the pool.
Here we go. Now we'll see who's got more energy to spend in this last 50 metres. And in that first 25 has been a good effort put in there by by Ava Thickens. Yes, sorry. See if Elizabeth Mack can match her in this last 15, but it looks like Ava Thickens is just going to walk it home here. Great effort from her, lifting up the stroke rate, really having a crack in that last 50, dropping a 35.5. Holly Hume, or another notable 33.7 in the last 50 there. Yeah,
some good swims there. Ava Thickens, 3.5 seconds quicker than her seeded time as well. So
excellent work.
A good performance there. So we will get into the seeded heats now. So both of these heats have had 2-minute 40 winning times. I'd expect the winners under these, you're probably looking possibly under 2 minutes 30. So we're going to see some of these familiar faces we've already seen this morning. Kelia Enters is one to keep an eye on. We saw what she did. She came home really strongly earlier on in one of the races, but just looking, she's not actually out there. So
devastating. She had such a good 200 breaststroke. I was really hoping to see her just absolutely power through the middle of the field, similar to what Milo did in the men's event.
Yep, so it's Akira Urdenko, who led at the 50-metre mark with a time of 31.65. In second was Zara Olawani with a 31.99. So sitting in lane 4, Arika Urdenko is leading in this backstroke leg. On that far side in lane 1, Orarina David has had a sensational backstroke leg to put herself in contention. So not much between these two. Urdenko is extending her lead a little bit in this breaststroke first part of the race. She's now out by a body length, so she's had a really good backstroke leg. Coming up in lane 3, Zara Olawani is having a really good 50 as well. But it is all Arika Urdenko as we're about to turn from breaststroke into freestyle. She turns with a time of 1:53.01. She is 3.5 seconds ahead of Zara Olawani in second spot.
Great technique here from Arika Urdenko. Some really, especially that hand entering the water, her left hand, not her breathing arm, her other one. Really high elbow, and I'm actually loving the shape of the hand. The elbow is higher than the wrist, which is higher than the fingers when it enters the water. Really, really good technique there.
Yeah, it comes in with a 2:26.17. Second was Imogen Murray, who was not in at all races, come home strongly to finish in a 2:32.19. And third was Zara Olawani in a 2:32.98.
The things that you definitely want to be seeing as a coach is, even if you're not, up there as far as races go, or you're not in the top 3, top 4, top 5, you still want to see your athlete having a crack. So you've got to be kicking through the last 15 especially. So that's the end of your race. You want to be giving it everything. We had a coach for a while who, the typical way that it works is you go over, you talk to your coach, you get a race plan, or they help you warm up. Then when you're ready, you go over, talk to your coach, get a race plan, you come back, you line up for your race, then you go back to your coach afterwards after the race, and then say, what did I do well, what didn't I do well? One of our coaches that I used to have said, did you give 100%? And if you answered yes, then he'd give you a breakdown of the race. If you said no, then it was basically pointless, because if you haven't given your whole effort, then that's your number one thing to work on, is giving your whole effort.
As we're now down here, some of these ones swam really strongly before. Coming up to this back part of the 50, it looks like it's going to be Emerson Hoggett is in front there in lane 6. It's Joanne Liu in lane 6 is in front. Second was Zara Jeffrey, and then third was Emerson Hoggett. So not much between them there. It is at the moment Joanne Liu who is in front.
Nice high breaststroke from Joanne Liu here. Just waiting for Grace Dobie to really start punching through the field here on the breaststroke. Good, nice long stroke here from Joanne Liu.
She mentioned that Grace Dobie has started to come through and touches in third, but there is a 2.5 second gap with Joanne Liu in front there. It's whether she can hold on from Emerson Hoggett and Grace Dobie.
Big kicks going on here from lane 4, Grace Dobie, and Zara Jeffrey hasn't ruled herself out of proceedings either, just off the hip. Will need a hustle if she really wants to make a good impression on this final. but it looks like Joanne Lou's just going to walk it home here, get the easy win on this seeded heat.
Yeah, very strong performance by her in a 2:28.98. In second was Emerson Hogan in a 2:29.20, and third was Grace Dobby in a 2:30.15. So a little bit slower than that previous heat that we'd seen, which was a 2:26.17 winning time.
Had two there under the 2:30. Lucy Doyle is the favourite here going into the final tonight. See if she can just put forward a good time.
Yeah, she had a good swim earlier on. Kiara Jeffs was another one we saw this morning who had a really good swim too.
Yeah, what would that have been in? The 100 butterfly?
Possibly it was the butterfly, yeah.
Got the 100 butterfly or the 200 breaststroke. Must have been the 100 butterfly, I feel like.
Or the 100 free?
Did the 14, 15-year-olds do the 100 free?
No, they didn't.
Lucy Doyle already pulling up some of that distance on Kiara Jeffs. Although Jeffs is very powerful. You see her ripping through the water. The beautiful thing about a nice backstroke stroke is if you can place a water bottle or a cup on their head and their head stays so still that they don't move. They don't let the water bottle fall off. It's a nice drill to do in backstroke.
Kiara Jeffs,
very powerful, would power through the water on each of her strokes, but then had a little break. Not intentionally, but just from no power being generated by the arms. So you just need to make sure that you're nice and smooth with the way you swim. That's how all the great backstrokers do it. You see Kaylee McEwen, Reagan Smith, both swim like that.
Yeah, so Kiara Jeffs and Lucy Doyle both swam the 100-metre butterfly in separate heats, finished with identical times to be the fastest qualifiers.
Yes.
So they both swam a 1:04.39. So
can't believe I remembered that.
And now here, we have got nothing between these two as we had it's .03 heading into this final lap.
They're doing it again.
With Lucy Doyle.
Come on.
And last time they weren't against each other. This time they are.
I'd love it if they did a heat against each other.
Lucy Doyle .03 ahead in the break, and there is nothing between these two. Jeffs looks slightly ahead now.
Jeffs is going to get it here, I think.
There's still nothing between them. I think Jeffs has slightly got it now. She's starting to kick away here.
Yeah, the difference is the kick.
Yeah, in this last one, she's really got that 8-beat kick going and able to come away with the win there in a 2:25.93. Lucy Doyle in a 2:26.81.
Good race there between lanes 2 and 3 as well.
Yeah, so fastest qualifier will be Kiara Jeffs with a 2:25.93. Lucy Doyle will likely be in one of those middle lanes alongside Erica Erdonko, who won her heat earlier on.
All right.
What are we up?
On to the next one.
Men's 200 metres, 16 and over. IM. So we've got 6 heats in this event here. Looking at some of these names we have already seen before. Will Sharp is one we have seen. Tyler Theodore is another one. This time we've got Felix Dressel de Bruin. We've seen Milo a couple of times now. We will see Felix out there. But in this first heat, fast off the blocks was Cheng Xing Zhang in lane 4. We do have no swimmer in lane 3 with Archie Bonga pulling out there. But looking really strong over in lane 7 is Xavier Walker. So we're about to come into this 50-metre mark here. Is Xavier Walker, who is in front at the 50-metre mark. Joshua Muir was in second, and third was Lusa Senya.
All right, very quickly, I've just gone and grabbed one of my mates, Jack Gurry here. You're racing later on in Heat 6 of this event. What do you want out of this meet?
Just a bit of practice before Nationals, I think. We had States a few weeks ago, and this is our last chance before Nationals to get a good competition in.
Mm-hmm. Is there a reason you guys didn't go over to Tassie, or is that a personal decision? Was that a club decision?
Some guys went over to Tassie, but for our squad, we are going to Thredbo next week for a training camp, altitude training camp. So we couldn't kind of back off, go straight from Tassie to Thredbo. So that's kind of the decision we made there.
And are you going to be competing this whole weekend or just today?
Yep. Yeah, I've got a race every day. So keen to get back in the pool after a couple of weeks off. So should be good.
And is there anything specifically you're experimenting with this morning that you want to take into tonight and potentially take into the Nationals coming up?
I think for me in this 2am especially, my backstroke's been lacking a little bit, and I struggle to rate up without bringing my legs too much in. So I think if I can get that right today, then it'll set me up in good stead for the rest of the lead up into Nationals.
All right. Well, thank you for the interview.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
And we look forward to watching you race.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good luck. As now we turn into this final 50 of this first heat. It's Joshua Muir in front at the three-quarter mark. Xavier Walker was in second. Lusa Senya was in third. As we now come down to this last 25 metres, it is on this far side of the pool in lane 8. Joshua Muir still in front, but coming really strongly over in lane 1 is Lusa Senya. But it looks like it's going to be Joshua Muir. He's going to do just enough to get the win there, and he does just touching out Lusa Senya. So it was 2:29.96 for Joshua Muir there to get the win.
That's the great thing you love seeing about these kind of meets is even the guys behind the blocks are cheering on the people in the water. Lane 1 there, who's that? Brian Wong cheering on his good mate Joshua Muir, getting the win. Gave him a quick shout out. Now he has to refocus. Hopefully he can do a good swim here in this 200 IM.
Yeah, so 4.5 seconds better there for Joshua Muir than his seeded time. So he'd be pretty happy with that swim as a heat swim.
That's why he was getting cheered on. That'll be why. Great stuff from the young man.
So now heat 2 of 6.
Yuan Lokama out in lane 8. That's one of the best starts I've seen today. That looked so good. It only looked like he did 5 or 6 kicks to get himself to the 15-metre mark, and the flow on through. Because he wasn't over-kicking, because he's not trying to squeeze in 8 or 9 kicks, he then didn't have to change his tempo into the swim because you're going straight from butterfly kick into butterfly swim. That was beautiful to watch. Anyone watching at home, I highly recommend you watch that back. Just keep the tempo of the fly kick the same, and then keep it going into the swim. Just add the arms. Yeah,
his turn wasn't as great, though.
No, it wasn't. I didn't want to mention that.
So in the end, we've seen over on that other side, it's Owen Kruger had a really good turn to come out in front there. So he's still Lockama is looking to try and get back that lead and work out what he lost in that turn there. This one's a little bit better from that backstroke into breaststroke, though. He sits in second there, and over in lane 2, it's Owen Kruger sitting in first.
Now, we've got the great equaliser here. Who is that? Senna Kaneko out there.
Senna
and
William Lewis.
Yeah, both of those boys have really pushed up through this breaststroke, really taken over first and second, so they're looking great so far.
It is, and Lockma on this side, his breaststroke's not too bad. He's still staying up there in that top 3, but it's all William Lewis in this 50. He's taken control of the race and now leading by more than a body length. He did a 39.28 for that 50. The next best was a 42.76.
Wow.
Outside of Lachlan Gilbertson, who had a 41, who is a fair bit back, but he was able to take control of that race in that 50.
Yeah, very impressive. Unfortunately, I think Brian Wong was got a bit too emotional watching his mate swim. He's a bit behind. Unfortunately, a 48-second breaststroke there. But, geez, look at Yuan out here in lane number 8. Best butterflyer and freestyler by a clear amount in the in the heat, 30.6. No one else under that 33 barrier.
Yeah, it was a...
Oh, sorry, actually.
Yeah,
Owen Kruger.
Owen Kruger was, but still outside of all the others, basically a 4-second better freestyle there. Finishes in a 2:22.94. Zena Kaneko was second in a 2:24.26, and William Lewis in a 2:24.53.
Very good stuff from the boys there.
And look, the heat before was a 2:29. That one's down to a 2:22, so a lot faster that heat.
Big improvement.
And every single one of those, all of the fastest one before that one was a 2:28, and they've kicked off with that one. So we've now got heat number 3 here. Neither of the middle lanes are in action, so this opens it up a little bit more here. On this closest side here, it's probably lane 8 there, Nicholas Highland, who is leading at this stage. Luke there in lane 9 is looking really good, and Samuel Nada in lane 7 as well. It's Nicholas Highland who did a turn first from Samuel Nada, and then third was Sam Matheson. So we're now halfway through this backstroke. It's Nicholas Highland who is leading here in lane 8. Out by more than a body length now is Nicholas Highland. He's had a really good second 50 in the backstroke leg. Turns in front here at a 1:02.95. In second is Samuel Nadler in a 1:06.07. So a big gap between the two sides there. As we're now in this third 50, it is still Nicholas Highland there in first spot. He has had a really good first 125 metres. Samuel Nadler is coming up there, though, in lane 7. Had a really good breaststroke leg, as had Sam Matheson. So it has brought this race back in, and it's Matheson who turns in first in 1:47.27. Samuel Nadler in 1:48.13. And Nicholas Highland has slipped back to third with a 1:48.72.
I'm really liking this technique here from Samuel Nadler. Freestyle technique's very good. I'm very much enjoying. You can see the thoracic part of his spine. He's got good rotation. He gets the elbow up nice and high over the front. 2:21.3 and 2:21.6. Those two boys set the two fastest times so far as we lead ourselves into the seeded heats, where we'll start to see some of those bigger names. Like Jack Gurry, who we just had on. I believe he's club captain of Nuttawading. You'll have Harry Heath in there as well. Felix Dressel-De Bruyne. I wonder if he's related to Milo. Well, he has to be, right?
You'd have to be. You'd have to say brother.
Such a specific name.
You'd probably say brother. We'll see whether he's a good breaststroker as well.
That's the thing. I don't think brothers
Not always
do the same thing.
No, I know. Like Taylor and Kaylee McEwen. One was a backstroker. They're both both backstrokers actually, and one a breaststroker.
Yeah, but I think that Kaylee's so damn good at whatever she does.
She wants to. Yeah.
I think she might have been faster in the 200 breaststroke. So I think that's the exception, not the rule there. But very talented swimmer. You could say literally anything about Kaylee McEwen. Being good at a stroke, and it would be true. She's just an absolute workhorse, an absolute animal to train with a mentality that I don't think I've really seen from anyone else. Anyway, we've got a good start here. Lane 3 and 5 leading it out as first and second, George Huang and Brian Zheng. I'm liking George's backstroke here. Nice, super high elbows. Great turn there. That's exactly the turn that we were talking about earlier, with getting the arm reaching over, flipping over on your side and pushing off on your front. Very tricky to pull off. He's a very confident breaststroker. Look at the hands, power forward into that streamline. Unfortunately, he's making a bit of a splash, which means he's pushing too much water with those hands. But I'm liking how aggressive he is with the stroke. He really wants to just own this 50 and take control of this race.
Yeah, he's now got a body length lead there over Brian Zeng. So a really good 50 here, and it's getting closer probably to 2 body lengths now. He will turn into that last lap, and he's well and truly ahead heading into the freestyle. He turned in a 1:38.91. Brian Zeng in a 1:42.44, so 3.5 seconds there ahead.
With the way that he's swimming, it looks like he's going for some kind of time. Look at that massive 6-beat kick behind him. How old is he? 17 years old.
Came in with a 2:10 as a time, so I think he's...
Oh, he's well under the national time anyway.
Yeah, came in with a 2:10.17, finishes with a 2:10.12, so not far, just better than the time he came in with.
Yeah, excellently done. Well done by the young man. Definitely leading so far through the heats.
Yeah, 11 seconds quicker than the previous heat.
With 2 heats to go. Yeah, he's at the same swim club. Just as tanned as Milo is, he's got to be his brother, surely.
So this is the 5th of 6 heats in the men's 16 and over individual medley, and it's lane 3 and 5 who have started really well there with Harry Heath and Joshua Wikowski there with really good butterfly legs to kick going. Will be lane 3 there with... Actually, it's Felix Dressel de Bruin who's in front there after that first 50. So he had a really good butterfly. After his brother, we were talking about his breaststroke. Now he has dominated this butterfly leg. But coming out really strong there is Dominic Tassou in lane 6 is the other one that is going head-to-head with him there. But Felix Dressel de Bruin is in front as we come into this back part of the backstroke there. Dominic also having a really good back 25 metres of this backstroke. He will turn, it will be Felix in front just ahead of Dominic with only 0.14 between the two of them now. It is Felix Dressel de Bruin and Dominic Tassou in those first 2 spots, and in the middle of them and looking really good is Joshua Wikowski.
He gets a little bit higher, Felix, in the stroke. Milo stays a little bit lower on his breaststroke stroke, but he looks like he gets just as much power, pulling away from the athletes around him. I'd love to know what he does for a 200 breaststroke comparatively to his brother. It looks a little bit more laboured, just a touch more, but I can see the similarities.
Yeah, so came in with a 2:06 time.
Great freestyle. Great freestyle. Look at that. So you can see him sneaking this breath into the side. He has one goggle in the water, one goggle out of the water, and just using that pocket from the bow waves that he's making with the crown of his head.
So Felix came in with a 2:06 time as an 18-year-old. Milo came in with a 2:15 as a 15-year-old.
Wow.
So that was a 2:10 there from Felix. If we're comparing the brothers, if we're comparing the two, Milo swam at 2:18 this morning, but this time it was Felix Dressel de Bruin in a 2:10.55. Second was a Dominic Tassou in a 2:12.56, and third was Joshua Wikowski in a 2:13.32.
You do a lot of growing between 15 and 18, so expect him to be right up there when he gets a bit older. I'm sure Felix won't like the sound of that, but they're good pair of brothers there. Some good genes going on. There we go. Now this is the heat. We got Jack Gurry, who we just interviewed back in Heat 1, swimming here in lane 5 next to Will Sharp, one of his teammates. Will Sharp we saw earlier in the 100 freestyle, I believe, was in the top 3 fastest. Beautiful underwater once again, but well known for being a 200 backstroker. So expect him to just get through this butterfly easy and then absolutely dominate this backstroke.
Yeah, watch him there. And as Jack was saying before, we probably need to watch his backstroke because that was something that he was planning to work on in this race. But Will Sharp has jumped out of the blocks in this butterfly.
27.11, quite nice and quick there.
Nearly a second ahead of Mayim Busker in second, and Jack Gurry was in third.
So, Jack, what I'm looking at here is I'm not seeing a whole bunch of bubbles by his feet, which is good. You don't want to abuse the legs because you need them in the breaststroke. But he's trying to lift the rate so that it's matching Will Sharp's, which it actually is. He's stroking faster than Will. Now, Will's just a naturally talented backstroker. You can see him rotating beautifully, but Jack's getting what he wants out of this backstroke by the looks of it. Very arm dominant, but with a high stroke rate so that he can get through as efficiently as possible. 35.29. It's not the fastest, but it gets him through. Now he's got to focus on being that good breaststroker that I know he is.
Yeah, he probably dropped about 2.5 seconds off Sharp, but as we said, Sharp is a really good backstroker, so that's no surprise to see him kick ahead there. But Jack Gurry now well and truly in that second spot, clear of over in lane 2, Mayim Busker.
And he's going to dominate that second spot because he is a very good breaststroker. That's his specialty, other than IM, is the 200 breaststroke.
I reckon he's closing that gap a little bit.
He definitely has, and the opposite to the backstroke, Will's weakest. Oh, he didn't actually gain that much. He only gained 0.1 of a second, but Will's strongest stroke is his backstroke, weakest stroke is his breaststroke, whereas Jack, strongest stroke is breaststroke, weakest stroke backstroke. So you just see here, Will Sharp, just too good. Great swimmer, nice and level-headed. He looks like he's still hustling into the wall. He's not giving it nothing. He's easily working under that 210, breathing inside the last 5 metres. His coach is going to be very disappointed with that. 208.7. He doesn't seem overly happy. He definitely wanted to be down close to that 206, 205 mark because that would get him a bit more competitive with his own personal best.
It is still fastest qualifier by nearly 2 seconds there. Jack Gurry got a 2:14 in the end, so slipped away a little bit from Will Sharp in that last 50. Probably still likely. The 3 seeded heats had 2:10, 2:10 and 2:08 as the winner, so 2:14 is probably going to be on the edge, I'd say.
It should be okay. I was just having a look at Will there, sharing a glance with him, and he's quite disappointed with his swim there. But if he's coming back tonight, he's definitely got chances to work on it.
Well, I was going to say he'll definitely be coming back tonight.
Well, this is the thing. It's all about coaches, whether they want their athletes doing 2 sessions over the weekend.
Okay, yeah.
So normally, in a normal week, at least in my whole career, it was you do 8 sessions from Monday to Friday, and then you do your 9th session on Saturday morning.
Yep.
And then you have Saturday afternoon and all of Sunday off as your weekend to recover. So if they're in the middle of heavy training, and coach says, I want you doing the whole weekend of racing, they don't get that time off to recover. So they'll come back to training very sluggish, not recovered, not ready to go by Monday, or Tuesday in this case, because Monday's a public holiday. So it all depends on what the coach wants. Sometimes they'll just say, go get a hit out in the morning and then bugger off, head home, enjoy your weekend in the afternoon.
Yeah, as we're now into the 200 metres individual medley, female 16 plus. We've got 4 heats here. We've got Michaelia in lane number 6 there, touched first. After that one, tied with Emily Lingard.
Just having a look. See where the coaches are for Nuttawading. Looks like they're sitting on the far side of the pool over there. Jack's heading over there now. I wonder if Will is just heading inside, getting pulled down, and then just going to leave because his coach is Joel Fink.
Yeah. Over that other side where you've got your Mountain Shade, which is an Australian team delivering heavy-duty shade protection in quality prices. Contact Mountain Shade today for exclusive details for Swimming Victoria clubs and districts.
Talk to Mike Ickerton. Very good businessman.
As we've lost our video stream for 2 seconds, but it is now back. You didn't even miss it.
Oh, mate, you actually want to know one of the worst things that happened? This is so much. I haven't done commentary for Swimming Victoria for a year now. Last time I did it was for this competition exactly, this time last year. And it was me with a microphone, no headset, and just talking. And I was by myself. I didn't have anyone to bounce off. What I didn't realise was until every hour I check the stream now. Because last time I went 2 hours talking to myself and the audio didn't work. So I went from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. I may as well have not have been here.
No one heard you.
No one heard a single thing I said. And then I was looking at the live stream and I'm like, oh, no one's asking questions. Turned the volume up on it and I couldn't hear myself. And I went, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's all working now. At least I hope it is. It's all working now. It's all working well. But... yeah, my word, that was a bit of an embarrassing moment.
Yeah, as we see Emily Lingard take out the first heat there of the 200-metre individually in a 2:42. Came in with a time of a 2:46, so 3.5 seconds quicker than what she had. So in this one, we got Rose Vaughan, one of the birthday girls out there today, 17-year-old now at Western Melbourne Propulsion. So for her, out there spending her day in the swimming pool.
Dear. I always wonder about people who swim on their birthdays. I'll do a training session. I won't do a competition. You best believe that. And I've noticed that there's almost no one on Monday that's swimming on their birthday. They're all taking that off. There's only 2 or 3 athletes, I believe, have their birthdays on a Monday.
Yeah, as we've got Frances Bubville in front here after the first 50 metres.
Nice, solid stroke rate. Is that Madison Cooper? Madison Cooper, very high stroke rate. Working the shoulders really nice. Now, once again, you're not seeing a whole lot of bubbles. You're seeing an occasional kick, but she doesn't look like she's using her legs as much. Or maybe I just can't see it. No, that seems pretty fine. Too bad.
We did see her in action earlier this morning, so she has had a decent one. And in that 50, had a really good 50. Now nearly 5 seconds ahead of Frances, who's in second spot now. Third in lane 0 is Alabas, who we also saw earlier this morning, had a really good swim. I think she had a good swim from lane 0 this morning as well.
All right, after this event is done, so we're in the seeded heats at the moment, obviously, but after we finish this event, we've got the 11 and under 100 metre breaststroke, which will all be finals. You've got the prelims for the boys and girls 12, 13-year-olds 100 metre butterfly, and then finally we're finishing off with 4 800s. Oh dear. Okay. As a distance swimmer, why can't they just, put them all together? I say, just make them race in a circle. Put 4 people in each lane. Make it even.
As we come in here, Madison Cooper will win this one quite easily. She's about to come in and touch the wall at a 2:25.67. Frances touches in second in a 2:30.14. Anything
under 2:20 here from any of these girls will be very impressive.
And third was Julia Wozniak in a 2:36. So Madison came in with a 2:26 time, so she's about 0.8 quicker than what her entry time was.
Yep. As we wait again, as someone else is grabbing their cap out of the middle of the pool, quite a few people are losing them. Alright, I'm trying to get Jack for his post-race debrief, but I don't think he wants to talk about it. He wasn't overly impressed
We
with
had
it.
one word, horrid.
Yeah. which, if that's how he wants to describe it, that's how he wants. I mean, it's up to him. So long as he achieved what he wanted to achieve, and you can listen back, he spoke about wanting to increase the stroke rate without increasing how much he uses his legs. Yeah, come over if you want. Yeah, we'd love an interview.
As we're about to come down to late in this first 50 of this third heat of the women's 200 IM. It is Romy Hurd in first, second is Rihanna Chen, and third is Amelia Otto, as we're now into this backstroke leg.
All right, super quick debrief, because I know you don't want to talk about it. Jack, what did you want to improve going into that race?
I said before, my backstroke leg, which ultimately wasn't too bad. So
so did you achieve what you wanted to achieve?
Yeah, I did. So regardless of the time, I was happy with the process.
And so now that we're happy with the process, what did you think of the time?
Look, time's not everything, but would have liked it a little bit faster today.
And you're coming back tonight?
Yeah, should be. Although not too sure. Our coach is playing iffy with the finals tonight.
What do you mean? See, this is what I was thinking about earlier about taking some time off. Okay, is it just would it just be you coming back, or is the whole squad playing iffy with the final?
I think the whole squad,
Whole squad
I'm a little bit under the weather as well, so might not. You might not see me again, but you'll see me tomorrow.
Okay. Well, thank you for the interview. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ali.
Giving us some insight. You're still club captain in Nuttawatting, right?
Yep.
Everything going well there?
Yeah, it's going well. Leading internationals, it's a good, fun time to be around. So.
Any changes you've made recently around the club? Not necessarily you specifically, but the club has made that you've had input in on?
We've got a really good leadership group going on at the moment. A lot of we have squad leaders and stuff, so we get to hear from kind of every level and see where things need to be improved. It's a really good way to get everyone involved, I suppose.
Awesome to hear that you're making the whole club closer together and more like a family.
Exactly. That tight-knit family is really what we set out for, me and Taya, start of the year. So.
And despite being one of the biggest squads in Australia, it's very important to have that connection, and so even that the parents can feel that connection through the kids as well, because they want their kids to be happy.
Exactly, and they want to be able to, reach out to the athletes that have done it before, so that's exactly what we set out to achieve.
All right, well, thank you for that.
Thank you,
We'll let you go. Enjoy your cool down.
No worries. Thank you, mate.
So it was Amelia Otto who claimed that third heat there in a 2 minutes 30.72. Second was Romy Hurd in a 2:32.06, and third was Rihanna Chen in a 2:33.96. So that one's 5 seconds slower than the previous heat there. So a little bit disappointing time compared to what we've already seen.
All right, I hope you all enjoyed that little interview that I got to give.
Using the contacts?
Yeah.
So we're now in the fourth of 4 heats here for the 200 metres women's individual medley for the female 16 and over age group there, and it's lane 4 in Jessica Wilson, who came out off the blocks really, really strongly there. Also looking good in lane 1 is Amelia Kennedy.
Something that I hope that if anyone watching, that you got out of it is just some of the senior swimmers around, and that's something I did last year when I was a little bit solo with my commentary. It's just good to hear what the direction of you putting your kids through the swimming pathway. I got the head coach of Nuttawatting on last year, Joel Fink, coaching director. Got him on so that you can hear when you want your kid to succeed, where is that going? What are you actually doing? So it's good to get these senior people that have been around a while that can give you insights that you might not get as a parent. Because I know that's something that my dad always regretted, was not being as involved.
Yeah, and people get sick of us, so it's nice to hear from some of the people who are in action in the pool as well.
I'm getting sick of me. You're fine. I'm really enjoying being here with you, but far out, I couldn't listen to myself for more than 5 minutes.
I get paid to talk about sport all day, and some days you go, do people want to keep listening? But as we will, you've still got us for another probably hour and a bit there. And in this race here, it is Jessica Wilson leading with a time of 1:05 at the halfway mark. She's 3-4 body lengths ahead there of Kenzet, who is in second. So a really good performance so far from Wilson. She will look to turn into this freestyle lead soon and able to kick on, but it's been a really good 50 in the breaststroke there from Amity Lansbury. So another name we've seen today, Lansbury, but possibly another family connection there. But it is all Jessica Wilson in this race. She started really strongly in the butterfly and has just kicked on since then, leading by nearly 5 seconds at the 3/4 mark there, and she doesn't look like she's slowing down. A nice solid stroke as she does come into this last 25 metres, and it will be Jessica Wilson who claims this race in a 2:24.25 to be the fastest qualifier through to the final. There will be Amity Lansbury in a 2:30.74 in second, and third is Sion Kinzet in a 2:32.08.
Jessica Wilson there, very close to a very good time. She's one of Nuttawatting's finest swimmers, especially up and coming. She's a bit after my time. I never really knew her, but a very, very high quality swimmer, and you would have seen her in State Open finals, and you'll see her at national age as well. She will be absolutely killing it over there in Adelaide, so all the best to her and any other swimmers we've got going with her. But she walks into tonight's final. We'll see if she swims and take it from there as we move on to event number 27.
Yeah, so the 11 and under 100 metres breaststroke. These ones we have timed finals now. So being the 11 age group, we're looking at that instead of having heats and then into finals.
All right, great start there from Sean Gill.
Yeah, really good start there. We've only got the 3 swimmers in this heat. Gill there out the front in the breaststroke by a body and a half length already. Comes into this one, not much difference in the start time between the 3 of them, but as we've seen in these lower age groups, we can see some big PBs from any of these swimmers.
Great start there out in 45. You'd hope he can be able to come back below. You're ideally looking to try and come back below 50 seconds, in which case he'll do a 10-second PB. But based off some early swims that we've seen from these 11 and unders, he'll be doing well to keep it around that 50 second. You'd hope. Either way, it looks like he's going to PB. I highly doubt that he'll come back in over a minute. And it looks the same for, honestly, all 3 look like they're on track to have some kind of personal best here. So wishing them all the best as they come down to the final 10 metres here for Shun Gill. And he's touching the wall in a 1 minute 37.11. So massive personal best for him, coming back in 52 seconds. And finally, Ingram Tian in 1:42.79. So even though he was a distance behind, he's still got well under his PB.
At just 8 years of age.
Yeah, he's rather small, isn't he?
Yeah, so probably the youngest swimmer I would say we've had here today. And we're looking at a lot of these swimmers in these age groups. These seeded times are likely to be their personal bests as well.
Unfortunately, he's got to get off the wall here. He's not allowed to be touching the touchpad when they start.
It's probably one of his first championships, so probably not 100% sure what he needs to be doing.
Yeah, there we go. He's got some help from the kids around him. That's very nice. Just make sure that he's off the wall. They're ready to start. And hopefully he doesn't kick any more touchpads on the way out, or else we're going to get rather confused. Off to the start here for heat 2 of 4. So we've got 2 more after this. Oh, Jasper Feng. Look at the hands coming up over the water here. Bang. Love that.
Yeah, nice.
Very unique style.
Yeah.
Very unique.
But he started strongly there out in that far lane. But I think it's in the middle of the pool there, lane 5. Sean Deng's had a really good first 25 metres. So there's not much probably between the first 3, Jasper Feng, Louis Zhang and Sean Deng as we come into the wall here. It is Sean Deng who touches first in 45.84, just ahead of Jasper Feng and Louis Zhang. And also up there is Roy Sun on that far side in lane 1. Had a really good back part of that 50.
Nice lead out here. Now, this is the thing, I've spoken a lot about pushing forward and gliding into that and extending into that glide. At 11 years old, it's hard to generate the amount of power you need to actually hold that glide. So these kids here, you see a lot of them, as soon as they finish their stroke, they're starting the next one, which isn't necessarily the worst thing. That'll be the quickest thing for him. Looks like he'll do well to get it around 135. 134.4.
Good time there from him. And then second was Jasper Feng in 137.27. And then in third, Wei Yang Dio with 137.80. So came in with a time. Deng came in, if I look at the right one, came in with a 143. So he's got a 134. That's a massive PB.
Another 9 seconds.
Yep.
You're expecting most of this heat around the high 130s, maybe a couple of 140s.
Yeah, and as we've said, these are timed finals, not actually heats. So whoever finishes the fastest out of all of these 4 races will claim gold, silver and bronze. So they don't get that second chance here. It's go out as fast as you can.
Doesn't look like there's any of the names that we've seen in previous races.
No, it would have been right early, like the first race of the day. It would have been a long time to hang around, I think, too, for some of these kids if they were still here.
And as the parents, you just talk about wanting to go home. So you had...
George Zeng in the 4th heat. He had a really good performance. He won his heat in the butterfly this morning. I think he won the butterfly overall, actually.
Yeah, he must have.
Yeah, he had a 33.12 this morning.
You have Caleb Smith, Callum Wilson... Andriel Chan. Any of those boys swimming? Doesn't look like it.
Cowan Yee is another one. He raced in the heats earlier this morning. He won his heat of the butterfly in the first one this morning. So there is a few who have hung around and looking to do both.
Wonder if the girls will be doubling up at all.
You probably have some doubling up, I would say, but how many, I don't know. And looking at this one, it is going to be Zane Mateng. I think that is his last name. Apologies if that is incorrect. He is going to lead the way here from the first lap to touch first in a 131.52. Matthew Hugh in a 132.52. And then third is Joshua Condon in a 134.35.
Oh my God,
so another one dropping more PBs there. So looking at these times, a lot quicker than what they had this morning. Sorry, not this morning, as their entry times. So yeah, keep an eye on lane 5 here. George Zeng is one to watch. He's already claimed the butterfly title this morning.
All right, in the ladies, you got Angelina Shang. She has come second in both of the 11 and unders this morning. She came second in the 50 fly and second in the 100 freestyle. And she's ranked second again. So let's see if she can break out of that, get into a first position. But Erin Paris is the favourite for the women's. You've now got the boys, so this is where the medals are going to be handed out here. In front is George Zeng, who we said has already claimed the 100-metre butterfly title. 50 butterfly,
yeah,
sorry.
50 butterfly title this morning in the first race of the day. So he's been around here for a while, but looking to get a second title. Andrel Chan is another one who was in this race earlier on. I think Lake Privatelli was another one as well. So we're seeing quite a few of these names racing for the second time today. Yeah, and this is the beauty of being 11 years old or younger. You can just keep on hanging around. Now, I'm sure they wanted to get all their races done within the hour, but yeah, being 11 years old, you're just ready to go for the next thing. It is, and we've got a race on our hands here. Look at them go. George Zeng and Austin Yang in that middle lane here. It looks like it is George Zeng who is ahead slightly at this point, having a really good finish here. He is in front. It looks like he will touch out here. He's going to claim the win in a 125.41. Second was Austin Yan in a 126.17, and third was Yi Yang in a 128. Looking at that, that's the fastest heat, so they are your 3 medal winners. Congratulations, boys. So a second gold medal for George today. Well done. So we've got 3 heats of the girls 100-metre breaststroke. So now that, and like the boys, these are timed finals, so the fastest swimmer overall will claim gold.
Just the 3 heats here, so it'll be over a little bit quicker.
Before we get...
My guess for this is Angelina Shang. She's come second twice. She'll go up the ranks here. She's going to win it. I'm calling it.
Calling it early?
Yep. I'll probably call it wrong, but I hope it's not. I hope I call it correctly.
So after this first heat, so far leading over in lane number 7 is Emily Freighter. So she's had a really good start there. Also looking strong over in lane 2 is Lily Egan. So we've got both of those two in front as we turn at the 50-metre mark there. It is Emily Fraser in lane 7 leading with a time of 44.76. In second, just behind her, is Lily Egan. There's only 0.02 between the two of them. And they probably can't see each other on opposite ends of the pool.
Oh, no, you'd hope that they're not looking at each other. Unless they've got spider vision that can go the whole way around their head. Although there is a mate of mine who, in Olympic finals, will look at other people in breaststroke. He'll use that opportunity in breathing to look at what lane 6 is doing, even if he's in lane 1.
It isn't. It looks like it is Lily Egan who's just ahead, but Emily Fraser's finishing really strongly here. Looks like she may have just taken the lead back here late in that one. A very high stroke, but she's going to come in and win in a 134.83. Lily Egan in a 135.94, and then Jessie McDuff in a 139.
Yeah, getting his hands way above the water there. For lane 7 there, Emily Fraser.
Yeah,
bit of a unique stroke, but it worked.
Yeah, came in with a 141 time and then did a 138, so a really good swim by her there.
Oh, that's how you improve it.
Exactly. So now we're into this next one. All of them come in entry times from a 137 all the way up to a 140. But if we've seen anything today in these 11 and under age groups, there is a lot of PBs happening.
And this is exactly where it would be happening. A lot of improvements to be done by lots of kids.
It is, and it's, I think, the middle 2 lanes that have started the best here early on. Elena Wang and Neve Jeffs are looking very strong there, but there is not much between the whole group. Over in lane 8, Chloe Lynn has had a really good performance as well so far. As we look at it coming into this back part of the first 50, probably got 4 of them where there's not much between them. I think it's going to be in the middle 2 lanes that are going to touch first there. It is Neve Jeffs in lane 5 who touches in a 44.38. Mia Liu out in lane 1 had a really good back part of that first 50 and touched second in a 44.75.
Keeping very low there in lane number 4 is Alana Wang.
Yeah,
keeps very low to the surface of the water. Tilts the head back a bit much for my liking, but that's each their own. I really do like the technique of, oh God, Neve. It's Irish, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Damn
it's Neve.
Oh, I knew it. I didn't want to back myself on it though.
But it is going to be Elena Wang who takes it out. She had a really good turn to come into this back 50 and comes in a 132.03. Neve Jeffs is second in a 133.18.
Why do they ride it like that?
Not sure, but either way, it was a really good swim with a 5.5 seconds quicker than her entry time.
My word, great effort. Neve. Is that how they... do they have a different alphabet to us in Ireland?
No.
The alphabet's the same, but like, do they pronounce letters differently?
No, they've just got 2 different currencies depending on what part of the country you're in.
Ah, okay.
So we're now in the third of these heats, and your swimmer in this one is
Come
in
on,
this
Angelina.
one.
Let's go. Get up there. Get that gold medal.
Yes, as we are coming to towards the end of this first session of the Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships. For those who don't know who Mattioli is, they're Swimming Victoria's new major sponsor and aquatic facility maintenance partner with more than 50 years' experience. Mattioli are the experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria.
Leading it out there, Chinuli out in lane number 1 with a 40.3. Charlotte Butlin, and then followed in by Margot Angelina. But here comes Erin Paris. What great technique. Hustling through, gliding, getting that free speed off of it. Unfortunately, Angelina looks like she's going to come in second again for the third time today. But great swim here from Erin Paris. Great length on the end of the stroke. It's very impressive.
It was the number 1 ranked swimmer coming into this event. Didn't reach her seeded time, but still in the end she comes away with the gold medal there. In second was Angeline Shang, as you said, your favourite there. She will claim that silver medal. And then in third was Charlotte Butlin, who will also claim the bronze medal with that heat, the fastest of the 3.
I was just thinking as you were doing that read, have we introduced ourselves to the live stream?
I think I introduced you. I don't know if I've ever introduced myself.
Yeah, because I don't remember I definitely didn't introduce myself. Well, hi, I'm Elliot.
And I'm Tara.
I used to be a swimmer for about 15 or 16 years at Nuttawading Swim Club.
Yep, as you can tell, I'm not a swimmer. I'm a sports journalist with a love of sport and commentary, so I watched much swimming on TV over the years, so decided to get involved down here.
Yes, well, it is a lovely day. Fantastic to have you.
It's a bit warm. I'm still looking at that pool, wanting to jump in it.
Yeah. There's one inside, but it's much more sticky. I don't like it.
No, I want that pool. Just jump in at the end.
This one? Yeah.
Not quite. I don't think our viewers on the YouTube channel and KO Sports would appreciate us jumping into the pool.
While there's a race going on. I don't think our bosses would either if we still had all of our technical equipment on.
No, so we will wait for this and maybe we might go for a swim after this, but we're in the 12-13 boys butterfly 100 metres. So getting towards the end of this first sessions program here. We've just got 2 swimmers in this race with Ryan Nguyen not stepping in onto the blocks there. So Miles Singh is in front in this race. Looks like he will claim this first heat. He came in with an entry time of 1:34.61, so it's a time he will be looking to get under.
Running about 20 minutes behind schedule. We are here, so we'll be looking at around about a 3 p.m. finish time.
Yep, so we've got Miles Singh claims that in a 1:30.32, and then Addison Lee in a 1:35.41. Both of them, only for Miles Singh it was a time underneath his entrance time. So we are underway in heat 2 of 6 here. And it's lane for Pala Thapa, who has been in action earlier today, had a really good start, but it's over in lane 8. Jaden Lai is in front there. He's had a really good first 50 metres with more than a body length lead on the rest of the pack here. He's going to touch the 50 metre mark at 35.62. He is more than 3 seconds ahead of Austin Baxter in lane 9, who touched in second. So it's all Jaden Lai here, absolutely dominating this race now. The matter is if he can hold on or not. At the moment, still leading by a body and a half. A really good turn there for Daniel Hughes, who we're also seeing today. He has come up into second spot. but it's all Jaden Lai here in lane 8. He's going to lead from start to finish to take out this second heat. Come in with a time of a 1:32.14. He's going to absolutely smash that with a 1:18.53 to win this heat. Coming in second place is Daniel Hughes in a 1:23.88, and then in third it was Parla Thapper in a 1:24.83. So a massive upset there with Jaden Lee with a 1:18.53. Came in with a 1:32.14 entry time. So don't think it's going to be enough to make the final there for him later tonight, but that was a sensational swim to take that time off his entry time. We are now looking at Heat 3, and we've got a few of these swimmers we have seen before, but they just called off the blocks for a little bit. Not sure what's going on here, but we've just got a slight delay. So speak with one of the swimmers, but not sure what that was about, but hopefully we're about to have our start now. As we're underway here in the third of 6 heats in the 100 metres butterfly for the boys 12 and 13 years old. Lane 4 there, Aaron Liu had a really good start in the middle of the pool, but lane 7 again, this time Nate Anderson looks really strong. Aiden Adhoff in lane 9 has had a really good start as well. They're coming up to this back part of this first lap here. Nate Anderson looking really strong in lane 7. Also coming up next to him is Jonah In, who had a really good back 50, but it'll be Nate Anderson turning in 1, Aaron Liu in 2, and Jonah in 3. As we now come into this back part here, it's still Anderson in front, but now lane 4 in Aaron Liu is coming really strongly at him. You've got Liu would be up to second now, coming over the top of Jonah In, who had a really good start to this lap but has faded a little bit. In the end, it's going to come down to the touch. It's still Nate Anderson ahead here in this back 50. He's looked to find something late in this lap, has a quick look there over at his rivals, and it may prove costly as he is touched out by Gianluca Di Mora's Padivani, who wasn't in this race and has come from nowhere to win in a 1:16.95. Second is Aaron Liu in a 1:17.62, and third is Nate Anderson in a 1:17.62. So really good finish there in lane number 5 after not being in the race for most of the way. So we're underway here. A fairly even start in this race with lane 4 and 5 probably ahead early on. It's Oscar Magalotti in lane 4. We saw him earlier in the day and I think was just touched out in a heat. Had a really good performance there, but he's absolutely flying early in this first 50 metres. He will touch first in a 30.84. In second spot next to him is Evan Nogambi in a 31.70.
Oscar Magalotti, we've seen him a couple of times. I'm sure you brought this up. Sorry, I've just been away. I was trying to secure us an interview. We've got 4 800 frees coming up, and I just thought it would be nice to talk to someone, but unfortunately it's one of the coaches and he's got 3 swimmers swimming in the 800. So
fair enough, wants to concentrate on his race.
He's got to be focused in.
But we will have Oscar Magalotti claim this one. A time of 104.9, ahead of Evan Nagami in a 107, and then Leander Reichenbach in a 108.77. The 104.92 is 12 seconds quicker than the previous final there. For Oscar, came in a time with a 106.70, so nearly 2 seconds off that time.
What's really tricky about some of these boys is we've seen them throughout the whole day, but so they would have been...
It's also the mental capacity for them.
Yeah, so we're event 29. It's about 2 p.m. They were up racing at about 8:15 this morning.
Yep.
Or maybe, sometime around there, maybe 8:30, right? And it's 2 p.m. They've got to get ready. They're going to have to come back after this session finishes at 3 p.m. Now, they'll get out and they'll leave almost immediately. But this session finishes at 3 p.m. and then the finals start at 5. And you need to be here about an hour and a half for your race. So if they stayed till the end, they would only have half an hour after the finish of this session before they would need to, in theory, be back.
Some may not leave.
I know my mum's not. She's one of the officials. It is genuinely, you are here from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
I commentated the other day, and it was 8 to, I think, 9 p.m.
Yeah. And it's a long, long day that you need to strap yourself in for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, harder as an athlete because you're expected to perform. We can just sit here, we're sitting down in chairs, we can gas bag.
Yep.
I've stood up a couple of times and just kept going. But it's very hard for these officials, and at the end of the day, they're just people who love the sport. So I'd like to give a big shout out to all officials and all people working at this meet to make it happen, make some kids' dreams come true. But well done to Rain Lee. Sorry, we missed a bit of that, but out in 106.6. And second for Andrew Wang. We've seen that name quite a few times today.
They're slightly slower than the previous heat there. And now we're about to see some of these other names that we have seen earlier today. Ismail's back out there.
Oh, he's back.
Is Aston Wilson, who's had a good performance, is also back out there again. Owen Frawley, I think, was there. Peter Trin's another one we've seen today. So a few of these names we have seen earlier today.
Yeah, wow.
And it's Ismail who has started this race extremely well.
Of course he has. Never in doubt.
Along with Aston Wilson, it's the two middle lanes that have been sensational to start this heat.
Two boys from Surrey Park. You'd hope they train together, and this is, I'm assuming, what they do day in, day out at training, just go up against each other.
It is, and it was a 31.01 there in the middle of the pool. It's actually saying Wilson touched first in a 31.0 ahead of Ismail in a 31.1. I don't think that's quite correct there, looking at what the pool is doing.
Probably off the feet timing. I think the hands, I'm not going to say they missed the wall, but they probably didn't trigger the timing.
Timer. Yeah.
So the feet almost certainly would have. And if you look here, that's exactly where it is. You've got Aston's hands to Ismail's feet.
Yep, so Ismail, it's come down in a 102.88 there, and then a 106.42 for Aston Wilson. So 102.88, 2 seconds quicker than Oscar Magalotti is heading into the final.
Moving on to our final event, our final age group event. We have got 7 heats. 7. Oh God, don't want to put... Sorry, just trying to write something down. Don't want to put too much pressure on this guy's computer. Still 20 minutes behind scheduled programming. Now, we come up to the final event of the age group this morning. 7 heats. It is event number 30, the girls 12 to 13 100 metre butterfly. We have 7 heats, which means heats 5, 6 and 7 will all be seeded heats to go through to tonight's final. After that, we have 4 heats 4 heats of 800-metre freestyles. Just having a look at the 800 freestyles. Got Taylor Watson as the fastest female. And Joshua Carnes is the fastest male. We'll see if all of those people get locked in to their finals. In the meantime, we have Heat 1 of event number 30. Oh, bit of a dodgy touch there, unfortunately. Jianing Duan grabbed the top of the wall as she finished there. I think they'll be fine with that. And Catherine Liu in second place, 122.43 for Duan, 12 years old, from Southeast Swimming Club. It's a 10-second PB for the young lady, so very well done by her. Just needs to make sure she works on that finish. Make sure that you finish with your hands on the vertical part of the wall. You do not want to grab the top ledge, as that can get you disqualified. Here we are with Heat 2. A couple of swimmers in here from Nuttawading, a couple from Loretto. Fastest seeded time, or fastest time in this heat, based off personal best, is a 125.66. That is Isabella Zhao in the middle, who seems to be leading them out so far, being closely followed by Mia Manning.
As we hit the wall here, and it is Mia Manning who turns first ahead of Isabella Zhao, and in third, over in lane 9, Olivia Nojic touches in third as we come in this back 50. But it is lane 4 there, Isabel Zhao, who came off the wall really strongly.
I think this is the same thing as what happened in the men's heat before. I think that Isabella was actually in front of Mia, but it was based off her feet
again,
leaving the wall. Yeah, they just might need to fix that up for the final.
Because it is the same lane as well.
Yeah, lane 4 again. So there seems to be something a little bit wrong with it. You got Olivia Nojic over here in lane number 9. She might come through and finish in the top 2 here. 121.7 plays a 122.86. Great PB from both of those girls. And in third place there, you have Mia Manning, who was second at the 100-metre mark in a 124.32.
For her, also underneath her entry time as well.
Oh, I would expect nothing less. Fantastic swimming by the girls there.
It is.
As the next heat is up on the blocks. No lane 8. Just maybe waiting for lane 3 to get off the wall potentially. No? Something to do with lane 9 there, not entirely sure. The girl just came second in the heat. Let her live for a little bit, surely.
But you don't want her to get hit by another swimmer.
It'd be entertaining. Great start there from lane 6 and lane 9. We've got Ivy G and Lucy Chang in those two respective lanes.
Also lanes 0 and 9. We've seen that a number of times today. Those lanes have been really, really strong.
Do you want to try and say lane 4's name, or?
Ekaterina?
Yep.
Crew. Yeah. It's
all right.
Ekaterina.
Ekaterina, lane 4. She's in 9th position so far.
Kruencheva.
I'm not even going to tell you if that's right.
Kruencheva, I think it is.
Lane 9 leading us out in a time of 36.27.
Sensational turn there, though.
Just ahead of Lola Lee.
I reckon Ivy Z had a sensational turn into this back 50, and she's come over the top and is flying very strong, along with Zoe Liu in lane 3.
Butterflying.
It is. So I think it's Ivy Z there just ahead of Zoe Liu in the middle of the pool. coming down here, I think it's going to be on the touch, and it is going to be Zoe Liu who wins in a 1:18.89. In second was Lola Lee, and in third, Ivy Z. So a lot quicker that heat than we did see in the previous one. The previous one was a 1:21. This is 1:18.
Yeah, we're really stepping up now. So this is the final of the non-seeded heats.
It is.
After this, only 4 800s to go.
Your favourite event?
I actually really hated the 800 free. Because the beautiful thing about a 400 was there was no illusion. It was just going to hurt the whole way. The thing about a 1500 is you can settle into it and it's all about who has the best rhythm.
And it's still going to hurt the whole way.
It's still going to hurt the whole way. But the 800 is, because it's between that, you can't really settle in. Because you do that first 200 where you settle in, and then you need to get faster in the second 200, and then you need to get faster in the third. And next thing you know, you've blown up by the fourth 200. And it's just pain the whole way through. I was never really that good at it. I got lucky one time and I got under 8 minutes. I don't know how I did it. Wasn't able to replicate it for the 4 years that I kept swimming the event after that. But very, very tricky event.
It's Julia Trin here who had a really strong first 50, looking good there, along with lane 7 with Renee Lister in front as we come into that back part. I think it's Renee Lister just ahead there. Alyssa Lay has come home really strong in lane 4 as well after being 6th at the turn. And coming in first will be Renee Lister in first, Zanya Patharanga in lane 2, and in third, Alyssa Lay. So 1:15 we have dropped here again, so we're seeing 1:15 times here. I'm expecting these heats to be quicker when we've got entry times in the 1:07s and 1:08s.
Yeah, they don't mess around in those seeded heats, do they?
No, and we've got Alexis Webb in lane 9. Well, she's not there, but I was going to say Alexis Webb, who is meant to be in lane 9, is one of the birthday girls. So taking her birthday off that rate.
Well earned. Go home. Do anything fun rather than do a 100 butterfly at 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
All these events are fun. This whole day is fun.
Is it? I must have missed the memo. I'm having a great time.
So it's lane 4 here.
Jumina. We've seen her a couple of times, I'm pretty certain. Yeah,
Jumina Farmi is leading there with a two body length lead the halfway, and that comes through at a 30.66. Second was 2 seconds behind was Amelia Leo. So a really strong first 50 there by Jumina, who continues to extend her lead there. Came in with an entry time of 1:07 and to be looking to try and match that one. I think she might end up being a little bit out that, but it's been a sensational swim by her. In second and third is Amelia Lowe and Xian Jin are likely to fight out the minor placings here. They are coming back late here with Farmi slowing down a little bit, gets a 1:07.74, so just outside her entry time.
Looks like 1:10 will get you into the final based off that first heat. We'll see what the second and third seeded heats can do, but that first seeded heat quite comfortably, if you're under 1:10, you're looking like you'll be in the final. Yeah,
so we had 3 under 1:10 in that first heat.
No lane 3 or lane 2 here, so that'll take off the pressure even more. I feel like Tiffany Miette is someone we've seen quite a few times in earlier heats. Most likely just gone home to take care of herself before tonight's finals.
Yeah, definitely. She is one we have seen a few times today. Probably lane 4, Abby Mesha, who we've also seen today, has had a really good, strong start here. And the 2 far lanes on this side of the pool, lane 8, Ayla Kunkik and Aria Wendt, who we've seen today as well, having good performances. But touching first is Abby Mesha with a 31.61, so I think a slight bit slower than that first heat.
So long as they can get under that 1:10, I think that they'll be looking and sitting pretty into the finals. At the end of the day, it's just about booking yourself a lane. That's all you really need to do.
Exactly, and it's been a really good back 50 from Amelia Broughton, who was in second at the turn, has come home flying, probably slightly ahead now of Abby Mesher, and it is going to be Amelia Broughton who is likely to claim this sixth heat here, and she does it in a 1:08.37. Abby Mesher in a 1:08.63. So just two swimmers underneath that 1:10 mark. So that's 5 swimmers underneath that mark. It depends on how fast this last heat is. And here we've got some names we have seen today. Kimberly Chen, Millie Charlton, Zoe Clemenson, Sierra Kaufman and Hayley Warren. We've seen some really good performances from these girls earlier in the day. Very long start over there by Mia Hiang. Was underwater for a very long time, has come up near the top, but it is the middle two lanes of Millie Charlton and Zoe Clemenson who are looking strong. Also, Sierra Kaufman has had a good back 25 of this turn, and so has Hayley Warren, but it is going to be lane 4 there. Millie Charlton, who does turn in front at the halfway mark.
I'm very curious to see, by the looks of it, Millie Charlton is by far and away the fastest swimmer in this group. But what's keeping her in it is Zoe Clemenson has better underwaters, better turn and a better start. Now, you're going to really see Millie pull away here in the final 15 metres. But that first 25 and that turn was a very high quality from Zoe Clemenson. It's something that Millie will need to improve in her later years of swimming.
Nice swim there, and Millie Charlton will go in as the fastest qualifier at a 1:06.91. Second was Zoe Clemenson in a 1:08.51, and then in third place there, third's disappeared. Was DQ'd. Was disqualified, and Sierra Kaufman was fourth in a 1:10 there. So we only had another 2 underneath that mark. So there's going to be, that's only 9. No, that's 10. Sorry, it's only 7. As my maths has gone at the end of the day. Only 7 underneath that 1:10 mark. So there's going to be a couple out just outside 1:10 who make it through to the final.
And it makes you think Mia Huang there, who got disqualified at the end, unfortunately, will that cost her a final spot? And by the looks of it, I think it will. We have now started the 800 freeze.
Yep, so do we get all 4 women's 800 frees this morning, or only 2? Only 2?
3.
3? And 1 of the men's. Cool.
So, come here often?
As you've already said, one of the more harder races to swim, and this is open for 12 plus. So we've got a number of different age groups here. You've got Alice Shea, who is just 12 and is swimming at 800 metres.
My word. There really are some interesting parents out there that let their kids do these things.
But look, the kids want to do them, so...
I don't know if they do. One of my mates back in the day was when we were 9 years old. He holds the record at our swim club for the 200 butterfly because he was the only person in the club's history at 9 years old to swim a full 200 butterfly.
I'm lucky my swimming club never made us do any of that. But you couldn't. We back in the day had a 33 and a third metre pool, so it was hard to get any actual results out of our pool.
Yeah, okay.
We were the relay pool.
What do you mean the relay pool?
We'd just have relays in our local ones because it didn't matter because we had the odd length pool.
So relays are about who wins, not what time you do.
Yep.
What did you call it? Medium course? Because not long course, not short course. Got to be medium course.
Yeah, we didn't even call it that. We were just, we weren't for times. We were anyone could swim.
Yeah.
Back in the day, and it's Nicole Lee leading here to start after 150 metres here. She's got only just ahead by 0.05 from C. Lee in this one. What do you think about in an 800 metres?
pick a song, sing the song, get bored of the song, can't get another song, keep playing the same song.
Did you have a song of choice?
That was whatever was in my head. Because as I said, you want to turn your brain off when you swim. So I wasn't thinking, it was just like whatever came in my head. And whatever the first song was that came in my head, you'd listen to it on repeat for God knows how long. And it's not even like it was a song that I needed to match up to my actual swimming. It was just whatever song. It couldn't be more random even if I tried.
Yep, so completely different music types every time. And
yeah, I mean, this is probably a good thing as far as me switching my brain off, but I actually genuinely don't know what I thought about.
Well, that's
no
a good thing.
What I thought about.
That's a good thing there.
There was actually first time doing this race plan for a 1500. It was, what was it? It was 5 300s is how you split it up. First 300 get into the race. Second 300 and, hold on. Then it was like the middle 900, was just like go as fast as you can for as long as you can. And then the last 3 100s was get faster, faster again, and absolute max. And I was thinking so much about, okay, I've got to go fast here, okay, I've got to go fast here. They were the 3 slowest 100s of the race, despite me putting in more effort. It, you just get into a rhythm, and you try and hold that rhythm for as long as possible. And as soon as you disrupt that rhythm, for better or worse, sometimes you'll just get slower.
And do you get frustrated when you lose that rhythm as well?
The thing is, in the moment, you don't really know you're losing the rhythm because there's nothing to really stop you from losing the rhythm. It's not like if you're running, a car might pull out in front of you and then you go, oh God, got to stop so I don't get run over, but then you've lost your rhythm. In a swimming pool, and especially in a race when you're by yourself, nothing's actually going to get in your way. So losing your rhythm doesn't really happen. The only way it can happen is if you fatigue. And so by fatiguing, you then just... you ever watch someone try and do butterfly when they're so exhausted that they can't do butterfly? It is really weird. So butterfly has a nice, smooth flow to it. As I said, the best butterflies make it look like they're not trying. But watching people when they do butterfly and they're out of rhythm, it's kick arms, kick arms. Whereas before it's like bang, 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 dun, dun. And there's a rhythm to it. And when you try and force that rhythm, you just lose all sense of propulsion and timing in your stroke.
Yeah, as we've got Sienna Christensen ahead here at the halfway mark.
Oh, halfway already.
She turned at a 5:18.19 and she's got a race on her hands with Nicole Lee just behind her. It was a 5:18.75. There's still not much between them as they're coming up towards the 450 metre mark. So
I've got tonight off of the commentary, but I've actually got to go and do my other job. It involves me being somewhere for about 5 hours, so it's going to be a long night tonight, I think.
Yeah, I've got tonight off, but I've got to work my other job tomorrow. It's going to be a long day.
Any sport you're covering tomorrow?
Cricket finals, bowls finals, baseball finals, and more cricket finals. This
Awesome.
is arguably one of my busiest weekends of the whole entire year.
Yeah, because everyone puts things on this weekend because they know that they've got everything off for Sunday and whatnot.
It is. So, yeah, as it looks like Sienna Christensen has taken control of this race. She has kicked away from Nicole Lee here. She turns at a 6:38, more than 2.5 seconds ahead of Nicole Lee at the 500 metre mark.
See, I think I've done something smart on a Sunday because I know that everyone's got Monday off, or just about everyone should have Monday off. I've just said to a bunch of my friends, I'm like, hey guys, come into the city, let's go get drinks, and I've got a hotel for like just around the corner from here. Saves me driving an hour and a bit back home and an hour and a bit back in and an hour and a bit back home and an hour and a bit back in. Like, I live like 60 kilometres away from here.
Yeah.
So getting in and out's a real pain in the bum.
I've got to work Monday as well, so
Yeah.
deadlines and all those finals. So
Oh, beautiful.
what's a long weekend?
Yeah.
As we look here, we're coming down to the 600 metre mark. Sienna Christian is in front ahead of Nicole Lee. In third is Z Lee. In fourth, over in lane number 1 is Madison Shabnell. In lane 2 is Ava Rogers in 5th spot. So Sophie Frawley in lane 6 is 6th. And then Alashay, the 12-year-old, is in 7th. So the margin's now out to 4.5 seconds between first and second there.
Is there such thing as a quiet week in sport?
You get about one a year. The only weekend where you don't get local sport is AFL Grand Final weekend. And Christmas, technically. But, yeah, AFL Grand Final weekend for a local sports journalist is the best weekend.
Yeah.
In terms of no sport.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah.
You get a little bit over Christmas and that, but, yeah, outside of that, that's...
Well, the obviously, if you're a journalist that does cover the AFL Grand Final, though, it's full steam ahead.
It's
absolutely flat out.
So it's still a busy week for sport, yeah. Sport never sleeps.
Never.
As we see here, a lot of these swimmers would vouch for that sport never sleeps. They're training how many weeks of the year?
When I was at the peak of my powers, 48, 49.
Yep. So, yeah, training 48, 49, plus you're competing. It never stops.
Yeah. Like, for instance, Michael Phelps, the greatest, one of the greatest swimmers of all time, he went from the 2008 Beijing Olympics, did not take a single day off until 2012 London.
Yeah. As we've got Sienna Charlton here, got the bell for that last 100 metres there. She turned at a time of 9:16.86. In second was Nicole Lee in 9:23.56, and Z Lee in third in 9:27.34. So we've got Sienna Christian and Nicole Lee both have entrance times under that 11-minute mark here. I think they kind of struggled to get that today.
Yeah, it's not the day for it. I haven't looked, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say the crowd's empty. If people have gone home, I'll be 100% real with you. The coaches don't really want to be here right now. It's such a long day. They all have been here from 6:30 this morning, and they know that they've got to come back in half an hour to get ready for those guys that are racing tonight. You know, there is bugger all off button for them, and that's something you don't realise as an athlete, because you go, oh, my life's hard because I'm the one that's actually putting in the work and whatnot, but these guys are giving up their whole 3 days, and they will not rest from 6 in the morning till about 10 at night.
Well, I actually lied when I said they had sub 11 minutes. Sienna Christian's well under that. She turned in a 10:34. Nicole Lee in a 10:43. Z Lee in a 10:44. So we've had 3 go under that 11-minute mark.
Nailed it.
Wasn't bad.
Brilliantly done.
As you can see, we've had a long day here, and Madison...
The maths is fading.
Oh, and then Madison over in lane 1 also underneath that 11-minute there. So we ended up with 4 underneath 1 minute there.
It's 4 more than we thought.
Under 11 minute, not 1 minute. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Good thing we've only got 3 more races to go. Now, normally I'd be like, sweet, I'm about to leave, but that's about half an hour. At least.
And what makes me tired is seeing some of these swimmers in this second-time final have already competed multiple times today. The big one being Zoe McCauley, who we've called a number of times today, is swimming again. Pippa
girl.
Brown's another one we have seen earlier today as well.
Yes.
Isabel O'Rourke, I think we've seen out there as well. So
Amy Bai in the heat after this, I feel like I've seen. Amelia Grover, I think I've seen. All the athletes here are aged between 16 and 13 years old. You know what I want to do, and I'm going to give a free shout out to one of my friends. his mum, Catherine Petrick, has just opened a beautiful little cake shop around the corner from here, genuinely less than a kilometre away. I'm going to walk over and see if she's got any leftovers. It's a lovely little perfect for a high tea. Morning tea, afternoon tea. You just want a little slice of cake, a scone, a cinnamon scroll, a muffin, a cookie.
So anyone's here who's here tomorrow morning, go to this cafe.
I believe it's open from 10 till 2 on Sundays, but I don't think you'll see Catherine there. But it is, between heats and finals, you might not have enough time to get a big meal in. I highly recommend you go and see Catherine. She's open till about 4:30 today, I believe, 4 or 4:30. I'm hoping I can squeeze in to see her before I head off to my next job. It is a lovely little establishment she's got, and she's done it all herself. All the cakes are made either at home or out the back of a restaurant. Beautiful. Outstanding carrot cake. If I had to recommend one thing, carrot cake. It is stunning. Out of this world. I've never had carrot cake before, but I've just asked my dad to make me some carrot cake for tonight after what she made me the other day. She also made me a macaroon tower, which was lovely as well. There's raspberry and chocolate. She does mango, she does passion fruit. I'm talking too much about sweets now. I actually just want to drop the headphones and walk over there right now. But I don't think I'll be allowed to do that.
No, we got to finish these.
We got to see it through to the end.
We do finish on a high. We've still got we've got this race here, obviously, and then we've got another timed final here, and then one of the men's timed finals.
The time finals will be completed tonight. So we've just got men's heat, this heat, and another women's heat. So this heat, one more women's heat after it, and then you go to the men's.
Yeah, and we will see a timed final for each of these races tonight as well. So Yep. So we won't know who's won these until later today.
No. Now you'd assume the winner, or in theory the top 3, is going to come from that, but anything's possible. I remember racing over in America, and it was a timed final 1500, and I came 6th in the race, and I came 8th overall because 2 of the kids in the heats went faster than what we did in the final. So they got themselves into the position. Now, the beautiful thing about American Nationals is swimming over there, because it is such high quality, they actually give out medals to the top 8.
Okay.
So top 8, and they are the biggest medals I own. They're honestly, the medals are about that big, and they come in a velvet case. So sick. I might bring one in later on in the week, but they are the best medals. And listen, I get it. They're sponsored by many, many big companies and have more budget than we could probably dream of here at Swimming Australia, but they do it very well over there with how seriously they take it.
Yes, and looks like we've got a race on early in this timed final here. In first spot after 300 metres is Zoe McCauley. She swam a 3-minute 46.87 with Sophie Griggs right next to her, a 3 minutes 47.15. Losing the ability to talk. This is not good.
Have you sorted out the word leg yet?
I can say it normally. I think because I kept saying lane, I kept going lane and all, yeah.
It sounded like you were trying to say lead. Like they're in the lead on the third
Well,
leg.
I said lead, lane, and it just got tongue twisted today.
Oh, dear. I was never a big fan of tongue twisters. Like when they do those...
No, give me simple words.
Yeah. I remember I had to do it. I did... Fun fact about me, I was a drama kid. So when I was doing drama at school, you had to do all these tongue twisters before you went out and performed, and it was just a pain in the arse. Just let me speak normally, please. I promise I won't still stuff it up that badly.
So as we're coming down to the halfway mark of this second of 3 timed heats we will see this morning, Zoe McCauley is still in front. swimming a 5:05.14. Sophie Griggs in second, a 5:05.79. In third is Ali Hutchison in lane 1 with a 5:08.89. Fourth is Nadine Sophia Ahmed in 5:10.82. Fifth is Isabel Thornborough with a 5:11.81. Sixth is Pippa Brown in a 5:11.86. In seventh is Isabel O'Rourke with a 5:16.09. Eight is Piper Hall with a 5:16.48. And then in ninth is Avika Thacker in a 5:28.80.
These leading girls seem to be holding around that 117 pace per 100, which would lead you close to 10:15 or so. 10:15, 10:20 maybe.
Well, these two came in with a 10:32, a 10:33 entry time. So, but we did see those other heats dramatically. They had that time and they started 30 seconds, had 30 seconds slower entry times.
Well, Zoe McCauley, I think, is going to hold on to that pace. She's 117 there. Unfortunately, it looks like Sophie Griggs is just falling off, unable to keep up. And Ali Hutchinson out there in lane number 1. I'd say watch out for her. She could definitely make a move here on Sophie Griggs, as long as she can hold her pace just as well.
It is, yeah. It looks like Zoe McCauley has put the foot down in that fifth 100 metre there, leading by 2 body lengths now. She's looking very strong.
Jason's going to say something.
Jason.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
As we're now 650 metres into this race, Zoe McCauley is leading. She's 8:19.29 at the 650 metre mark. She's 4.5 seconds now ahead of Sophie Griggs. It's all Zoe McCauley now. Zoe McCauley against the clock.
Yes, she's put big distance out in front. Unfortunately, Sophie Griggs has dropped back a little bit, and Hallie Hutchinson is really making her move.
You mentioned that.
We got a nice little battle going on here in lane 8 and lane 9. Let's see who comes out on top. Who's been the save up Sally and sat on the hip the whole time and might make a move now. So we'll see. I think that just the fact that there's not enough time left in the race, I think Sophie Griggs will probably hold on over Ali Hutchinson. Look, I'm just saying it's a possibility. We got lane 8 and 9 here going after it, and lane 7, Isabel Thornborough, not too far behind as well.
It is, and I give credit to all of these girls for swimming this 800 metre event. It's not an easy one, and for female swimmers, it is the hardest event in the books, basically, in terms of distance, the 800. They do the 1500 now?
Because, you know, I said guys...
Guys do, they do too, sorry, yeah.
They're allowed to go up. So Katie Ledecky,
yeah.
Absolutely obscene. I'm sorry. Until Summer McIntosh came along in the 800, Katie's reign over the 8 and 1500 is actually obscene.
Ridiculous.
It is obscene. I think Katie is 20 seconds faster than the next fastest in 1500. At that level, in the men, it's like 1 or 2. between the fastest and the next like 5.
Yeah.
Katie is so dominant in her event that she just absolutely smashes it out of the park. Zoe McCauley finishing in a 35-second 50 there, way under that 10:15 that I was talking about. And she basically even split that thing.
Yeah, 21 seconds quicker than her entry time there. Second was Sophie Griggs, who did a 10:19. She came in with an entry time of a 10:33, so hers was really good under there. Looks like we've got a lot of fast times here. Ali Hutchison, looks like hers is a 20-second better time than her entry time as well. And Pippa Brown as well, out in lane 4. She came in with a 10:42 and she swam a 10:23.
Pippa Brown and Nadine Sophia Ahmed, I think I got that right. They were only a second apart with 100 metres to go.
Yeah, sensational end in there by Pippa Brown, who at just 13. There, Isabel Thornborough, a 12-year-old as well, who's finished in a 10:28. So some great swimming by all of these swimmers here. Yeah,
very, very impressive. Even, Isabel was able to get up, improve her position by 1 in that last 100 metres. So, does show you finishing well does pay off. I remember there was an 800 I did when I was 12 years old. And I was going in ranked fastest. And there was this kid called Heath McLeod, very talented swimmer. Very, very talented. I think he gave it up too early, but... he decided he wanted to move on with his life and retired at like 17 or so years old. But he sat on my hip 750 metres and in the last 50 metres beat me by 3 seconds. It's a tactic. Did he get the best time he possibly could have? No, he didn't. Was the whole point to win state championships? Yes, it was.
And you see it in cycling as well. They'll sit on the hips and wait until the time is right and then come out from behind.
Yeah, and just decide, I'm gonna go now. Now, the problem is if you need a good time, you can't follow that.
No.
The only way you can follow that is if the person who you're following is an elite swimmer. So when I swam my fastest 800, I swam on Mac Horton's hip for as long as I could.
Well, that's a very good person's hip to swim on.
Yeah, now he didn't have the best race, but him not having a good race is still better than what I could do. All right, so lane 5 is not present. Who we got there?
So missing there.
Oh, not even
on our list.
Oh.
No.
Smart cookie.
Yeah, so the list we've got, I think it's a little bit different because we've got an O on our list, but Casey Brown's in lane 1 there, so keep an eye on this one. Looking at these times, we've got some of these times. The entry time is about the 10:03 Leonie Munster. So whether we're looking, we might get a couple of times underneath that 10-minute mark is what we'll be looking for in this one, considering the timed final tonight. Of the 10 swimmers, 8 of them have times under 10 minutes.
I'm really trying to figure out where this is wrong. Hold on. I've got Leonie Munster's lane 4, yeah. Amy Byer, lane 3, yeah. Madison Baker, lane 2, yeah. Oh, Holly Collett's not there. God, that took me way too long to figure that out.
As we'll see, lane 9 start the best out here in this one after 100 metres. It's Phoebe Scariff who leads up after a 1:10.12 start. So that looks like a lot of the girls have started with that 1:10 pace included in the middle of the pool.
1:10, all well and good. Based off their entry times, they should be 1 minute 15 swimmers. So 1 minute 15 per 100. If they can do that, that gets you 10 minutes flat. So anywhere around those 37.5s is what you want to see from each split. You don't really want to see too many 38s. You can see quite a few 37 like 0.9 or something like that. Those are perfect. Those are 37.8, 37.5.
Yeah.
Those two leading, Leonie Munster and Phoebe Scarf.
Look, and you...
Oh, sorry.
And you look at that, Leonie Munster has a time of a 10:03 coming in. So at a time like that, you mentioned she will look to be probably steady around that mark you were saying, those 37s. Phoebe Scarf's one to keep an eye on. Comes in with a 10:29 entry time. Can she keep up this fast pace that she set out on?
Yeah, you'd really hope so. at the end of the day, they just need to work into their stroke here and just focus on their endurance. Unfortunately, they've slipped out to that 38 second already, so you don't want to be getting much slower than that, or at least if you are that pace right now, you want to build into the rest of the race if you really do want to try and knock on that door of the sub 10 minutes. Now, I don't know if her goal's sub 10 minutes. That's just a good benchmark to have. When you've got a 9 at the start of your 800 free, it's a good thing to have. So maybe her goal is just to PB in any way, shape or form, in which case currently she's way under it. She's a quarter of the way through the race. Even
if she can get to a 10:10, that's nearly a 20-second PB.
Exactly. So just for those girls in the middle as well, she's blown out to a 39 second for that 50, unfortunately for Phoebe. Leonie Munster, it's looking good. Dropped a bit quicker on that 50 than the 50 before it.
Yeah, and she's the one, obviously, to watch in the middle of the pool. And we mentioned here we've got a heat which ranges from about your 10:29 with Phoebe to your 10:03 with Leonie Munster. The fourth of these time finals, which is tonight, the fastest time is Taylor Watson, who was in action a couple of weeks ago. She has a 9:08.27 entry time. So her entry time is a minute faster than the heats we have just seen in that last heat that we've seen. So there is a massive difference between them. Arika Ndenko, who we've seen this morning, will be in action in that event tonight as well. Zoe Gant, Emily Doyle, Mia Misford, I think, was seen as well. So a few of those names that we have seen already. A few of those older names in the one tonight, and you think that's probably that experience and a little bit more power that these girls can get those faster 800 metre times.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm just looking up at the crowd to see how busy it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. Bustling crowd we got here.
We appreciate them staying to the end.
Oh, 100%. And they'll be watching their kids. Just appreciating, something that one of my friends' mums was always frustrated because her daughter was a 50-metre specialist and said, buggers me off that I only get to watch my daughter for 25 seconds and you get to watch your son for 15 minutes. Didn't feel like good value for money to her, but, I don't think her daughter could have thought of anything worse than swimming for 15 minutes.
It is, as we're now halfway through this race. Leonie Munster leads with an 8:58.50. Second is Madison Baker with a 5:01.63. Third is 12-year-old Amy Bai with a 5:02.09. Fourth is Phoebe Scarf out in lane 9, who has slipped back a little bit, a 5:02.49. In fifth spot is India Condon with a 5:04.29. In sixth is Amelia Grover with 5:06.32. In seventh is Lucy Sadler with a 5:08.52. And then in eighth is Casey Brand with a 5:10.39, as we are now hit 450 metres in this race.
So they were just under that 5-minute barrier at the halfway mark. So anything under the 10 minutes now, that's where you've really got to knuckle down. This is not pretty, this last 300 metres. From 500 to 700 is very challenging. You've got to the last 100 is good because you know it's the last 100. But from 500 to 700, you're almost dreading that last 100 until you get there. So she's at 6:15 now. Now she's right on that 10-minute pace. Which
is what we were expecting her to be around.
Yeah. The problem is, though, she seems to be getting slower, just as you do during an 800. It's very hard to maintain the same pace the whole time. So we'll see how close she can get to that 10-minute mark. I'll be very impressed if she can get under 10:03, I'll say.
Well, she comes in with a 10:03.55.
Oh, I think 10:03, maybe a 10:02 is what she'll go. That's my prediction. Lock it in.
You've made a couple of every prediction you've made hasn't come through.
What do you mean? No, you're fair enough.
You've had a couple of time ones.
Sorry?
You've had a couple of time ones missed out. Angelina?
Yeah. That wasn't a prediction. I was just excited to see her try and get up the ranks. I was tired of her coming second. I wanted to see her win one.
Maybe tonight.
I won't be here tonight. I'll be here tomorrow night.
Maybe tomorrow night
for
you
the
might
finals.
see her.
Do the 11 and unders go through the nights?
Oh, no, the 11s don't.
Yeah.
No, she won't then.
Yeah, I'll just see her the next 2 mornings. So I'll be here Sunday and Monday morning to entertain all the people we've got listening on live stream on YouTube and KO Freebies. Now, this is the beautiful thing about KO Freebies is, as per the name, don't need to pay.
And you can listen to us back.
Oh, there you go. And can you do that on YouTube as well?
Yes, you can.
Then there you go. So I think I saw someone in the question ask, where can I go to see their nephews swim? Obviously, if you just wait until the session's done, they'll upload it as a whole video, and you can go back to see that. Or I believe if you go onto the Swimming Victoria website, they will have... They've got live results?
I think they eventually will, yeah. They normally at some point will have live results. And we do appreciate everyone who has tuned in today on their long weekend. We know many people are away, but we appreciate those who have listened to us so far. We've still got one more race after this one, so we hope you stick around to listen to the end of that. So as we turn for the 700 metre mark, Leonie Munster is done an 8:48.67, so she needs under a minute 10 in this last 100 metres.
I don't know if she'll do it, but look at the other girls here in Madison Baker and Amy Bai. Look at them.
They've come hard,
They're flying.
It is, and as you've got Amy Bai, just 12 years old there, Madison Baker, 15, coming in with a 10:08 and a 10:10 entry time, so they're both sitting under that one, you would say. And now in front out there is Madison Baker in lane 2.
Dropped a 35 second for that 50.
Yeah, Leonie Munster did a 38, Amy Bai a 36, so they've both coming home very strongly. Seems like Munster has run out of legs a little bit here, with the other two both overtaking her. It is Madison Baker ahead. She's done a 9:25.70. I think she's just going to miss the 10-minute mark there, unless she does. She'd need a 34.
It's gonna be close.
She'd need a 34 in this run home, so she's going to go close here. It's going to be Madison Baker that is going to claim the win. We think she's just going to miss out on that 10-minute mark, and she does 10 minutes 17, so just missed it. Amy Bai with a 10:02.98, and as predicted by Elliot, Leonie Munster with a 10:03.32.
Oh, I know my distance swimming.
So
She
finished just under her entry time there. Amy,
awesome PB.
You've got Madison Baker, a 10:17, so she's dropped just under 10 seconds there. Amy Bai at just 12 came in with a 10:08, so I'm going to guess this is probably a PB for her. It's dropped nearly 6 seconds there as well.
Wow, well done. Fantastic work. They made that very interesting in the last. That's exactly what you want from a distance race. You know, have it nice and even across the board, and then have a nice little race towards the end. Makes it very interesting.
It is, and now
Final race.
Final race.
The final one. Here we are. It is 2:57 in the afternoon.
We've been on air since 8 a.m.
Yep. We've been here since just before 8 a.m. And we look forward to handing you over to the people that are coming in tonight. We'll have maybe an hour and wait, hold on. It's
probably about 2 hours. Yeah.
2 hours from about now until you hear the dulcet tones of, I believe Jimmy Roberts is on tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, Timmy Roberts, sorry. Tim Roberts. Absolute legend of a commentator. He's been doing it for many years, so you're in safe hands there. And a couple of special guests. I can't exactly remember who else will be there, but I'm sure Tim will be one of the main commentators for you guys here. At the moment, we are leading out well with William Thravis, Lincoln Hall, and it looks like, is that lane 7 there? Thomas Cham. Have we spoken about James Clare today? I feel like his
he has
name's
raced
come
a couple
up.
of times. Yeah,
James Clare. How old is he? He's 14 years old.
And 14. Lincoln Hall, just 12. So also on the commentary tonight, we have got Jordan.
Marilise.
And we've got Kaylia Marsh. So that is your 3 commentators for tonight.
Excellent work.
Yes, so it's out in lane 2 there. Thrubbers, William Thrubbers has started well after that first 150 metres there. Got about 0.8 of a lead on Lincoln Hall already. So I think for some of these younger guys, being in 800s, they probably don't do many in competition, so they will be looking for PBs in this race. The oldest swimmer out there is Thrubbers at 16 years of age. All the others are very young in this race.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where what events James Clare has done today.
Yeah, so we've got William Thrubbers out there still in front after 200 metres. Got a bit of a decent lead there. Lincoln Hall swimming very well there. And also now in lane 7, Thomas Chiam had come up and sitting in 3rd spot.
Maybe he hasn't swum today. I couldn't see his name.
Being any age group, he could have swam in anything from what we've had today, but I think his name was somewhere earlier on in the day here.
Well, he's 14, right? So yeah, that should be 14, 15.
14, 15.
13.
Look, now we're in the 6th 50 of this race.
The 200 breaststroke. He went under 240.
So he's done a 200 breaststroke, now an 800 freestyle.
Yeah, he was racing with Milo, Dressel De Bruyne, and Samuel Mills. So he will certainly be in the final coming back for that. Good luck. Going to be a long day for you, unfortunately. Looks like William Thrubbers, though, absolutely controlling the pace out there.
It is, I think, looking at using his bit of an experience. He's one who comes in with a seed time of 10:03. So you think he would be wanting to break under that 10-minute barrier?
Well, he's well ahead of it now. He's holding 110s. Probably closer to... Oh, and he slowed down a bit. So we'll see what he turns in at the 400-metre mark to get an idea of what he's on track for.
And look at Patrick Whitewood, the 13-year-old, comes in with a 10:01.98. So another one just outside breaking that 10-minute barrier.
Yeah, we'll see if he's got that in him today. At the moment, he's sitting in 7th position, so he must be a bit fatigued. It's been a hot day outside, running late. The competition was meant to end about 15 minutes ago, so there's a whole lot of factors. So he's out there in 4:45 for William Thrubbers. He should, in theory, be on track for about a 9:35 or so, but anything under 9:40 should be a big win for him.
Yeah, Lincoln Hall in second there at 4:51.75. In third is James Clare in a 4:54.69. Fourth is Thomas Chan in a 4:55.27. Fifth is Oliver Seeley at a 4:56.91. In sixth is Terence Chi at a 4:58.22. In seventh, Patrick Whitewood at a 5:01.21. And then in eighth spot is Isaac Kelly in a 5:10.20. So we've got a one horse race in this one, but as we saw in the women's race, that you never know what's going to happen. As we saw her chase down, we saw Leonie Munster chase down, but I think this one's a little bit bigger of a lead here, and William Thrubbers looking really good as we get to the 500-metre mark. So you mentioned Lincoln Hall there, a 37.68. So we were talking about looking at that 37 to get that under that 10-minute mark. So Lincoln Hall still around that mark right now.
It just occurred to me, if anyone was still hanging around and wondering what it's called, Catherine Petrick. I kind of just gave you her name without telling you what her business name is. The cake shop is called Albert Park Cake Gallery. So you can actually also, if you want, buy some of the paintings that she has on decoration there. So it's not only just a little cake shop. You can also buy some artwork for your house.
That's
some
fancy.
Decoration.
That is fancy there. A bit of cake and a bit of art.
Exactly.
Some people, that's the perfect day.
Couldn't be more distinguished even if you tried.
It is. As we now look here, we're coming up to the 600 metre mark here with William Travers still in front. He has led all race, did under 36.61 for that time, so underneath that 37 seconds you were talking about.
So it was a 4:45 and now he's turning in 7 minutes 12, which means that it was about a 2:27 for that 200. Which would lead me to assume, yeah, he'll do well to get under 47 or 46. That's my prediction for this one. Yeah, 47, 46.
Well, you were spot on last time you did that, so...
What's my margin of error? What is that, 2 seconds, 1 second? Or does it have to be exact, then you'll bully me otherwise?
I reckon exact. It's all about seconds in this sport, remember?
It's about milliseconds.
Exactly.
Although over 800, I'll grant you a couple of seconds.
It's generally seconds in the 800.
And with all due respect, especially at this level and at the level I used to swim at, once you start getting up to Elijah Winnington kind of levels, then it's about milliseconds, but...
There's, as we see, William Thraves and for the last 100 metres does an 8:25.50, so we should well and truly get underneath that 10-minute mark there. Lincoln Hall turned it an 8:37. He's going to go close to getting under 10 as well.
Did I say 47 or 37?
Oh, 37. Yeah, 37.
Yeah, 37. Okay. Yep.
So looking at that,
he's going to beat that.
He should get under that 10. So he came in with a 10:16 time as a 12-year-old.
Who?
Lincoln Hall.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, William Thrathers is on his last lap, turned at 9:01.11 there. So he's going to have no issue getting under that 10-minute after coming in at 10:03.79. So the 16-year-old has had a really dominant race and will get the win.
Yeah, he's going to beat my prediction of a 9:37.36.
Yeah, he's going to come in with a sensational time. He's going to touch in a 9:35.64.
Wow, missed out on that one. Sorry, everyone, for letting you down.
So now we will look. Lincoln Hall is going to come in second spot in a 9:49.01.
Well
so the
well
12-year-old, I'm
man.
going to say that is a PB for that 12-year-old.
That bet, and I believe actually he swam earlier today.
He did.
Yes. He broke the minute for the first time today, I believe. Hold on.
And then Oliver Seeley finished in third spot there with a 9:51.84. The second of this timed finals will be held in our night session. And as we wait here for Isaac Kelly to finish here in lane 9.
So Lincoln Hall swam at about 8:30 this morning, broke the minute for the first time. Yeah. And then later on has swum the 200 breaststroke, I believe.
Yeah, and now he's swam the 400-metre freestyle and broken
the 800
freestyle. Yep, so we've now broken the 10-minute mark. And that is us for this morning, this afternoon, this morning, everything.
So soon.
It has been a massive session here. Thank you for listening on both the YouTube channel and KO Sports. From both myself, Tara Murray and Elliot Rogerson, thank you for tuning in to the first session of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships.